All right, man. Good morning, everybody.
Shady house.
In my riches for Kyle era gets the belt today. That's a great callback. That's really, really strong. Good morning, everyone. We're live super early. The show doesn't start for like 5 minutes, but
Figured we'd talk to you guys now.
buddy, all of this is did we even print a rundown today? I didn't even print a rundown.
I got it on my iPad.
Yeah, I don't. Look at Joe.
Hello, Joe.
You can if you want, but don't feel obligated, Joe.
I don't need one though, by the way. Thank you though.
Jesse doesn't need one. Jesse's
easy.
What's up, guys? Leezy's here. Willzy is here. Well, Joseph, typically yes. What's up, Almir? What's up, Jason? Cousin Pete, great to meet you last night, bro. What's up, David Jackson? What's up, Tara? Good morning. Steven, Michigan. Drew Down. God, everybody's in here. Spencer's here.
Shut up.
Russell's here. Floyd and Jay and Spencer and Tom.
Sorry, Tom.
What's up, guys? What's up, Adam? Soren. Rich, Brooklyn. I'm trying to get to everybody. This is crazy. Yeah, facts. We're gonna find out Doug got hired soon. What's up, Johnny? Joe Brazil, everybody. Round of applause for Joe Brazil. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, there he goes. Joe Brazil. Everybody say hi to Joe.
What did I just see? They already did that.
Well, what's up, Securin? Here's the thing about this. Let me just talk about this right now. The Kings being good is better for our jobs.
Yeah, it's a lot funner.
My personal rooting interest does not do anything for me in my life.
Yeah,
outside of just cool.
I don't get to talk Celtics for 4 hours.
Yeah, right. So I get my couple hours that game is on, and I have my up and down emotions, and then it's like,
plus, I'd rather...
I'm pissed too. Yeah. What's up, guys? What's up, Mark? Boy, don't we? Shout out Zed. What's up, Trojan? Yeah, let's go. Hit the thumbs up. Hit that like button. James is out at, we're hopefully getting him in here for the first segment. He is out at Golden One Center right now doing player exit interviews or sitting in on those. They start at 10:30.
It's a good question, frankly, Floyd.
Buddy, we're going to start that question.
It's a new day, and I'm more frustrated.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. Poor Joe. Everyone, hey, Joe, are you okay? You all right, Joe?
I thought we were doing jokey jokes earlier. And
no, the whole office is going up to him.
And then I realized that, I was like, oh, man, I overstepped.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll be fine.
You wear that like a badge of honor, though, Joe.
I'll be fine.
Let's go, dog. Yeah, well.
On some morning gift.
Are we sure about this? Are we?
Not formally.
Yeah, talking a lot of Giants today.
I'm thinking a lot of Giants today. That's for sure.
Happy thoughts, Joe.
The cope with the Giants. He's like, pitching's good. Yep. They're raking right now. This is a good team. I'm like,
that's the third time he's dropped the Giants in the last hour, too, by the way.
You're right, dog.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Dyeing my hair orange.
You should. That's a good baseball team for real.
It's a good call right here, bro. Yeah, cashing my money in the bank right now.
Nice.
Do you know what that is?
It's wrestling.
The reference, like what that is?
Yeah, it's where there's the briefcase with all the money, and they gotta climb the ladder, and they gotta fight everybody to get the money, and then they put it in the bank.
You know what? Yeah, yeah, you got it.
Totally. No. I learned that when Roman Reigns came to Sacramento. It was a huge deal.
That was the biggest moment of my career so far.
How Batson, big wrestling guy.
Yeah, I wore this hat just for Manny. It has happened before. Will, I saw a guy in a Yoshinobu Yamamoto jersey last night. He was walking around G1C in a Yoshi jersey.
That sounds like my buddy
all right,
who's a
brother.
Dodgers fan who wore Dodgers gear to the River Cats game. Like, what are we doing?
Oh, well. Me doing wrestling translations would be like me teaching a class in German. Like, I just got nothing.
Be pretty funny.
When Complex comes in, when we do Complex Talk Sports Fridays, I'll do Kyle Talks Wrestling Fridays on D-Lo and Casey.
That's perfect. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
James Ham is out at Golden One Center, hopefully jumping on for the first segment. Yeah, he's good. He is a good player. Anyone? If James has it, then yeah. But might be cooked. It depends. Like, this is a good question. This is a very good question. All right, let's. I was taught. We're skipping the housekeeping. If radio, YouTube, Twitch.
It's the insiders. James
app,
is at the exit interviews. I'm here today.
Jiffy Lube. Jesse's in for James. James down at G1C. Boots on the ground. Doing the Kings reporting thing. I was taught, if you don't have anything nice to say, to not say it at all. Unfortunately, I do a radio program for a living. So I can't not say anything about last night's basketball game.
What else would we do for 2
at
hours?
Golden One Center, and the fallout from it, with Monte McNair being fired and Scott Perry being hired as the GM already. Games it didn't even end 12 hours ago.
Grand opening, grand closing, back to grand opening.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna burn everything down today.
Nice.
But before we do that, I was trying to think on the way in, because I have a long drive in, and I'm driving along listening to my music, and I'm like, what? Can I pull any silver linings out of this? Are there any good things from last night? I have 4.
It's a lot.
We're going to open a show with some positivity.
It's a lot from yesterday.
Before we napalm the Kings. All right, here we go. Nice thing number 1. We have spent so much time dragging DeMar DeRozan on this show. We probably put too much on him in terms of Kings issues. And we've acknowledged there are bigger problems in DeMar DeRozan, but a lot of times he was just the singular force in a game where we'd go, man, that stretch of minutes by DeMar DeRozan was really brutal, and it felt like it derailed things, and we put a lot on his shoulders, probably sometimes unfairly. Salute to DeMar DeRozan for being the only player who understood what the assignment was last night.
Oh, I felt real bad for the guy after the game too.
He was the only one who went into last night's game going, hey, our season's on the line.
He did what you brought him in here for.
Yes. He was awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm not even going to go, hey, man, the ISO ball, because what else was he supposed to do?
Took initiative yesterday. He needed to.
When anyone else got the basketball, it was like, I don't want this. I want no parts of this game. DeMar, you do it. Shout out to DeMar DeRozan. That's good thing number 1. I thought he was great last night.
That is a good thing.
It wasn't enough, but like I said, if I'm going to get on the radio and be all, when he does something I don't like, I got to salute him when he was awesome. And he was awesome last night. And the only Kings player who decided that he wanted to play last night. Number 2, the Sacramento Kings made very quick work of firing Monte McNair, although not quick enough. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
I got thoughts about that.
They very rapidly hired Scott Perry as their GM. We'll also talk about that. But they needed to not drag this out. They needed to make sure that, hey, we know that this is all done, that this front office is done. It's over. Wes Wilcox leaving was step 1. Monte McNair, I wasn't even home yet from the game when James texted like, yeah, Monty's gone.
Yeah, you weren't home yet from the game. Monty was gone. You didn't even wake up yet, and Scott Perry was the GM.
Unbelievable.
I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous how this has all gone down.
So good on the Kings. Again, I'm struggling for silver linings here. Good on the Kings for firing their GM with haste. Number 3. Look, got to tip your hat. The Mavs were good last night.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jason Kidd for having that group playing hard at least.
You knew what it was, I think, early on. The Mavs, we know what the Mavs are like. Kyrie towards ACL, traded,
not
Luka,
a good team.
blah, 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 all the stuff we've said already.
Mm-hmm.
But they play connected basketball. They play team basketball. They're moving the basketball with purpose. To the open guy, PJ watching, get your shot up, whoever it is. And it's just, you watch the Kings, like, they don't do any of that.
They do none of it. The Mavs use their size to an advantage. They moved the basketball. They were all rowing the same direction. There was a plan. There was an idea on both ends of the floor. They played hard as hell and they executed it in a season where if they had punted after the Luka trade, I don't think anybody would have blamed the Mavs.
Nope.
If they had been a lottery team, if they had won 27 games or whatever, it would have been like, oh yeah, well, the injuries, the Luka trade.
I mean, we wrote them off so many times. Yeah.
So many times. Shout out to the Mavs. Last thing, you guys. I thought Kings fans were freaking awesome last night. The vibe before the game was great. Outside the arena, inside the arena, before pregame intros, it was loud. During pregame intros, it was loud. Early in the game, it was loud. In the second quarter, as the Mavs are pulling away, fans were trying to get the Kings back into it. I thought Kings fans showed the hell out last night. Yeah. And the Kings rewarded them with nothing. You guys deserve so much better.
Shout out Sacramento.
That's facts.
Salute.
Shout out Sacramento. We have amazing fans. That is a silver lining.
That's facts. That's
this team's kind of done them dirty at home the last few years too. I don't know what it is or why this team can't play at home or just
it doesn't make any
why
sense.
It just has a bad effect on them or what. But
you
got to show up eventually for these guys.
That's what I got. Those are my 4 good things from last night.
Those weren't even like 4 good things. Like DeMar was good. Second one, the guy got fired. Third one's like, yeah, good for the other team.
I'm trying, bro.
And the fourth one, yeah, we got a good one. Like, shout out to the Kings fans. Like, that was 2 for 4.
It was so loud in there. It was so loud early on. I'm going, dude, the Mavs are going to quit here. Like, this place is rocking. And first quarter goes really well. It's like, okay, now you get a chance. And they lose the second quarter 44-19 to that Mavericks team. When Kirk Henderson on yesterday from Mavs Moneyball. And he was like, man, I get it's going to be ugly. The Kings are going to score 130 points. I don't
Kirk, let me tell you something.
Brother.
Like the second quarter happens, like, all right, the wrong team showed up today. It's over.
It was it.
I don't think anyone was like, like they're going to get back into it, blah, blah, blah. We all just kind of knew who showed up that day.
This is why last night was almost a good thing.
It is
because it needed to happen. This needed to happen. Mm-hmm. They didn't even they didn't even do the fake comeback. They didn't even do the we're down 24. We cut it to 10. And oh, hey, here we go. Just need to stop in a bucket. They didn't even do that. They didn't get it under 16 until the benches came in.
It was just over. It was the end of the Beam team yesterday. Like, it was just over.
It was done.
Did you say, like, maybe it was a good thing? Like, my biggest fear is if this team got to the playoffs, it's like, hey, we got something to build on. Like, maybe we run it back with a few of these pieces or whatever. Like, yesterday, who we saw is who the Sacramento Kings are. Mm-hmm. What you saw from Domantas Sabonis, who we'll talk about, is who he is. Mm-hmm. Same with Zach LaVine. DeMar DeRozan showed up. That's who he is as well.
Yeah.
Monte McNair got fired. Like, all yesterday did was just reaffirm what we already knew, I feel.
That's it. That's why I say, like, again, it wasn't good. It was bad in every facet.
It's just everything. It helps us move forward finally.
That's it. It needed to burn down the pit. There have been Kings fans who have been on this island, who have been on Burn It Down Island since De'Aaron Fox got traded.
Yep.
We're all here now.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't quite there. But when you see last night, when you watch the play-in games, all of them, and you're going, man, the Kings showed last night that they are very squarely in that Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls, Dallas Mavericks, Sacramento Kings. They are in that group of teams. There's something rotten here, and I don't know what it is.
I don't even. But there's not some rotten in Miami. Those other places, I don't think.
No, I would agree with you.
Yeah,
Miami has an established culture, and they make a whole thing about it. The Bulls, at least they got smoked last night. But even the Bulls cut it, I think, to 10 or 12.
Yeah.
Before letting go of the rope.
Well, they have somewhat of a future as well.
Right. And you see, it might be a very fuzzy outline, but you see a fuzzy outline of kind of what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
With the Kings, this is not a bunch of 21-year-olds where you're going, hey, all right, the future. This is Domas is what, 28?
28 supposed to be leading this team into
Zach
the playoffs.
30.
Yep. 11
DeMar
seasons
DeRozan's closer to 40 than 30.
Probably close to retire at this point than anything.
The window's closed. This is not going to work. There's nothing here. There's no outline to me of a team where you go, all right, foundation's there, building blocks are there. He's got to make this tweak or that tweak. They need to tear this thing down to the studs.
Yeah, there's no retool. I tried to hold on to the idea. Hammer brought it up a couple weeks ago, I think. Maybe you do build around Levine and Sabonis. Not after yesterday. Like, we know what it is. And I think yesterday you brought it up. You brought up the point, like, hey, Nico Harrison did this press conference. Like, this kind of feels like the Mavs are just walking to the end at this point. Like, they're probably just not going to, like, their team dead man walking at this point. Kings can get them. That was the right point, just about the wrong team. That was the Kings yesterday.
Facts.
They were exactly what we all thought the Mavs could be going into that game.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Harrison doing his exit press conference, blah, blah, blah. No, the Kings are the ones who look like they were dead in the water already.
The worst.
Like, their season, like, they knew their season was over already.
And I think we tried the fact that going into last night's game, this is where the Kings are. And this wasn't a secret to anyone, but this is where the Kings are. The whole Nico Harrison, Luka thing, the fact that our discussion yesterday about the Kings potentially winning last night centered around like, yeah, but the Mavs are in a way worse spot. That tells you a lot.
Well, yeah, and also let's take it another step. Like, that's how the Kings got to the play, and they didn't get to the play on their own merit. They got to the play because the Suns were just as bad as them this season.
That's it.
You fell into everything.
That's it. There is no, and this is why that whole, and I understand the sentiment behind this, but when they got to 40 wins, you saw the 40 wins 3 years in a row for only the second time in franchise history. The only way that you make that is if you're pointing out how bad it is. That's not an accomplishment.
Shams tried to spin it like it was a good thing yesterday.
That is not an accomplishment. 40 wins is sub 500. Coaches and GMs get fired for finishing below 500, as we saw this year.
Yeah, Shams puts out a tweet. Sorry, real quick. Like, Shams puts out this tweet, like, Monte McNair fired with this article. Under that, he tweets, Monte McNair took the Kings to 3 straight 40-win seasons, blah, blah, blah. No GM in the 15 seasons before that has done that. And then he writes, Monte McNair finishes with a 488 win percentage.
Right.
Thanks, Shams. Thanks for telling me that Monte wasn't good like the others.
Right. And it's not 45, 47, 49 wins. It was 48, 46, 40.
And then you bow out losing to the team that traded their superstar player
Right.
that was supposed to be gone.
That had more tumult than you did this year. I think the overarching problem here is that the performance last night from the Kings was not met with, whoa, like, man, what a bad time to have a bad game. It's met with fury because everybody understood going into last night's game that, hey, this Mavericks team smoking the Kings is on the table. I said it wouldn't be a 30-plus point blowout. That's what it would have been if starters had stayed in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I said that would be the most surprising thing that would happen. And
that's what happened.
It happened. Yeah, absolutely.
I was wrong in thinking that the Kings, and they ended up losing by 14, but again, they were down 120-98, I think, when they emptied the benches. There's
an aspect also just doing this on ESPN or whatever they were on yesterday, and just the disgust of just being disregarded as just like, yes, the Kings or whatever. Like, that's no good for your fans or anything like that. Nobody wants to see that.
It's
just, oh, there's the Kings, just irrelevant again.
I take in so much basketball content, and every single analysis of the 9-10 matchup was, man, the Mavs are really screwed because they traded Luka. Wow, I can't believe they did that. Also, the Kings are in it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what they showed.
Mm-hmm.
That was embarrassing. James Ham in the building, live from Golden One Center. James, your thoughts?
I thought we got a few thoughts to go through. Number one, just a horrible night of basketball. Very, very disappointed in what we saw from the Kings in the second quarter. Rarely do you see a team just flat out lose a game in one quarter. And, they won the first, they won the third, they won the fourth, and they got their ass kicked. Really, really not what I expected to see from that team. But it was more of the same. When the Kings are bad, there's a definite recipe for them being bad. It's me ball. It's not sharing. You saw it early in the first quarter. There was, just this feeling with the team that watching them go to the rim, everything was soft. Everything. Domantas Sabonis went to the rim without force. Zach LaVine went to the rim without force. Keegan Murray went to the rim without force. And not only that, but the early rebounding number told me everything I needed to know. That's a bad rebounding team. The Kings are the second best rebounding team in the NBA as far as defensive rebounding. They have the best rebounder in the NBA, and they were down like 13-6 in the first 5 minutes. And it was over. I mean, you're looking at it like, hey, that's a sign that you're in for bad things. And sure enough, it just continues to play out that way. They were able to catch up and actually won the rebounding battle, but that's because they were missing all their shots and Dallas wasn't. Just the defensive effort was bad. The lack of rotation, like here we are, game 83 of the season, and the team still doesn't know how to defend a corner three. It's easy. It's a layup in the NBA. That is a layup by NBA.
So easy. There's people who want to ban it, James, because of how easy it is. There's people who say, hey, maybe cut the corner three because it's a little too easy of a shot.
The corner three, tush push, same deal.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a 40% shot. And again, we talk about this all the time, but like it's worth 1.2 points per possession on average. So here the Kings, they give up the corner three, and then you go down on the other end and take a mid-range jump shot. And it's just like every single possession you're falling behind by 0.4, 0.5 points because you're just not doing what the other team is doing and you're not keeping up in the right way. So super disappointing. And then like, look, the night got that was just part of the night. Like things got weird, like flat out weird, like being in an NBA locker room and
James, real quick.
Yep.
Do you have a few minutes so we can step aside and then you can tell us why last night was weird in the locker room?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go to the break.
Dynamite. That's James Ham. Jesse Tapia is hanging out. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're burning it down today, and it's sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
It's one of those controlled farm burns right here.
Are you in the?
I'm in my seat.
He's in the media area.
No, he's in his. If he turns the camera around, there will be a court. Oh, hey, there it is. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here, but they took forever to let us in.
Until they tell you not to be there.
And then someone's doing some sort of weird work on the other side of the arena, so hopefully it's not too noisy.
Hi, James. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how are we feeling?
I mean, I feel normal, to be honest with you.
You're used to this, yeah.
No, I am. And I mean, that's a sad representation of everything that goes on here. But I feel totally 100% normal. This is like par for the course. But the story that I'll tell about how it unfolded last night is absolutely wild. And then, of course, we can get into Scott Perry and all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just weird. Like, in all honesty, yeah. We'll get to it.
Surprised. No.
Man, I got people all over my timeline doing crazy things. People are just like freaking out.
Oh, here it goes.
What?
So originally people thought I might have been bald because I wore a lot of hats and beanies.
No, Joe's got great hair.
So I woke up this morning ready to dress up because my gag was going to be, you always want to dress nice for a funeral.
Hilarious,
right? Got everything done, and then I realized my brother took all of the hair product with him. So
because he moved to San Jose, correct?
He's in San Jose for a month. Yeah. So this is what we got last second.
Well, you look great.
Thank you.
I like that you countered it with a collared shirt.
You can go to like the sample size at the Target and get yourself like a 99-cent gel. Boy, it is noisy. I hope you guys don't hear that loudly.
Nah, it's fine.
It's all good.
Okay,
It'll
cool.
be 13:20 if not.
Facts. Oh, we had a regular remote hit? Wow, that's weird. That's so funny. Aaron Rodgers, Super Bowl champ, 4-time NFL MVP, ayahuasca enthusiast. That is Chiron says on the Pat McAfee show.
Can you imagine waiting on that guy to be your quarterback?
No.
Have some self-respect, Steelers. Seriously.
That's it.
Have some self-respect.
It's unbelievable. Trade
Draft
up,
Shedeur at 21 and be
trade
done
up.
with it.
Trade up, draft a quarterback like a normal person.
Exactly.
Hey, shout out to World Traveler Coffee.
Oh, dude, we love World Traveler coffee.
The blueberry latte.
Come on.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on.
Blueberry latte is off the charts.
Hey, James, do you have a Keurig?
I have a Keurig, but we upgraded to the Nespresso a couple of years ago.
Right. No, that's a
I
good
know, we
move.
got
That's a
the
good
espresso
move.
as well.
Don Francisco Coffee does Keurig K-cups that are blueberry. And it is outstanding. It's not quite as good as the World Traveler blueberry latte, but
Yeah.
still really, really good. And it makes your house smell like blueberry muffins.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Blueberries trash. Blueberry muffins fire.
I got about like 12 to 15 here.
Sorry, King of Mactown. Welcome to the club, I guess. Hey, what's up, Rizzo? Shout out. Rizzo, me and
Hey.
Rizzo used to go to high school.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
This music is way too upbeat for the vibe today. Joe, cut the music. Cut it.
Is
cut
it
All right,
though? Like,
there
we
go.
need something.
Do we?
We need something.
James Ham is here. Jesse Toppy is here. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you till noon. James Ham is down at Golden One Center covering the player exit interviews for the season. But James, before we had to play some commercials, you mentioned that last night got weird in the locker room, and I would like for you to please explain that.
Yeah, it got super weird. So the media, we got done with Zach LaVine at the podium, followed by DeMar DeRozan, followed by Doug Christie. I thought the DeMar DeRozan and Doug Christie interviews were both very emotional. Very like I could really, there's a lot of things that, I don't love about watching DeMar DeRozan play basketball, but I do respect him. And I think he's an NBA legend and a great player and a Hall of Famer. And when he kind of broke it down, how, that was year 16 and he knows he doesn't have very many left, and just how disappointed he was that he wasn't going to be in the playoffs. It kind of hit home because you do know that these guys, they have a finite amount of time that they get to play basketball, and his time is running out. So we go to the locker room after those interviews, and Zach LaVine was in the locker room. Domantas Sabonis came in. There's a handful of us in the middle of the room waiting for more players. We had interviewed Keon Ellis, and we were just kind of hanging out, waiting for pretty much Domantas Sabonis to come over and talk to us.
Oh, you're still waiting on Domantas Sabonis to show up. Interesting. Go ahead.
Well, he was there, but we were waiting to talk to him. And Jonas Valanciunas is walking in the room, and it's like, here comes Jonas. And out of nowhere, our friend of the program, Jake Gadon from CBS 13, just out of nowhere.
Later on, by the way.
Nice.
He just goes, "Oh my gosh, they fired Monte McNair," like really loudly in the locker room. And I look at him like,
I can't believe it.
Like,
do you guys know Monte McNair?
He's gone.
Like, wait,
That's wild.
Like, so I look at my phone and Jake just keeps going. He's looking at the players. They just fired Monty. Like, I'm like, so I look at my phone, and of course, the Amick tweet goes up. I walked out of the locker room really quick because, again, Jonas is like, wait, what? And I walked out of the locker room really quick because I knew where I might be able to confirm that instantly. And sure enough, I was able to instantly, like within, I don't know, 30 seconds, be able to walk up and say, hey, can you confirm that, yes, it was a mutual parting of ways. Tweet goes out. I go back in the locker room. We're standing there. We're still waiting for Jonas and Domas to get dressed. And the Kings security / NBA security walk in and like, hey guys, we need to throw on whatever you got, and you need to get to a meeting right now upstairs. And that was it. They take Domas, they take Jonas, they take him right out of the room. Zach LaVine follows, and boom, the players are gone. And media relations like, hey, sorry guys, that's it for the night. Clearly things just happened, and so. Very odd. I've been around for plenty of firings. I mean, this is, let's see, the Petrie. Jeff Petrie, after he was let go unceremoniously by Pete D'Alessandro in just a vicious way, right before the 2013 NBA draft. I actually had gone right down the street from our studio to Paul Martin's to have a drink because it was a tough day. It was an emotional day. There was a lot of bad things happening. And I sat down to have a drink, and sure enough, Wayne Cooper and Jeff Petrie walk into Paul Martin's, and I end up buying him each a glass of wine. R.I.P. Wayne Cooper, absolutely spectacular human being. But he did buy the expensive wine that day. And so I think I was out $36 for that glass of wine. But like those are things like,
hey, he's paying for his own drink, actually. Yeah. He's got his
yeah,
own.
I was fine buying him a drink and Jeff a drink. And I cheers to both of them and, said thank you for, a great run and thanks for always, answering questions and stuff. But this one here, I saw Monty before the game last night, said, hey, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you around here for a while. And, he gave me a 5, pulled me in for a hug, said, big night tonight. And I should have known right then that something was off. But, here we are, 12 hours later, and everything in Sacramento is different, including the hiring of Scott Perry.
Unreal.
You think Monty knew what it was going into that game? Or
yeah.
think the Kings kind of knew what it was, and Monty was not oblivious, but just wasn't sure it was going to happen so fast? Because obviously the Kings had a plan.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly Scott Perry is like he was an East Coast guy. At least that's the last time, I talked to him, he was East Coast. So I don't think that they were able to figure something out overnight here. They already had something lined up here. This was over and done with before the game, which is to me very surprising that it was over and done with in like a turnkey situation. But I'll say this for people who don't know Scott Perry. He came here in the summer of 2017 to help Vlade Divac out. And this is actually one of the most pivotal moments in Sacramento Kings history, at least recent history. And if things would have worked out differently, I don't think we would have had to go through all of what we've gone through at this point. Scott Perry walked in the building and instantly calmed everything down. He was spectacular. And the leading up to the 2017 draft, he clearly knew exactly what he was here to do. He added structure to the front office that at that point, Vlade was still learning and trying to figure out how to do this whole thing. And he instantly brought credibility. He's the guy that everyone in the league knows, everyone in the league likes and respects. Mm-hmm. And so when he calls, you have no problems picking up Scott Perry's phone call. And that's something that instantly was so stark compared to what I was used to over the last couple of years in Sacramento, even maybe the last 5 years in Sacramento. And so he brought this instant validity to the situation. And so to see him 3 months later, he was offered the New York Knicks general manager job, and he had to take it. Like it was his dream job at the time. And that's why he left. And for me, it made perfect sense. He even did this is very strange and very nuanced that people might not understand. But one of his first acts was to call a couple of the media members that were, big in Sacramento and take us out to lunch and just sit down and get to know us and have a legitimate conversation one-on-one with the media director there. That's it. Like, we sat down, we had lunch, we talked basketball, we talked life, we talked about things that have gone well and things that have gone wrong. And he was here to be a problem solver. And so for me, this is possibly one of the better things that could happen for the Kings, because this is a guy that can encapsulate sort of everything that Monty and West brought individually into one guy. And I assume that they're going to bring in other people. I don't know if Vlade Divac will have a bigger say and all that stuff, but he worked really well with Vlade. He worked really, really well with Vivek. And I got to be honest, if Scott Perry would have been here, if he did not get that Knicks job, I do think things would have worked out way differently. And when he left, their response was to hire Brandon Williams, which, just like Brandon Williams last night, just like Brandon Williams, the player last night, Brandon Williams, the executive, destroyed the Sacramento Kings single-handedly. And so it's just like a pivotal moment where not only did you miss out on a really high-level executive, but you also ended up stumbling into someone who was nefarious and had all kinds of like, he was here to claim power. And it ended up being a very, very bad and ugly situation that ended with his dismissal. It ended with the dismissal of Dave Yeager and sort of this franchise spiraling in a really dark place.
James, I know you got to get down to do some interviews, but I want to make sure the question everybody's asking, will Scott Perry be able to work with Jeremy Lamb?
Jeremy Lamb hasn't been here for a while. And I know, like, Jeremy Lamb is not part of the picture anymore. And even when he was part of the picture, he was part of the picture in like a very, very small way. Yeah, and so he was never in any meetings that I know of or anything else. It's a fun punchline for Sacramento Kings.
I'm going to keep making jokes about it. James, appreciate you dropping in, and we'll break this down more with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on the Insiders. Thanks, James. There he goes. James Ham. I want to go ahead. What were you going to say?
James said a lot of nice things about Scott Perry. My thing is, whose vision is he here to carry out? Are we continuing something here, or are we getting ready to rebuild?
That's it. I don't.
They move real fast.
The question for me is less: is Scott Perry good at his job? Maybe. Maybe he comes in and flips this team around, and Scott Perry is the savior of the Sacramento Kings. Maybe. But my question goes beyond who are they going to hire? My question is now, when they write in The Athletic, I say they, Sam Amick and Anthony Slater already have a really good piece out in The Athletic. I think it's not behind a paywall.
Yeah, I read it on Twitter, clicked on the link. So usually I got to go through my login or go through the app itself.
So Vlade has influence, but won't have a formal role. And Monte McNair had started to lose decision-making power, and he didn't want to fire Mike Brown. And Vivek Ranadive is viewed as the Doug Christie guy. And it seems to me like what they're doing, and maybe James is right. Maybe Scott Perry has enough cachet that he walks into this building and Vivek goes, "You got it, dog."
That'd be nice.
It would.
That'd be real nice.
But that's it. But we haven't seen that for what? It's a decade and a half.
We thought maybe it was happening with this guy, and turns out no.
Right. So that is more my concern than James Ham just said. Scott Perry came in, and when he came in the first time, he calmed everything down. Hopefully the plan is Scott Perry gets to do his job. Hopefully the plan is, hey, they hired Scott Perry because he has a vision for the Kings.
Yeah.
That they believe is going to take them beyond just being, hey, get 40-ish wins if things go right.
Team, a perennial play-in team who maybe could get to the first round.
Right. If they think that's what it is, then cool. But if they're bringing in Scott Perry because it's comfortable, and hey, we need to fire Monte McNair, and we want to have this guise of having a plan and an idea, so let's just hire this guy that we know. Let's get him in the building, which everybody knows. And he'll also hire Doug Christie, which we've decided we want to do. So that's how this is going to go. Unless they're letting Scott Perry take over, and then Vivek and ownership are going to get out of the way, they're going to run into the exact same problem they've continued to run into for the last 15 years.
Tell me if this is something or nothing. Sean Cunningham tweeted out yesterday. Statement from Vivek Ranadive.
KCRA3 Sean Cunningham.
It's facts. Quote, I want to sincerely thank Monty for his leadership and the invaluable contributions he made during his time in Sacramento. He helped build a strong foundation for continued success here, and we wish him and his family all the best in their future endeavors." End quote.
Here's the thing. No, he didn't.
Yeah, and the thing, like you say, continued success. So, like, my genuine question is: so does that mean you think like Scott Perry's going to take this over? All right, we're going to make a couple tweaks here, maybe get DeMar out here, get a point guard, Domas, Zach LaVine, everyone, let's run it back again. Like, what is? I want to know the plan.
That was my immediate concern when I read that quote.
That's how I took it.
Is now maybe Vivek is speaking in corporate platitudes and saying what he needs to say in this statement, and they're going to go.
Yeah,
maybe he's saying this out loud because that's okay.
Mhm.
And then behind the scenes, he's like, burn it down.
Yeah.
This is not. But let's take this at face value. What's the foundation for success? Because you had one. And then in 22-23, I genuinely believe I was of the mind after the 2022-2023 season when the Kings lost to the Warriors in 7 games in the first round and broke their 16-year playoff drought, that they had a foundation to build off of.
Mhm.
They did not do that. They went backwards.
I don't get that at all still.
And now this team, whatever this amalgamation of players is nothing like, there's no structure. With Beam Team 1, you went, okay, this is what this team is. This is their identity. They need to get better defensively, but you can do that and find 3-point shooters that don't necessarily mess with what you're doing overall.
Uh-huh.
In 2 years, they now have this collection of players that nobody knows what this is.
The players probably don't even know what this is.
Players have no idea. You can tell by how they play.
Exactly. Like Zach LaVine, I just got here, and now I got to get 30 shots up and save this whole thing.
Right. So I don't.
And that's another thing too. I mean, it was in the Athletic article. Whose bright idea was it to bring Zach LaVine in here for Fox? And was that option one?
It was called in the Athletic a win now move. And they did not do any winning.
I don't.
They got older. They got a player who, and again, I'm going to say this is not a shot at Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
This is a shot at the Kings. They got a player who doesn't fit because they don't know what they're doing. There was no plan. I genuinely don't think they operated this offseason and at this trade deadline. I genuinely don't think they operated like, we need to get to this place to build out a long-term winner. They weren't worried about building out a window. They were like, what do we do to make the playoffs now? We got to make the playoffs this year. It
was the most short-sighted move you could make.
100%.
All it did was just handcuff you and give you no future beyond this season, I feel.
Yep.
Like you could have, honestly, like I'm of the belief once you fired Mike Brown and you were ready to trade De'Aaron Fox, that's where this thing was completely over. There was no salvaging this at all. There was no, hey, we're going to bring in Zach LaVine, make the playoffs, and continue to try to make the Western Conference Finals eventually. Like it was cooked once you're the guy you were trying to build around. Yeah, we're trading him. Once that was done, it was over.
Yep.
And I have a hard time believing whoever's call it was like, yeah, let's get Zach LaVine in here. That's priority move number one. I would have much rather, even if it's not Stephon Castle or whatever, give me Vassell and another guy or whatever. Give me some first round picks too.
Yes.
Something I can build off of. Because now at this point, it's like, what do I have besides Zach LaVine? And Zach LaVine's a good player, but this does nothing for the future.
That's it. It did nothing for their future. It puts them in a spot where I don't think they will. But if they just take this exact same group of players, I know they got some guys in free agency, but let's just say they bring back this group of players. You're going to be about here next year. Maybe a couple more wins. Maybe you're 42-40. But we talked about this yesterday. We joked about this with Kenny on the handoff yesterday. Every stat you look at, no matter which way you slice the Sacramento Kings, first half, second half, since the All-Star break, since March, whatever, no matter what way you slice it, they're mid.
Mm-hmm.
They are smack dab in the middle of the league. And sometimes they'll beat the Cavs in Cleveland and then beat Detroit the next night in Detroit. And then they'll go out and do that in the play-in game. There needs to be, and maybe Scott Perry's the guy to do this. Again, there needs to be a complete reset.
Exactly.
Of whatever it is they're doing. Everybody needs to be on the table, from players to coaches. They whatever they do next has to be about establishing a foundation because they don't have one, no matter what Vivek Ranadive wants to say in his statement.
It's not there.
There's no foundation for continued success. There's
Nope.
no foundation that you're going to build off of and create a championship window. I know that sounds insane, but that's what the ultimate goal is.
That's what every team tries to build towards.
Right. So I know there's steps toward that.
Yeah.
People are going, you target championship. No. But that's the ultimate goal. They need to start taking steps toward that. And it starts with tearing down whatever this is. Because like I said earlier, there's something rotten here. Something's not working from a just core perspective.
Yeah, we could probably talk more about that because I got more thoughts on Monte McNair too.
Yes.
I don't want to paint this as Monte McNair was handcuffed and couldn't do anything because I don't necessarily believe that either.
Also, I made the joke when James Ham said that they were waiting for Domantas Sabonis to show up in the locker room.
Yeah, went over our guys' head.
Domantas Sabonis sucked last night. He's going to
he
get
was bad.
cooked next.
Yep.
Joe Brazil, Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Boy.
Soren, don't you even put that in the chatty house, man. Don't even put that.
Dude,
Don't even
Soren,
put that
take
out there.
a lap, fencing back.
You know how this goes.
What did you get flagged for?
Let me see if I can pull up the comics. I'm down.
Man,
I'm not gonna say it again.
Hey, I love Shams Charania's editorializing in this tweet. So Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis. So shout out to Dame. That's awesome. Happy he's healthy.
Real quick. This is the flag.
Oh, well.
So it's a 5-yard penalty. It's a little false
that's
start.
okay. That's fine.
Move back 5 yards.
Lillard's out for game 1 Saturday and will have a period of time to resume contact workouts and ramp up for his return. According to Shams, that's awesome. But he goes, amazing, : Milwaukee's Damian Lillard, blah, 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 and goes on to, I love the editorializing there. Good job, Shams.
Shams was acting kind of funny yesterday, man.
Well,
I get it's the game, but like, come on, you can't be putting out so-and-so's under 500, but they did better than the past guy. Come on, have some self-respect here.
Remarkable and historic development to clear from the blood clot in just over 3 weeks. Doctors have told Bucks officials this recovery has never been seen before, but occurred due to early treatment, detection, and specialists working on Lillard even before formal diagnosis.
Great for Dame. I hope he's healthy, and if he's healthy, then I'm cool.
Same. That's it. That's scary. That's a scary injury. Glad he's past it.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like what are we doing here?
Given where the Knicks have been, I can't imagine it was great.
It's another thing too. I mean, you guys have more days to unpack, but did you hire Scott Perry because he was comfortable?
Oh my God, hang on.
Hey, the good news is you won't have to see that for a while, so you're good for now.
There it is. The local guy putting it in the chatty house too. There's 2 of them.
Oh, local guy put it in?
Well, Soren did first, and then the local guy's right here.
Oh, snap. Local guy confirming. That dude's hilarious.
Yeah.
I rock that guy.
Aldrin, shout out to your Arsenal. You too, Will. I kicked Madrid's ass. I'm surprised. They could make the final, I think. They got a good team.
I don't know if Domas is playing through an ankle injury last night, but he's getting fried either way.
Who cares if he's playing through an ankle injury? It's not like that was something new when we saw yesterday.
And we're back.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Oh, I have a legit, this is another. And we're back.
Chris, this has been his
cool.
year. Like, I wouldn't be shocked at all if he won it. Like, he's been tearing it up all season long, all year long, not even just season. As Messi Jr. looks like sometimes.
Salute to my guys, Shad and Sean. Shad in the South Bay listening with my nephew Kyron, and Sean out on the East Coast, Virginia.
Shout out.
Yeah, we're nationwide here. Salute to the homies. Next June, Sean. Can't wait. All right.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Every segment, I feel like I'm clocking in for my retail job again. Like, all right, here we go.
Shout out to everyone who used to work at retail. I used to work at Champs.
Salute. I was at Sports Chalet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I used to work at the mall. I hated it.
The mall that the Sports Chalet was in on, I forget what it's even called. Help me out. On Watt and El Camino.
Oh, I'm not even sure. See, my job was
What's
in
that mall
Modesto.
called?
I was in Modesto.
What is that mall called?
Real quick, while we find that, Edgar
Yeah,
Perez.
please.
At what point do Kings fans get a free pass to switch teams? Look, do what you want, but I am pro. You live in the dumps until they get you out.
That's it.
That's where I'm
it,
at.
bro.
Like, I'm a Dolphins fan. I've never seen a playoff win. I'm here till forever. Like, I don't know. Like, why are you gonna leave now? You've already been here 20-some years at least, I'm sure.
No,
That's
yeah,
it.
no. The one thing we're not doing is switching up.
No.
I promise you that.
Like I said, do what you want. I get
Country Club Mall. That's
it.
right.
Country Club Mall, got you.
It was like Sports Chalet and some weird art exhibit thing, like art studio, and a
Mhm.
Panda Express. That was it. And a Ross.
Sam Thomas in the chat. I did not wear the ref uniform. That was Foot Locker. All right.
You wore the blue shirt.
Yeah, we had the blue shirt.
pullover.
We had the blue pullover.
All right.
Champs used to have this rule too, where like since you were working for them, you had to wear their shoes. So like I didn't have their shoes, so like to work in. So I
got
had to
free
buy a pair.
shoes?
No, I had to buy a pair.
Did you get a discount at least?
No,
What?
they got sued.
Oh my god.
Your boy got a settlement check. It's only
Come on.
$4 though. I was so pissed.
At Hat Club, you get a free hat on
For
day
real?
one.
Yeah.
As if like you don't have a hat to wear if you're working at Hat Club. They're like,
Yeah.
do you have any hats?
I was so like
Like, brother, I got
just
one
out of
on.
high school. I was like, oh, settlement check. No clue how the world works. Oh, I'm gonna get paid. I'm gonna get another pair of shoes. $4. This is stupid. I don't even think I cashed it.
Jesse Toppy in for James Ham. James Ham is down at Golden One Center doing exit interviews with players. Joe Brazil behind the glass. So this is the other, we were talking Kings front office. Because if you missed it, if you're tuned into this program, hopefully you already know Monte McNair has been fired and was fired shortly after the game last
And if
night.
you don't know, let me tell you, they already hired his replacement.
I was going to say, if you don't know, buckle up.
Yeah.
Here's the, okay, so on the Monte McNair firing, a couple things. This is a quote from the Amick and Slater article, Anthony Slater and Sam Amick in The Athletic.
Mhm.
McNair addressed Kings players in the locker room not long after their elimination on Wednesday night, league sources said. Speaking with a bigger picture view about the future, the players were informed not long after that he was no longer leading the franchise's front office. Why did they let him go talk to the players?
Yeah, you normally don't let the guy do a radio show if you're gonna let him go. So I don't get why you
Right.
let the guy talk to the team when you let him go.
They actually, I had that happen to me, but that's a different thing. I don't want to talk about me
Yeah.
getting fired. So yeah, man, it's
My thing,
that I don't get. I don't get why they didn't at the horn
yeah,
or before the game.
well, it just points to the dysfunction. Like, it's just more
Yeah.
of the same. My thing that I got kind of stuck on
Yeah,
was,
please.
no, there's like the same play that's been ran multiple times, multiple regimes, didn't have power. Vivek or whoever
Yeah.
didn't want it. They said Monte McNair, according to sources, didn't necessarily want to trade for Levine, didn't necessarily want DeRozan, didn't necessarily
Mhm.
want to trade Mike Brown. That's fine and all that. Like, when did Monte McNair ever have power then when he was here?
That's
Because we can talk about Vivek this or so and so that. So just everyone was able to just make decisions, and Monte McNair, the GM, wasn't. That's what the story was here. Like, Mike Brown was able to tell you, no, I don't want John Collins or so and so player. Monte McNair, okay, fine. Vivek tells you, no, we're doing this. Monte McNair, fine. Like, I find it hard to believe it was just working against them for 43 years or whatever.
Right. So he was a secretary?
Yeah, like what did he do?
He's
What did
making
he
phone
do?
calls?
What did you do what did you do for these few years?
This is where Go ahead.
Real quick. Like I said, they run the same play with like Vivek and whatever, but so you're just telling me like everyone had a say besides the GM. I think some things can be true, but I don't think that's fully what it is at this point. And I'm speculating all that. I don't buy that everyone had decision making here besides the GM.
And when he unequivocally, when he finally did a press conference after they fired the head coach, he unequivocally said firing Mike Brown was my decision. That was and he didn't dance around it, didn't say a word salad to get there. He went, mine. It was my decision. And now we're hearing it wasn't. This is why they've hired Scott Perry. They have a new GM already. And James Ham laid out a really good case for why this could be a good thing for the Kings. My issue is I don't trust Vivek Ranadive. I don't trust their ownership group to let Scott Perry or Bob Myers or pick a GM to let anyone cook.
Well, I'll keep asking the question: whose vision is Scott Perry like going through with this? Can Scott Perry come in? Can Scott Perry come in here and I want to blow it up and rebuild, or is Scott Perry taking whatever continued success means? Again, respect about that, but like just maybe Vivek sees, there's a winner here. There's a winner here. He desperately believes in this team, and it's Scott. I know you can get the winner out of this group. Right?
Did he want this GM job so bad that if Vivek, when they were having interviews or conversation, there wasn't even like an interview process. The only thing we saw was in The Athletic. Amick and Slater reported that Scott Perry and Calvin Booth were in consideration. And then Scott Perry was hired this morning.
The way that goes, bro, from what I've seen and heard, like Scott Perry knew he was the GM probably before yesterday too.
Right. So, and James Ham has been bringing up Scott Perry for weeks.
Yeah.
So was he hired because he has a clear vision to take this team into a different chapter? Or is it what you just said? Is it Vivek went, hey, we have this foundation here, and Scott Perry wanting a job went, yep, you sure do.
Yeah.
Can't wait to work with it. And we're just going to get more of the same. I genuinely, I don't know, but I don't have any reason. I want someone to give me one good reason outside of blind optimism to trust or have any faith that this is going to work and that Vivek Ranadive is going to get out of the way and let people do stuff, because we're hearing Vlade Divac is still around and he has influence, but he's not going to have a formal role. Why does he have influence then?
Well, no, we'll have an idea that when Scott Perry has that first press conference, because he's going to say, yeah, like probably going to, like he'll say, we'll probably tear this thing down a bit. We're going to rebuild, or like there's a winner here. And you'll know his direction, I think, coming out of that press conference.
Yeah. I think that's probably right. He might say the things he needs to say.
That's a good point too.
Because you can't
listen to Monte McNair for 4 years, say nothing.
Right. You can't, you can't tear down the players that are on your roster in the event that you can't trade them.
He gives you some type of direction instead of just word salad. But
yeah. And if he steps in and he goes, there needs to be more athleticism and size added to this team. What's been going on hasn't been good enough, clearly, and I don't have any reason to give the Kings, the Vivek Ranadive Kings. I have no reason to give them any benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I'm not giving you props today because you hired Scott Perry.
No,
because you know what? You can hire Scott Perry and that's fine. But the moment, and we're all just talking whatever, if we see they're gonna run it back or just kind of do a little retool and try to get a winner out of this, I'm out. As soon as that's kind of visible, I'm out.
Yep.
Because that's not what this team needs. It needs a full rebuild.
Not at all.
All right. Well, it begins. DeMar DeRozan is up first for extra interviews, as James has tweeted, and he's wearing a Godfather t-shirt. Does that have any type of significance?
We'll see. We'll see what the quotes are looking like after.
Hey, I know you were tongue in cheek there, but do we really think that DeMar DeRozan went into his closet today? Is there any possibility he's like, what way can I symbolize my thoughts?
I don't know. It's kind of like the thing.
It feels like he has a stylist or he grabbed a t-shirt out of his
Anthony
closet.
Davis thing was the "That's All Folks" t-shirt before he left the Pelicans.
And then he said it was
that's what DeMar's doing.
Yeah, his stylist. Like,
yeah, if you're gonna do it, stand on it.
All right, bro.
I'm not saying DeMar's doing that, but we've seen it before. Yesterday
Wearing
looked
a
like
Godfather t-shirt. It's his daughter's wedding?
yeah. James talked about it earlier. Like yesterday looked like it tore up tomorrow a little bit. I mean, he's talking after
Yeah,
the
I
game.
imagine,
like, this is the
dude.
toughest season in his 16 years. He's never been through anything like this. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but
I imagine he showed up to this team that won 46 games last year. And the idea was, man, he's going to fit. He's going to help them get over the hump. He insulates them from an injury to Malik Monk. And okay, cool, this is going to work. And then it just didn't. And on top of it not working on the court, a coach got fired. The GM got fired right afterward. The best player, one of the reasons he arrived in Sacramento, came to Sacramento.
In the chat house has he came to play with Fox.
Right. And he said in an interview after Fox got traded or before Fox got traded, right around that time, if he gets traded, I got to reevaluate what I'm doing. And he's right. He's still a good player, but year 16 goes with no playoffs. And now he's got to either run it back with this team or got to go find a new team to make it. Just
doesn't make for either party to work with each other going forward, I think.
The lack of stability is just brutal. It's so brutal. And that lack of stability has been the hallmark of the Kings franchise. The Amick article after De'Aaron Fox got traded talked about it, and De'Aaron Fox has been pretty candid about it. The way this entire season went, the way the offseason went with Mike Brown's contract, the way this entire season went, the fact that they allowed Monte McNair, a GM that they very clearly had no intention of keeping, that they allowed him to be the one to execute the De'Aaron Fox trade. And if it was in fact Vivek Ranadive going, we need to make the playoffs, the way we do that is we get Zach LaVine.
That's a little scary.
Then that's the whole problem.
Yep.
That's why you cannot trust this basketball team and this organization. I hope it's different. I want it to be different. I'm crossing my fingers, but I will not believe it until I see it, whether it's Scott Perry or any other GM stepping through those doors.
Just needed to be different once, but brother, this owner swings and misses a lot right now.
I know.
Bad and offers.
I know it. All right. Second hour coming up. More of this. Jesse Tapia is in for James Ham. James Ham today down at Golden One Center covering Kings exit interviews. He will be back tomorrow. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We got to get back into the game last night because some of the big picture issues really showed through in the game last night, starting with number 11, and we'll do that next. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, now I got my guy Micah's in there. Let's go.
Shut
Come
up.
on, man. The whole group chat.
This is hilarious. Jake just, guys, Monty's gone. He's gone.
Hey, we did not spend enough time on
Yeah, James had to go, but I wanted to ask him if that was a weirder locker moment or the one where Vivek walks in with Drake after the vibes are all down.
Oh, dude, I love.
And it's just so perfect that it's Jake Gadon. Like, Jake Gadon's the best, bro.
He is. I joked with him one day. This was before I know him a little better now, but I made a joke to him at a Niner game one time that because I had gotten a seat and he didn't, and I was like, and I made this joke because Jake Gadon is one of the kindest people I've ever met in media. Vibes are always up, smile always on his face, just the nicest dude.
Yeah.
And so I made this joke. I was like, well, you get a seat when you're not an asshole to people. And it like genuinely looked like
you can't be doing that to the nice ones, man.
I apologized to him. I texted him later.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, I've been thinking about that. I'm so sorry. Like the joke there is that you are not that in any way. Like, it was sarcastic.
Yeah, Jake's
I
got
felt
good
so
energy.
bad. He's
Unreal, Kyle.
Just a dude, seriously.
Yeah.
I take everything you say to me seriously and to heart too when you're joking even. So maybe it's the tone. I don't know.
I'm me being the asshole here is on the table. I'll wear that. That's my bad, Joe. I will communicate with you differently moving forward. Now that I know that. Just know that I genuinely. Can I talk? That's fine. You're doing a great job. We'll talk. I'll talk. Remind me to talk to you later about a thing that I don't want to talk about in front of you.
Absolutely. Just so everyone is well aware, Kyle is the best, and I do love Kyle. All right.
Let him hate him, Joe.
Yeah, you can just hate me. It's cool. Yeah, he is. Unless Scott Perry was hired because Doug is his first choice. Our new couch just got delivered today, guys.
Hey, let's go.
Big day in the Madsen house.
There we go. Lonzo morning gift. At least there's that. You know how many people tweeted me Vlade Divac when, like, at least it wasn't Vlade when Scott Perry got hired.
Hour number 2, Jesse Toppy in for James Ham, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. That show is going to be pure electricity today for 4 hours. I cannot wait. Make sure you're locked in here to ESPN 1320, whether you're on the radio on 1320 AM, whether you're on the free Odyssey app, which I highly recommend having downloaded on your phone, your favorite ESPN 1320. That way, if you are listening on the radio, you can jump out and you turn it on your phone and you can still listen to the program. And of course, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and everybody in the chat house. We appreciate you all as well.
Jake Gadon's pulling up later, by the way, too. So make sure you do. D'Lo and KC.
Facts.
Yeah.
Can't wait for them to ask him about
That's going to be hilarious.
telling everybody in the locker room.
Yeah.
that Monte McNair got
Just
fired.
like, because now we'll get to hear Jake's reaction just to everyone's reacting off him, I guess,
He's the best.
and what that was like.
All right. I want to get back into the game last night.
Yeah, you got some thoughts.
The Kings lost. All right, look. And this is big picture. This is not just last night, but this is what when I say there's something rotten here, I don't mean necessarily personally like there's a bad person. I mean this just from a team building and basketball standpoint. There's something that's just not working. There's something that just is not right with this collection of players. And you have no choice. And Kenny laid this out on the handoff yesterday. He laid this out and said, this is a Domas game. This is a Domantas Sabonis spot. If you're going to be the guy that we have all caped for, while everybody across the league has tried to tear down Domantas Sabonis for the last 2.5 years, if you're that guy that we all think you are, you need to go have a huge game tonight. Go show that you're that guy. And Domantas Sabonis responded with 11 points, 13 boards, 5 assists, 5 turnovers, and he was 5 of 13 for the game. But through 3 quarters, he was 7 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists with 5 turnovers and 3 of 9 from the field. He was terrible.
Yeah, nowhere to be found. That's inexcusable if you're the guy.
And that's what, and
you can't do that.
There are going to be people who say, well, that's not him. He's not a 1A. That's not his game. He's not a 1B.
Yes, no.
He's not
not a
even
2 either.
2.
He's not a 2. He's not.
And this is like, look, this is not a problem with Domas the player. Okay, let's like in a vacuum, you will take a player with his production on your team any day. The problem is he is being paid like a 1A. He is due next year $43.6 million. The year after that, $46.7 million. The year after that, $49.9 million. This is not to pocket watch. This is to show, hey, they're paying this guy to be that dude. To be that guy who in games like that against the Dallas Mavericks, where, man, it's Anthony Davis and it's Daniel Gafford and it's Derek Lively. And, man, you know what? We need a big man who's going to go in there and he's going to have a great game. And he stunk. You can't have that. And this is after and he was good in the play-in loss to the Pelicans last year, to be sure. But he was not very good in that series against Golden State. And the knock on him is, hey, when you get into these big games, can you trust him? You can't. You can't.
We know what Domantas. We know who Domantas Sabonis is.
Yeah, if he's making $20 million a year, you're cool with it because now you're able to build around him in a certain way. He needs such a specific type of team and player and roster around him to maximize his abilities. And when you're paying him for it's the Brock Purdy conversation. Well, you can't pay Brock Purdy $60 million because you need to be able to have these pieces around him to maximize him. And if you're paying him $60 million, it's really hard to put those pieces around him. It's this. They are being handcuffed by, at least partially, financially handcuffed by this contract for a player who gives you 7, 8, and 4 with 5 turnovers on 3 of 9 shooting in the minutes that mattered.
I don't know if we've said it officially or anything like that, but I'm ready to trade Domantas Sabonis at this point this offseason. And Andrew in the chat house brings it up. Might be close to a Levine size untradeable contract.
Levine will.
I don't know if Domantas' contract is that bad, but at this point, it's like, what does the rest of the league think about him? Because you're paying top dollar for someone who isn't a top tier player.
That's it.
Like, he's just not. It's fine. He's a great player, no doubt.
He's
great at what he does.
Yes.
But for what you're paying for, he's not that.
Yes. You cannot have a player like this going for 11, 13, and 5 with 5 turnovers in that game. You can't.
And if what am I keeping you on this team for? Like, I'm paying you to be someone that you can't be. So what are we even doing at this point? That's hurting me more than anything.
Right. And we've talked about this before. Okay, so for Domantas Sabonis to be effective, because that's been the argument. Hey, they haven't put the right pieces around him. Okay, so you need a shot blocking stretch 5? Dude, there's like 5 of those in the league. And they all get paid. Because the Kings, for whatever reason, won't draft Khalil Ware types. So you need that. And then, okay, you need a point guard, specifically one who's really good at the pick and roll, who also can shoot. And then also you need 3-and-D guys around him constantly. That's okay. But he was paid to be the guy who solved problems, not created them.
We talked about this guy being an Anthony Davis type.
Yes.
One of the best at his position. Joel Embiid.
Yep.
You heard it so many times. He's Nikola Jokic light.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And he never showed up. Those guys impact. Joel Embiid can't stay healthy anymore. That's fine. Before, he had impact on wins. Yep. Same with Anthony Davis. Same with anyone else at that position. That's it. Like Bam Adebayo is helping out with the Heat. He just does not impact wins the way that you pay him to.
I think he affects.
He feels like and I know this gets tossed around as a bad thing. I don't think it is. He's like the best glue guy in the league.
Yeah, I think you're right. That always has like a negative connotation because glue guys are always like the Jose Alvarados, right? Domas is so clearly better than that. Domas is one of the 25 best players in the league.
Yes, but he's not a guy. I'm gonna add you here because like you're kind of the missing piece, not because I'm gonna build around you, because I kind of need you to connect everything here.
And that's it. They have to, with this contract, they have to build around him. And he showed you last night that he's not that. And again, I struggle with this because he's existing in this massive gray area that we don't like to live in when talking about players in sports. But he's a very good player being paid like a superstar.
I can pull up
but real quick, the players on his contract, the best players that are making this type of money, and I know there's a lot of guys making more now because contracts. But the players on this type of contract who got those deals a couple years ago are all players that end of game, you get the ball, you go score. This guy might get me 50 tonight. This is the player that I'm going to rely on. Your Jason Tatums, your Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders, your Luka Doncic's, your LeBron James, your Steph Curry's. It's that. he was paid to be that type of player. And we have enough of a sample size through 9 years in the NBA. And he is a 28 going on 29-year-old.
Yeah.
There's not room for growth. This is just what he is. The production is great, but you can't rely on him to be the player that you need him to be. What do you got?
Our guy James Ham tweeted a quote from Domas. Exit interviews going on now. Domantas Sabonis said he loves it in Sacramento and he wants to stay. He also wants to know what the direction of the franchise is. He also said he was not consulted on the decision to part ways with Monte McNair.
He wants to know the direction of the franchise. Join the club, brother.
Yeah, I would love to, that you contributed to that.
Yep.
You contributed to this mess. They put it on. You were supposed to be the guy to take it home, as was Fox.
Yep.
They got Fox out of here.
Yep.
You are one of the reasons why this is like this. You don't need to seek clarity. You are part of the issue. Like, you did not get the job done.
Yep.
I don't get the whole, I need to seek clarity. No, they need to seek clarity from you.
That's it.
What the hell was that yesterday? What was that Warriors playoff series? Why is it when we need you to step up, you don't?
There were moments last night where he legitimately looked like he wanted no parts of being in that basketball game.
Yeah, like, no, you're not going to ask me for clarity.
No.
You scored 11 points yesterday.
Yep. And looked scared to shoot the ball. There was one point where he gets it on the block with like 3 seconds on the shot clock. Bro, put your shoulder into somebody and go up. And he takes a step out and he's looking for where to pass. Like,
go be a guy. I'm not going to tell him.
And people will argue, well, that's just his game. I know.
Then that's not good enough here. That doesn't work here.
I agree. If that's just his game, if his thing is going to be rebounds and passing, I'm sorry, in the NBA, I know we talk on this show a lot about ball movement and about defense and about all those little things, the hustle plays, all that. But Kenny is right on this point that the game is about putting the ball in the basket.
In crunch time especially.
And if you're not going to do that, you can't be on the contract that he's on. He got paid to be that dude, and he's just clearly not that dude. And he's not a bad player.
He's not, yeah, it's not what we're saying at all, but he's also not a franchise player either.
Right. At least not in my estimation, certainly not in your estimation. I wonder what TC thinks. He's on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Phone lines are wide open. It's on you guys here in the second hour. Go ahead, TC.
Hey, what's up, Jesse? Hey, Jesse and Kyle, what's up, bros?
What's up, TC?
man?
Hey, so listen, I'm with this. Well, let's start with Domas first, right? Because I'm going to take a different approach. Domas, bro, y'all already know how I felt about clarity. And I spoke about that this last couple, since we heard that. Domas, bro, you're on the trading block, bro. If you're going to be here, you're going to be here. Other than that, bro, you can go. Period.
Yep.
The game last night, from all players' standpoint, bro, we need you to stand up. Like you said, Kyle, I was watching, my eyes tell me the truth. Bro didn't even want no parts of that game last night. He's yelling at everybody, crying, turning over the ball. Like, did nobody want no part of that game, bro? So to me, everybody's on the table, bro. If it was me, I'm packaging Zach, Domas, and DeMar, and all together in one package and seeing what I can get, bro. Period. As far as Scott Perry, bro, we in a good position with Scott Perry. We ain't got to deal with the whole summer with the nonsense. We can let this dude orchestrate the trades he needs to. He was here for a couple months, but him and Buddy worked good up under the back. Let's not forget that this is the guy who brought Fox to town. Let's not forget he drafted Durant, bro. Aaron Gordon. We can keep going, bro, about the track record over there in New York with Tibbs, R.J. Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley. Like, dude, he got plugs around the league. When he calls, bro, they listen, dude. Listen, Scott Perry's the guy, man. So I'm not doom and gloom. I'm ready, bro. But Domas, Zach, and DeMar, bro, they all could be on the trading block if it's for me.
Yep, no doubt. Thanks, TC.
I agree with that.
And I think everybody has to be, there has to be no, and this is not a they need to get rid of everyone conversation. I think they need to get rid of a lot of people and make some substantial moves to alter the direction, or find a direction, pick a track and get on it. And maybe Scott Perry's the guy to do that. I hope he is. And I hope the ownership group gets out of the way. But I also think that everybody needs to be on the there's nobody on the team right now that I'm like, can't touch him. Maybe Keon Ellis because he's cheap.
Yeah.
But even that, if a team calls and wants to give you a first round pick for Keon, sure, man. Like, why not? There's no foundation. There's nothing here that I go, what's the core of this team? Like, you can put together a theoretical core, but a core of Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Zach LaVine, no Thanks, dude.
Part of that core is because you think you can't trade one of the guys on that 3.
In fact, let's talk about that core 3.
Mhm.
We've already given you Domantas Sabonis' stat line: 7 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 turnovers on 3 of 9 shooting through 3 quarters. And then he put up some 4 points and 5 boards and an assist in the fourth quarter when it was out of hand. Zach LaVine, who played last night, through 3 quarters, 15 points, 2 rebounds, 7 assists, 6 of 12 shooting, 3 of 6 from 3, 3 turnovers. He finished with 20 points, 3 boards, 9 assists. Why is he only shooting it 12 times for 3 quarters? Why is Zach LaVine taking on a tertiary role in the offense?
$1 million question, Kyle. We've been asking it since he got here.
The $50 million question.
Career year, this, and that. And that never arrived to Sacramento.
And it's not, and again, this is not a Zach LaVine is a bad player take. This is a, where was Zach LaVine last night? The Zach LaVine that was putting up 40 a week ago. Where was he? Where was that player?
Trista Crick said it a few weeks ago on D'Lo and Casey. It was kind of harsh at the time, but asked her about, Zach LaVine to the Kings, this, and that. Yeah, he's not going to show up when you need him. Trista was right.
She was spot on. Keegan Murray. 6 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists on 2 of 6 shooting and 1 of 4 from 3 with a turnover through 3 quarters. He finished the game 9 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists on 3 of 9 with 3 turnovers. That's the third piece of this. That's the third piece of this hypothetical core.
Yep. But he can't get going if you have too many guys out there because he's not aggressive enough. So do with that what you want.
That's where I'm saying there is something. This group of personalities. Let's forget the basketball acumen for a second. This group of personalities is clearly not correct.
Uh-huh.
Everybody has to be on the table here. There has to be a complete overhaul of whatever it is they're doing because this isn't it. This team was built to, just get to the playoffs. And they didn't even win a play-in game. It's a mess. And we'll keep talking about it. Jesse Tapia is there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Center. I got it, Joe. Just because the Kings have been eliminated from the NBA playoffs doesn't mean that I'm eliminating myself from Underdog, although I probably should. I am just ice freaking cold right now. I cannot get a win on Underdog Daily Fantasy. Their daily pick'em game, super easy to play. You pick 2 or more players, you pick higher or lower on their stats, and then you win up to 1,000 times your money. It's really, really that easy. So what they're doing for the playoffs, this is a really good time to sign up, not only because you get a feel in the playoffs and it starts to get maybe a little bit easier to build lineups when you watch a series, okay, this guy's really struggling, or man, this guy is cooking against this team, or maybe somebody gets hurt and there's a bench player that you really like whose stat projection is maybe a little lower than you think it should be, so you can go higher. They're also doing this profit boost token that I've been telling you about. Game 1 of a playoff series, you get 40% profit boost token. So if your lineup is going to win you $100, that token is going to make it $140. If you use that token game 2, you get a 50% profit boost token all the way up to 100% for game 7. Now is the time to not only be able to have your takes and build winners, but to profit extra off of them thanks to Underdog. So here's what you're going to do. Promo code Kyle M, KYLEM, if you sign up today. Download the Underdog app. Super easy. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code Kyle M. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code Kyle M, KYLEM. I'm going to be building lineups all NBA playoffs long, and I hope you do the same with me. We'll talk about them right here on this program, The Insiders. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. Thanks, Joe. Boy, this is where we're at. Yeah, man. We forgot about Malik. Uh-oh. Did you take that out of my ears? Okay. I'm so used to the old way we had it set up where I heard the commercials all the time, so it didn't even register. You said what? Yes. The video? All right. Oh, I have no idea. I am interested in what Mike Brown would look for in a coaching job, though. Would he want to go to a team? Let's say the Suns keep the Beal, Booker, KD trio together. I don't think they will, but let's just for the sake of this. Would he want to go to a team that he's trying to lift to a title contention? Or would he prefer to go to a team like the Spurs, where there's like they're kind of at square one?
Maybe the Spurs could get something to build off of, but I'm pretty out on Mike Brown.
That's fair. So Lou Dort was not drafted to be
Lou Dort was undrafted.
an awesome offensive option. That is not Drew Holiday's role. Dyson Daniels might be the defensive player of the year. He's also 21 years old.
So yeah, none of those guys were the fourth pick of the draft either.
Also, we don't hate Keegan. We think he's better than he's showing. It's very much the opposite.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I want to remind everybody real quick before we get to the phone calls that we have our draft party for the Professional Football League, the Major Professional Football League draft party.
It's true. It's the number one league where they play football.
It's at Cache Creek. We're doing 4 to 5. James and I are going 4 to 5 p.m. We're doing a 1-hour draft show. NFL draft. We're doing a 1-hour NFL draft show. And then we're going to go watch the draft at Cache Creek. It's going to be a great time. We're going to go to the Elevate Lounge. We're going to have drinks and food. We're going to watch the draft.
I'll hang out with
It's
the
going to be a really
Insiders.
good time. Yeah, come hang out with us.
I would love to be there, but I'll be running the board for you guys while you guys are out there.
Dang. It's going to be I plan on being very informal.
Yeah.
We appreciate you for that, though,
Yeah.
Jesse. Thank you very much.
Salute. So want to make sure that everybody remembers we've got that going on. All right, the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Kyle, I understand, man. Come on, you're putting all this on Sabonis, man.
No, I'm not. Turn it
Levine?
down. Turn it down. No, I'm not.
Oh, no.
This is not all on Sabonis. We talked about Zach LaVine. We talked about Keegan Murray. We've talked about Vivek Ranadive and Monte McNair and Doug Christie and the coaching staff. This is not all on Domas. Domas sucked last night. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, but put him out there. You say he's not a one, he's not this, he's not that.
He's not.
Put him out there and see how fast the Warriors nab him up, and they'll take him. And he'll go to Golden State and play with Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, and you'll see what Sabonis can do. He'll rebound.
No, go ahead, Joe.
No, keep cooking. Go ahead. You're cooking.
But Sabonis needs a point guard.
I would agree with
don't
you.
have a point guard. He's a pick and roll guy. You don't have a point guard. That's what you're gonna get from Sabonis last night. And Levine, the owner loves him. He's this big time player. He did the same thing in Chicago during the playing game. He poops the bed. The brights get light. Levine disappears. Last night, DeMar played well, but I don't give him good on defense.
Nope.
He was terrible. He wouldn't go out, play no defense last night. Every time down the court, we had a chance to get back into it. They would drive the lane. DeMar would foul.
Easy work. Yep, no doubt. Thanks for the call, Joe. Yeah,
send him
but
to the Warriors.
he proved my point.
Yeah, like you said.
Send him to the Warriors, where he could be by Draymond Green and
Yes.
Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and
Like
then
we've said,
he'll cook.
like we could be the
Yes.
fourth guy. Yes, like we've said.
Yes, he's absolutely right. Did we gloss over Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray being asked last night?
I don't think we did. I mean, let's see.
Someone in the chat here said that, and I just
see.
want to make sure that we're not glossing over that.
Ron Ultra
because there
says
were-
you barely said anything because you love Keegan.
That's facts.
Yeah.
And just that we're huge Keegan Murray guys.
Yeah.
We love Keegan so much. He was actually, the thing is defensively, Keegan was fine.
Yeah. It's just not
He's
enough.
They don't have enough of that. The problem with Keegan, and the problem with Keegan last night specifically, is after his rookie year, we were talking, wow, man, 20 points a game, starts getting more threes up. He starts developing that handle a little bit, that shot creation. We're talking Kawhi. He might be baby Kawhi. And he's not.
Yeah, he's not even Chris Middleton.
There was a hope that for me anyway, that we would see Keegan grow into this player this year, where okay, he struggled a little bit last year, but that's sophomore slump. All right, he bounces back in year 3. And it's the disappointing thing for me is I had such a high ceiling for Keegan. I had such high hopes for him. I wanted the Kings to draft him at 4. He was the guy. I wanted no parts of Jaden Ivey, who's I know he had an injury, but he was playing really well in Detroit this year. But I wanted Keegan, and I was a believer in Keegan, and to an extent I still am. But we've talked about this before. It's not Kawhi now. It's something less than that. And I think in these spots where the lights get bright and there's nothing happening, and you turn to Keegan Murray and you go, hey, can you give us something? And he just doesn't give you anything. It's just disappointing.
Well, yeah, and then Man Fast Lane. Y'all do know Keegan had a 7-foot defensive player of the year on him. I'm assuming the 7-foot right there. Like, that's fine and all that.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray was drafted to be a pillar of this franchise.
Yeah, this is a pattern.
Yes, he was here to, obviously, their one's gone down. He was here to like take this with Fox and Sabonis.
Mhm.
He's a great player, but he's also not what they drafted him to be, what they needed him to be.
I'm also not going to be attached to any player on a team that went 40 and 42.
Yeah, like that's another thing.
And this is not, man, Keegan was bad last night. We've seen this happen with Keegan time and time again. Waiting for this breakout. And man, he's almost 25. It's like, hey, this should just be him. And that's not a bad thing. I've said this before. There is a spot, like Keegan Murray is a starter on a good team.
Yeah, he's not.
I think he can be that. But it's not, wow, hey, he can be the second scorer on a good team. No, he's probably like better as your 4th or 5th guy. And that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. It's just way below the ceiling I'd set for him.
The Kings are a team full of 3rd and 4th options right now.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
3rd and 4th are worse. And then Zach LaVine, man, I just...
It's been 11.
It's the efficient...
What more do you want us to say about Zach LaVine other than like what we said already? I didn't like the move when they traded for him.
Yep.
Zach LaVine is
He needed to
not
be better last night.
someone who's ever taken his team 2 wins in his career. He's been in the league 11 years. He's played 4 playoff games, I believe I saw yesterday. Zach LaVine, that is what we have seen forever. Like what do you want with that? Like, what did you expect is my point.
I don't know. Is it disappointing, or is it?
I mean,
I think it's
disappointing given the
disappointing
year
because
he
it was
having
predictable.
coming into it, but like, yeah, like that's just Zach LaVine. You traded for an 11-year player who did what that 11-year player has done over his entire career.
We got a 1-minute video from James Ham of Sabonis on the podium.
Okay. Go ahead and make that full screen, the video.
Producer Joe in the building.
There you go. Producer Joe. Go ahead and play that.
Morning, Domas. If you could just describe the past 12 hours since the loss, the planned loss, and just what that's been like with the departure of Monte and now the hiring of Scott.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I'm hearing news as the meetings go on. So yeah, I don't have much to say right now. Just trying to take it all in.
Domas, when you look at your future, it's been widely reported that you want to know some answers on where the direction goes within this organization. What factors are you thinking about and considering when you're asking about being in Sacramento long term?
First of all, I want to say I love it here. You know, I want to stay here. I want to win here. I also do want to know what's going to happen. You know, all these things are happening so quick. You know, I want to get together with the new people, whoever comes in, and really try to get this right, and get it back to where it was year one.
That's
Great.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I think that's kind of. I do legitimately think he's still processing.
Yeah.
What?
Absolutely. Yeah. He doesn't want to say the wrong thing right now either.
I get it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's exit interview stuff, whatever.
Yeah. It would have been wild if he's like, I don't want to be here.
Would have respected it.
Yeah.
Be straight up with me.
Yeah. You got Daniel on line 2 still?
Yes, sir.
All right. Daniel wants to talk about Zach LaVine. Go ahead, Daniel. You're on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. What's up?
Talking about Scott Perry, I don't share the optimism that TC had. Scott Perry, I was surfing X, and he's on X talking about LaVine. He doesn't like LaVine as a player. He doesn't think he's a winner. So I think we're going to find out pretty quick who runs the whole show. Is it Vivek or is it going to be Perry? Because also Sam Emick this morning was saying that Levine's Rich Paul was in the game yesterday. He was sitting in Fox's wife's old seat, and he said that LaVine is going to be up for a contract extension. If that happens, you know who's running the show.
Yep. I think that's a great indicator. Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, I think that's probably right. If they're extending Zach LaVine, because to me at this point, if you can't trade him, you let him play out the contract and figure it out.
You're extending Zach LaVine. I'm not even Daniel's just saying things. I'm not even gonna put that out there. I don't.
If
there's no. Nah.
If James has brought up the idea of like tearing up his contract and giving him an extension that's like a lower dollar.
To make it easier to trade, maybe?
Well, I mean, easier to trade, but also it's what we just talked about with Domas. If Zach LaVine is making $25 million a year, you feel way better about him, right?
Yeah.
Because now you're going, hey, we're going to get these runs where he shoots 97% from 3 for 2 weeks. And he carries us to a couple of wins. But that way, if he disappears in a playoff game or in a play-in game,
it's justifiable at this point.
It's just like, because you in this scenario, you ideally have a very clear one. And that's something that Howard Beck talked about on the Real Ones podcast last season. We actually had him on this show to talk about this. This is Howard Beck from The Ringer. And he talked about how one of the key components to a championship team is having a very clear pecking order. There's the dude, right? Let's talk Celtics, defending champs.
Yes.
Jason Tatum's the dude.
Yes.
And then it's Jaylen Brown. And then it's Kristaps Porzingis.
Whoever's got the third option that day.
Right. And then it's like there's a very clear like 1-2 pecking order at the top. And then the Celtics are probably a bad example because they're so talented down the list.
Thank you.
But the Kings don't have that.
Well,
DeMar was the clear one.
Yeah.
But at this stage of his career and in this NBA, that's not
what you signed him to be.
Right. Right. So
I'm
not super optimistic about the players on this team on their current contracts because look, the reason we're bringing up the financial aspect of this is because there's a salary cap they have to work with. And Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine's contracts are such that A, they might be tough to trade. And B, you might just kind of be stuck with them making a combined $80 to $90 million. I
don't like that, Kyle.
It's tough.
Don't like it one bit.
Dude, I just want to hear some silver lining.
Not today.
Silver lining?
Not today.
I know.
Kyle did that to start the show.
I know.
DeMar was good last night.
DeMar was good.
Kings fired
someone.
GM really fast.
I'm fun, and the Kings fans are fun.
Yeah, you are.
But this is just really gloomy. This sucks.
It's just part of also like, I guess there's a silver lining and you reach the end.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I have one good takeaway from last night. It's that the season is over.
Well, not that, but just more so
that
like
is
now we know this team needs to move forward. Like now you need to rebuild. Like now you've reached the end of running it back, whatever, bringing back Kevin Huerter sometimes, blah, 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 whatever we've talked about the past 3 years. Now we know like it's over. Time to move this forward now.
I think there's
if you want a silver lining, I guess that's it.
And the reality, if we're going to deal in reality here for a few minutes, the reality is they're not going to trade everyone. They're not going to, a large portion of this roster will be back next year. What Scott Perry's task is, assuming he's running the show, what the Kings' task is okay, let's assume for a moment that Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine are on the roster next year. I think they will be. You have those two players. Don't make a face.
I'm not making a face. Radio doesn't know I'm making a face. Say your point.
They have those two players. What you have to do now, and I think Keegan, while we're talking Keegan, I'm trying silver linings here, Joe. While we're talking Keegan, if he's your fifth option defensive stopper, Keon Ellis gonna be a legitimate 3-and-D guard. Awesome. You now need to figure out how to best supplement the Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis duo. Because whether you like it or not, that might just be your top two dudes. Whether you want it to be or not, you may not have a choice. So instead of just throwing their hands up and going, well, let's try and piece this together and try and make the playoffs. Like, no, try and build around it. Instead of trying to just...
You can Memphis Grizzlies this thing?
Maybe.
They're skipping a couple steps. They're just saying, let's just make it to the playoffs. But first, we need baby steps to get there, obviously.
You were supposed to take the baby steps to like last.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
Domantas Sabonis is going to be 28 and Zach LaVine's 30.
Yep.
You don't have time to do those. But at the same time, I think trying to shoehorn DeMar DeRozan type players, guys who don't fit, you need good players for sure, but you need to make sure they fit. You need a clear vision of what the team is supposed to be. DeMar DeRozan was not a fit. No matter how many articles I read, no matter how many videos I watched breaking down how DeMar DeRozan is going to fit perfectly in the Kings offense, it was not.
It wasn't, but also if you were bringing him in, you needed to make other moves to make him a fit. Like you just kind of brought in DeMar. Like, all right, we got him.
Yeah.
We're good, guys. Let's go now.
Yeah, the guy from the Kendrick Lamar video, he's here now. That's not there needs to be, okay, if these are the building blocks, again, whether you like it or not, if these are the building blocks, there has to be some vision for how do we maximize what those two players are doing, because they're here.
Real quick before we get out, we got a couple minutes. Dirk in the chat says Doug Christie didn't develop anything with his entire team all year. He can't develop these guys moving forward. I don't necessarily agree with that, but how do you feel about Doug?
I'm of the mind that I'm not entirely out on Doug Christie. I have major questions about him.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be, and I thought this with the GM search and they didn't do it, which terrifies me about their coaching search. You absolutely cannot, if you're Vivek Ranadive, say, I want Doug to be the coach, so Doug's going to be, I mean, you can, you own the team. Shout out to you. You can do that.
Well, we know who they want. Right.
Sam Amick and Anthony Slater wrote it in The Athletic. Vivek is the Doug Christie guy. He wants Doug Christie to be the coach.
Yeah.
So that's okay. But to me, the proper way to do this is you say, Scott Perry, you're the general manager, vice president of basketball operations, whatever he's going to be. You're the front office lead. We're going to mandate that you interview Doug. Interview him. But do a wide-ranging coaching search. And don't just make it the big names. Don't just make it Mike Budenholzer and who else is out there that just got fired?
Taylor Jenkins, Mike Malone.
Right. Taylor Jenkins, Michael Malone. Don't just make it those big names. Call David Adelman.
Go get some Will Hardy time. Yes.
David Adelman in here.
That's where the league is moving, by the way.
Yes.
Like Mike Malone, Taylor Jenkins, Mike Brown, Mike Budenholzer, all same type of old school coach.
And you see the stories about them are all not exactly the same, but very similar.
They all have similar points.
They just
it's the same basis, basically.
They get to the end of their rope with players,
mm-hmm.
or players get to the end of their ropes with those coaches.
Yep. And
I don't think that just going, yeah, Doug's the coach. That to me is not. That's the. What did Kirk say yesterday? The mirage of transparency.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mirage of stability.
Yeah.
That's, oh, look, we didn't make any changes. Like, no, because you didn't try. You didn't go see if Doug was the best option. You just decided he was.
I like Doug Christie. I can learn to like Scott Perry, but there's also, you need to do the process the right way. That's just, that stuff matters. For good organizations, and just, you get in the habit of just doing things the right way. Because if not, you end up with all this mess that we get to talk about today.
Yep. You need to be identifying good coaches. You need to be bringing those coaches in, interviewing them. And even if you're interviewing them, the 49ers did this with Brandon Staley a couple years ago. Last year? last year.
One of the years.
They brought him in to be for a defensive coordinator interview, and they basically just talked football with him and got his ideas about their defense, and he wound up staying on on the coaching staff. It's kind of a mess. But that whole idea of, hey, let's bring in coaches and let's bring in GMs and let's just talk hoop. And let's figure out kind of the landscape of the league and the way they're going and the way is Doug really the best option for this team? Because, man, we really liked that assistant coach from Oklahoma City. Boy, he had some great ideas for this team. If you don't do the interviews, you're never going to know. And you're crossing your fingers at like, man, I hope this is right.
You're leaving every stone left unturned.
You're at a buffet and you go, I'm eating that pizza and I'm not checking anything else. All right. And meanwhile, everybody's like, hey, man, did you try the pasta? It's so good.
Yeah.
Man, did you try the
could be better
chicken
for you.
tenders?
Just do
A
things.
buffet chicken tender is crazy. Don't do
Yeah.
that.
Well, I was trying to help you out. But yeah, there's like you got to do things the right way finally. But I don't know. Like, fired one guy one night and hired the next guy the next morning.
Yeah. Man. And here we are. The handoff's coming up next. We'll get D'Lo or KC, maybe both. We'll get their thoughts on this debacle, and then they will take over at noon right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Jesse Toppy in for James Ham, who is down at Golden One Center covering exit interviews. Joe Brazil is here doing a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll be back in a second. This is an interesting comment, and I legitimately mean that interesting. I would love to see the version of the Kings where they don't have DeMar this year, because maybe they do win like 28 games.
I don't know that version of the. Oh yeah, okay. Wins 28 games for the season. Say that version of the Kings still didn't like Mike Brown too, so
Yeah,
probably not gonna look too good. Russ, no.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Hey, Damian Barley. Here for the handoff. Is that a
Thank you.
cardigan or a jacket? That's a jacket.
Kyle, maybe they want to be good friends or something. Bridge up that Boston Sacramento alliance we got going on.
Oh, this is a good idea. Let's have like 3 or 4 head coaches.
Tom, the green cornet is off limits. Might be our starting center next year too.
Look, it's Damian, everyone. Say hi to Damian.
I'll think about it, Kyle.
Hey, yo.
Shout out Michael
Boy,
Vick,
Yeah, they sure did.
head coach. I love that's the new wave too. We're just gonna hire former professional players to lead our franchises and college teams.
Oh yeah. Sac State legend Mike Vick.
Hey, those 20 minutes were a moment.
I was at the movies and my phone just started blowing. I was watching Wicked and my phone just started blowing up. And so I was like, what in the world? And I look and I see a notification that's like, Michael Vick, Sac State.
Ariana Grande is the bad person in that movie, right?
Oh, she sucks.
They're awful. All the nice people that are supposed to be great are awful in that movie.
Glinda's a fraud.
Yeah, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, we killed the Mike Vick rumor like 2 minutes after the tweet went out.
Those 2 minutes,
Literally
though.
got a direct.
2 minutes, though.
I got a direct. Yeah, that's not happening.
Bigger fraud, Glinda or Domantas Sabonis?
Glinda.
Domas.
Oh yeah, no, I was just on Wiki. Yeah, it was Domas. Yeah,
Domas.
Glinda's not making $40 million a year, or 45. Excuse me.
Everyone's like, "Oh, Glinda's here." I'm like, "Hey, she sucks. Not a nice person."
Gets paid right though.
Yeah, boy.
She is horrible.
I was watching Chris let that movie on. I'm like, wow, they're just being very mean to this person right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the only reason she becomes friends with her is just so she can like prove that she can make this girl popular. Ugh.
The whole movie's about bullying.
Facts.
Fact. I can. Oof. God, when she comes into the dance with the hat on, oh, that cut me deep. Oh yeah. What are we listening to?
Katie's Real about her daughter getting LASIK surgery.
That was the song that was on it.
The song, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Homer James, did DeMar destroy this team, or did Monte McNair bring in DeMar DeRozan into this team?
Or was it Monte McNair?
Oh, well, yeah. Whoever the powers may be.
Or was it?
Somebody brought him in.
Nobody did. He just showed up.
Hmm.
It's like, I play here now.
Yeah, who invited you here, bro? Who do you know here?
Called DeMar just called Harrison Barnes. He's like, hey, catch the first flight out to San Antonio. It's not wrong. Dude, I don't want to do this on air, so I'll do it real quick here. Whatever the Mavericks are doing that has Anthony Davis shooting jump shots needs to stop yesterday. The Anthony Davis jumper is just not a viable thing.
It's not, but you kind of got to let a top 75 player do what a top 75 player does, I feel.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, if you want to take these 3 jumpers, 4 jumpers, whatever, 5.
It was way more than that. It was a lot of their offense last night.
However many.
Somebody said, where'd it go? This wouldn't shock me.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. James Ham down at Golden One Center covering exit interviews for the Kings today. He'll be back tomorrow. Joe Brazil is here. Damian Marling is also here because it's the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Yikes, man.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
I don't think it could have gone worse last night.
Or could it have not gone better? That was the perfect end of the season. It was.
I think I agree with you.
It's the most fairy tales are few and far between, right? Most stories tie up the way that they're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
The way last night's game went into the post game stuff, into this morning, is exactly the way the season should have gone. It's exactly the way the season should have ended. And I'll tell you this, and we're going to talk a lot about this at 12, and I'll probably repeat this, but it was very obvious when we walked in the building and I'm walking down the stairs talking to Kyle Madsen, who's actually nowhere near me because he veered off somewhere else.
And I was talking
bizarre moment.
I was talking to Damian.
For reasons known to no one, Kyle and I enter the building together. And I'm like, all right, we'll go down to the court. And I'm just like talking and we're just continuing the conversation we were having. And I turn around and he's not there. And I look around and I walk back up the stairs and he is 7 aisles down. And I'm like, oh.
I was going to the elevator.
I was going down to the court. So I was talking to my imaginary friend, Kyle.
Yeah,
how long were you talking to this imaginary person for?
I was halfway down the stairs before I realized Kyle wasn't there. So it was a solid 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'd probably gone 4 or 5 sections. I'm not going to say what
that's
we were,
enough
what
to
we're,
that's
what
enough
we're
to notice.
about.
Hey, that guy's talking to himself over there.
Yeah.
Dude, just yapping.
That's tough.
I'm just like,
that's tough.
Like, yeah, so it's good, blah, 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 blah. And then I turn. Where did he go?
Yeah. It's very odd. Very odd. But once I got to the floor, started visiting with different people in different walks of life, it was very obvious. Monte McNair stood next to us for 10 minutes talking to someone. It's very obvious. 2 things. One, Monte McNair knew he was being fired, or mutually, he knew he was not going to be the general manager moving forward. He knew that.
He knew he was going to be mutually parted.
Last day here.
It was also, and this is definitely hindsight, because I thought, all right, well, the name we kept hearing, I left the arena after halftime thinking, okay, Monty's going to get fired, and they're really leaning heavy towards Scott Perry. That's going to be the angle tomorrow. Hindsight, they knew they were hiring Scott Perry. The stuff we were hearing wasn't chatter. It was what was happening. It was the actual plan. And again, I didn't recognize it until the Shams tweet went out like, oh, they already had this in the works. Yeah. I said yesterday, like, yo, Joe Dumars is like, feels a little sneaky. Like Joe Dumars comes across a little sneaky to me, and we like talked it out. And Casey was like, "This is just kind of how the game works." When someone's getting fired, there's rarely an expansive search.
Mm-hmm.
People use those words all the time. I think Ishbia just used them.
I think I used them 20 minutes ago.
And expansive. Those are so rare.
Yeah.
I think they're even rarer in the front office.
Mm-hmm.
And so whether it's, and this is the part that I can't get over. Whose idea was this? Because to me, it's one guy's.
There's one guy.
And it's not the one you're thinking of.
Oh.
You want to go ahead? You want to say a name? Or?
It's Vlade. Think about this for a second. Vlade's been around the organization.
I'm going to go lay down.
Vlade's been around the organization for months. Vlade arguably never stopped being around the organization. Vlade's biggest knock was he doesn't know anyone. Like, he doesn't know how to reach out to other teams in the league. He doesn't know how to reach out to other people. He doesn't have those relationships. So they bring in Scott Perry to help out and be an advisor before that New York Knicks job becomes available. Vlade called the one goddamn guy he knew. And it was Scott Perry. Now, I like Scott Perry. I think Scott Perry has great relationships across the league. He is a very, very well-respected NBA executive. Cool. Like, all right. Like, I'm fine with it. Like, I'm fine with it. I just want Kings fans to be able to process this process. 6 degrees of Vlade is what's happening within this organization. And Vlade, I read Sam's article. Well, Vlade, he's not going to take it. He's around in an informal capacity. Having guys around in an informal, I'll give anyone in this organization, anyone in that PR department, anyone who monitors this show to run them and tell them everything we're saying. I give them an opportunity to tell me that that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me my idea, my thought that Vlade Divac made this call, that Vlade Divac initiated this call. Tell me I'm wrong. Every one of them has my phone number. Tell me that's wrong. It's not. There's no way it's wrong. He called the one guy he knew.
Oof.
And it doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean that Scott Perry is the wrong hire. It doesn't mean any of that.
Right.
It just means we need to process the process.
Yes.
This organization is ass. Unwashed ass.
Disgusting.
We always say ass. Ass can be beautiful.
No one's ever been like
ass can be wonderful.
But no one's ever been like use it in a nice term though.
No, okay, well, we need to start. No, hey,
Brandon Williams was ass last night.
Boy. I mean, look, hey, pardon me, Miss P, Ms. Mac-10, Jill, Katrina, the ladies of the, excuse me for
all due respect.
How many? Oh man, that ass, boy. How many times? Right? No one ever says that in a bad way. No one ever says that in a bad way.
The only time I said is in a bad way, though.
I vote we start changing the use of the word ass and make it mean positive. Yo, this show today, Jesse was ass when he was cooking Domantas Sabonis. Oh my gosh.
See, no, it doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. It's worse. It doesn't work at all.
It's the is and was. That verb is what changes it.
Like Domantas Sabonis played like ass yesterday.
Yes.
That's bad.
Okay. I'm saying when you throw unwashed in front of it, there's no question what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a lot of work, though.
When you throw unwashed in front of it, there's no question what
brother,
we're
we all had
talking
an
about.
understanding, and you came in here like, hey, I don't know.
All I'm saying is
you're creating solutions to problems that don't exist.
Yeah.
What record still plays every day? Back that ass up.
I was going to say not like us, but.
Well, that record plays a whole lot more than once a day.
Back that ass up does still play a lot.
All the time. And it still goes hard.
It's a great song.
Still goes hard. Would
you say that song's ass?
It's ass.
No, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It sounds like a diss every time.
Hey.
We're too deep down the rabbit hole of ass being bad.
You told me I was asked today. I was like, oh damn, maybe I wasn't that good. It's like, no, you're doing the right.
I knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
My initial thing was like, hey.
I know. I almost took off my headphones and walked out.
See? Well, at least you didn't take a nap like Kyle did when I mentioned Vlade.
But you're right, because in the Sam Amick Anthony Slater article, my close personal friend Anthony Slater,
great guy.
they mention in there on purpose, Vlade is still around and he has influence, but he doesn't have a formal role.
Means he's not getting that paycheck.
That line is exactly what you're saying, and I did not read it like that until you mentioned it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that meant.
Which is arguably the most dangerous position he can have.
They're getting
because he doesn't have any accountability in that position.
Exactly.
And that's like this is where, and we have tried to stall out Vivek so many times. This is his biggest problem. He can't make a decision.
He doesn't trust the dudes that he hires.
He doesn't trust himself.
Right.
He does not trust himself to make a decision and stand by it. Whether it's Vlade in his original form or Joe Dumars later, there is always someone lurking in an informal capacity who seems to have influence on this organization.
Yep.
And again, for like the second time in his 13-year tenure as the owner, it is Vlade Divac. Vlade Divac, I think his first time around had an actual position. Now he's in a more dangerous position, as we just mentioned, because he has no accountability, because the role is completely like, oh, it's informal, which means he can't get fired.
It goes wrong. He's just like,
pretty much.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's ass, dog. That's wild.
You said that's ass.
See? But no, it could have been that's great. You don't know.
No, it still sounds worse. Yes.
See?
Well, I feel worse.
I was going to ask what you guys have coming up.
It's this. Like, I mean, there was
4 hours of electricity.
We're here. We got phones. Jake Gadon. I didn't even know the Jake Gadon story until you told it. That's amazing. I did not hear that story until you told it. And then I know Matt George has got plenty of things to say, so he'll be with us at 3. So
it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. The days of the week are wild.
Before I stopped to get, because it's Donut Friday on a Thursday.
Yes.
Before I stopped to get, I forgot your guys' donuts that you like with the special things on top.
That's even.
It sounded worse.
Yeah, it was.
You
if
could
I
have
just said the one
peanuts.
with nuts, and it would have been.
Well, no, it's worse when the lady goes, "Hey, can we get one with the nuts?" That was worse. Yeah, that was tough
for me.
That was tough.
I had to check to make sure. I was like, "Is it Thursday? It's definitely Thursday."
This is why I'm so happy.
I checked
This
too.
is why I'm so happy the season is over. Like, get this, just end it. I'm just so happy this is over.
All right. KC's here. That means we got to go.
Yeah.
We're getting kicked out.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 10
We're very
a.m., The
late.
Insiders. James Ham will be back. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. 10 a.m., The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice people. See you. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Good show today. Really appreciate you guys.
Keep your head up, Sacramento. Come on.
All good, baby. All good. Chatty House, what's good? Let's hit the thumbs up while everybody in here, man. We appreciate you guys tapping in on this day of chaos. We knew it would be. I'm gonna fuck all these dudes up.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Go, baby. We in here. Hey, let them ride one time. God bless. How bad is it? Ask.
How bad is it?
I just got a text from Durham, North Carolina. That's how bad it is. And the text says, Jesus. Lot going on in Kings country. Yeah, well, there is, Coach. We welcome you in here to the whatever day it is. It's April 17th. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge.
And we are live.
Slums of Sacramento.
Yeah. So let's just pick up where we were here with the insiders a moment ago. Let's reset everything. Kyle didn't ask anything. He just looked at me and he said, Jesus. And I said, Lord, help us. Here we are. You know, you tell me. We were together almost the entire game before you went to your courtside post, and I took my ass home.
You were gone before.
I left. Yeah, I got the hell. And let the record show, I had no intention of leaving that game early. I got text to prove it. Gonna be home. I'm gonna stay through this whole thing.
Yeah.
Then it was clear at halftime, baby, I'm coming home. I ain't sitting around for this. And so it was clear. You tell me, because I share my opinion.
Okay.
But I was just tapping in. Appreciate y'all being with us. We got all this news about Monte McNair being out, Scott Perry being in. I was prepared. We knew Monte was being fired. We knew if that game went a certain way, Monte was being fired. I think as the evening before the game progressed, Casey and I got to the back little section by ourselves, and we're kind of like, I think we're hiring Scott Perry. Like that chatter from four corners of the building, 4 different walks of life, was pretty loud. And it's like, okay, so they have a target. Got it. No, you two stupid dumbasses. We don't have a target. We have a hire. And then I thought, oh. I shared a remark that a friend of ours said to me as he was walking away. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. We get to the back, all of the media talking, and it's like, oh, everybody's saying the same thing. Monte and the Kings knew that was it. They knew Scott Perry was the hire. It wasn't chatter. It was the plan. We heard the plan. Scott Perry was being hired. If we heard that, what you think them guys in the uniform heard? Oh, they knew. They've known probably for months. We heard chatter about Monte McNair months ago. We knew Monte was gone when we saw Wes was gone. Okay, they're blowing this whole thing up. Which brings us to the De'Aaron Fox. Interrupt me anytime you want.
Good. Right now you're cooking.
Brings me back to the De'Aaron Fox trade. You knew you were firing him. You knew. Why did you let him execute that trade? Why did you let him be in charge of that? You didn't. Monte McNair didn't execute that Zach LaVine trade. And I'm starting to wonder, I'm starting to put pieces of my own puzzle together. I don't think Monte McNair signed DeMar DeRozan either. We heard DeMar DeRozan's name from people.
Mm-hmm.
We, you and I, heard Zach LaVine's name from people. I don't think Monty was behind either one of those. They had no problem with Monte McNair being behind that De'Aaron Fox trade, knowing they were going to fire him, because he wasn't behind the trade. As soon as Zach LaVine became the main target, oh, I think I know who's behind that. Look, everybody know who. There's no secret. Doesn't mean it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
It just means it wasn't Monty's idea. Monte McNair shouldn't have been fired last night for being a bad general manager. Monte McNair should have been fired last night because he has no backbone. He didn't orchestrate anything on this team. It's certainly not within the last few months. Now, did he drop the ball following the playoff year? Maybe. Did he drop the ball in the offseason? Maybe. Or trade deadlines, whatever. Maybe. Did he drop the ball with Devin Carter? Did he drop the ball with Dave? Might have done all of that. But if your big frustration is the Chicago Bulls of the West, I'm not sure that was on him. And I recognize I should, and I know this, I'd like to have a little more substance when I have a quote take, a thought, an opinion. I'm sorry for being slow to this. I know people have said, this is Vivek. I get why you're saying that. All of this became crystal clear this morning when that Shams Charania tweet went out about Scott Perry. Mm-hmm. The plan has been in place for months. It's what I just said to Kyle. Process the process that we're dealing with right now. Vlade Divac, the shadowy figure in the lurks. Everyone thinks it's Martina. Y'all bring up Martina's name. Y'all have no idea what that woman does.
No clue.
None. You have just heard people say her name before, and you're convinced she's the Wicked Witch of the West.
Real quick, this is my first foray into being, behind the scenes of things. It's been about 4 years. I ain't seen that woman do one thing yet. Not one thing.
I saw her sitting in her seat yesterday. That's the extent of what I saw.
I haven't seen her do one thing in 4 years.
Doesn't mean she's not a part of stuff. Doesn't mean
Right.
she's not a part of discussions. Doesn't mean doesn't mean any of that. It means y'all have convinced yourself that this boogeyman exists and she's lurking in the shadows, when in fact the real boogeyman you need to worry about has his jersey up in the Raptors. Vlade called the one. What was the big knock on Vlade Divac? He doesn't have relationships across the league. That's one of the reasons he's struggling as a general manager. He can't connect with agents. So what do? They bring in Scott Perry. What's Scott Perry do? Well, Zach Randolph comes here. Vince Carter comes here. George Hill. Thank you. George Hill comes here. You get guys like Garrett Temple. You get established vets. You get vets leader. That's all Scott Perry. All of it. So it's just a coincidence. And I think Scott Perry's a fine hire, by the way. It's just a coincidence. You hired the one guy in the league that Vlade knows. You hired the one guy in the league who Vlade can get on the phone, talk about the organization, sing the praise. You hired that one guy. Doesn't mean it's the wrong hire. Doesn't mean it's a bad hire. It just means recognize this process. This is what you're dealing with. Sam Amick wrote about it. Hey, Kings fans, it's fine. Vlade's not going to have a formal role within the organization, but he does have influence. It's way more dangerous. It's way more dangerous to have an informal role because you have no accountability in that regard. Vlade could just go, oopsie. Yeah, what's he going to get fired from a job he doesn't have? No, this KC, This is where you and let you cook. We can even go long. This is where we might have to veer a little bit. I'm looking at Vivek Ranadive now. Looking directly at him. This is a dude who does not have the ability to trust his decisions. He constantly has someone. There is always whether you believe that someone is Martina, whether you believe that someone is Vlade, whether you believe that someone is Joe Dumars, there is always somebody. Some might think it's Alvin Gentry. The world was ending yesterday, but who was courtside having a blast? Our man Alvin. There's always someone who he bounces everything off of. There's always someone there in a, quote, informal position. And that's where I'm looking at him, in that either trust your decisions or get out of the way. I'm not sure he's capable of doing either. Because if he trusted his decisions, he'd just get out of the way. But he does not trust who he hires. And he always keeps somebody close, and that person tends to circulate. It tends to change. It was Vlade for a while. Then it was Joe Dumars. Maybe it was Martina. Maybe it was Alvin. And it was Vlade again. There were rumors that it was son. There's reports that it is daughter. Who's making the decisions in this organization? In actuality, it might be 4 or 5 people. Who wasn't making the decisions, in my opinion? Again, I don't think he did a good job. But I think the person who wasn't making the decisions was the guy who was fired last night. I don't think Monte McNair was the final decision maker. Firing Monte or parting ways with Monte was no big deal because he had no say, or he didn't have the ultimate say. They may have thought about it as, we just lost our draft guy. Go ahead.
Great stuff. First of all,
Jesse, we going because I took that whole that whole time, so we going.
You're good. So for me personally, I like to, much like you, look at things a little bit more intricately than just it's this person's fault or anything else like that. There's a lot of blame to go around all the time, and sometimes I'll voice that opinion, and I'm sure at some point I will today. Right now, it's not the time to do that for Vivek Ranadive and ownership. It's not. They deserve everything that they're getting right now. They're the ones in charge. They're the head of the table, to use a wrestling term. So when things, these people dumb.
Man.
These people dumb as rocks, bro. That's a whole nother story that we probably won't get to on this on these.
Yeah, we'll save that for another day.
But people think I just say it when it's convenient. No, it is a way that I go about, like, at least this entertainment business stuff. The game is the game. And Vivek, you want to sit courtside, you want to own the team, you want to you want to be the guy, when it's all good, talking about light the beam, and you go there and you light it with 50 Cent and De'Aaron and all this other stuff. You got to be the guy right now that everybody is telling you it's your fault. Not that I ever tried to get in the way with it, but I sure won't get in the way of it right now. You wore all that. That was a disgrace last night.
Yeah.
That was a disgrace. Tweeted it out. I'll say it on the airwaves. Everybody involved last night, they let the city down. Sacramento, Kings fans, they got behind that team last night and were ready to have a party and have a good time. It was the play-in. It was a sorry little play-in. And they were ready to support that team to the final buzzer.
Mm-hmm.
And they let everybody down.
And they did it quickly.
The players let everybody down. That front office let everybody down. The owners let everyone down last night. That was pathetic. So I'm gonna say all that saying I'm not here to defend anybody. We just talking, we having a conversation. I'm trying to figure this out. I'll ask you, How do you think that goes down if Vivek is making all the decisions? Do you think that it's just as simple as I want Sasha Vezenkov, go sign him?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's how it goes down?
No. No, I don't. I think it's a little more intricate than that. I think Sasha's a unique one. Sasha might have been a
bad example.
Yeah, so
I just used the name.
You actually role played this once. And normally role play is a massive failure on this show, but this one worked. Cuz like this you executed this once and if memory I can't remember how exactly we did this, but I think you were Vivek in this scenario.
Okay.
And you looked at Monty and said, "Look, I gave you the chance. I gave you the chance. I gave you a chance to do it. You missed on Siakam. You missed on OG. And you have all of these reasons that you missed on this and you missed on that. I've given you the ability to make these hires, to make these firings. I've given you the ability. I guess that's another conversation to be had too. I've given you the ability to do all of this. Okay, now you're going to do it my way. De'Aaron doesn't want to be here. Fine. Execute the trade. All I care about is that guy in Chicago winds up in Sacramento. I've wanted him here for years. This is our only path. Go get him. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you want because I've given you years, a couple of years to do it your way. And you have been unable to do it. So do it mine. That's what I think it was.
I think so too.
And I don't think the DeMar DeRozan thing is far off of that. Going back to the DeMar DeRozan signing. Again, there's a little behind the scenes context to this, but we know the places we heard that name from.
Mm-hmm.
And now hey, look, what's your idea? Let's brainstorm this.
Mm-hmm.
What's your idea this offseason? And I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. You failed on this idea. I'm not walking away from this offseason with Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes on my roster. I'm not running it back for the third time. I've given you multiple opportunities. You want to call about such and such, whoever it might be. You want to call about Cam? Fine, call. We know what that conversation is like. Call. You got it. You want to call about Kyle Kuzma? Call. He better waive that trade kicker, but you can call him.
Mm-hmm.
When what was the main Utah? Lori, that's fine. Engage with Lauri Markkanen. If you could pull that off, we're golden. Great. We know who you're dealing with there. We said the Kings gave, and this is the way it was explained to us, the Kings gave Utah a deadline. Utah left them on red. Vivek might have given his front office a deadline. If I don't see a tweet from Shams Charania that says Lauri Markkanen is the Sacramento Kings by this day, I want to see DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento by the time the California Classic happens. That's how I think it ultimately went.
In that situation, which I agree with, I wouldn't want Vivek doing that. Like, I'm not saying that's the way to do it. But at the same time, bro, you had ample time to get something done. And you didn't because you're not convincing enough. You're not a good enough negotiator. You don't have the charisma or whatever the case may be. It couldn't get done. So like I said, I'm not here to, hell no, I ain't caping for Vivek or none of that stuff. Like, no, I'll continue to reiterate that because some people are dumb and don't listen. So I'll keep saying it. But in that situation, I'm not like, yeah, I understand it. I get it. Bro, I gave you all the offseason previously, the trade deadline, and we've been done since April.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be talking. It's June 30th. And I ain't got nothing on the horizon right now. Nah, bro. All right. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna be on the horizon is DeMar DeRozan gonna be here at the California Classic because you couldn't get
And I
nothing
want
done.
not like us playing
because you couldn't get nothing done, not for a week or so, for a year and a half.
Yeah.
And here's another thing. Okay. All right. Okay. Once again, it sounds like I'm defending him. I'm not. I promise you I'm not. I wasn't sure I wanted to sign Mike Brown. You came in here and you said, I think we need to keep rolling with him. You convinced me that everything was going to be all right. It's not all right. They've quit on him. He needs to go. And I gave you the opportunity to fix all this and you didn't. Now we're going to do it my way. Once again, not saying it's right. Not saying it's right at all. But I'm giving you a scenario of how things might have went down.
Doesn't mean it's wrong either, though.
That part too. Yeah. That part too. Yeah. So the thought process behind it, this is what I gather from it, is a lot of people believe, and they could be right. I really don't know. They could be 100% right. But a lot of people believe the day you sign up to work for Vivek Ranadive, you have no control over nothing. And he's calling all the shots from day one. I don't believe that's necessarily how things go. I think he gives you an opportunity to show your worth, to do what you have to do. And if it doesn't happen, I guess in a winning form, winning and maybe money efficient form. If it doesn't happen that way over, I'll say maybe he gives you a year. Then he gets impatient and he starts incorporating his ideas and his thought process into what he thinks happens.
And that's also problematic.
It is 100%. Not saying it's right. I'm just saying,
yeah.
Like people, like I'm talking about Scott Perry. He's going to be a Vivek puppet. First of all, don't disrespect that man like that.
Yeah, I don't.
That is an accomplished man in this game, in this league. Don't disrespect him like that. To talk about this man that has done a lot over probably 20, 30 years in this league at this point is coming to Sacramento to be a puppet. I don't think that's the case at all. But I do think if he doesn't find success in a certain amount of time, he may have to deal with the same things that Monte McNair dealt with, that Pete D'Alessandro ended up dealing with. Because once again, I remind everybody all the time that what I just laid out, not that I know anything, I'm just saying what I just laid out seems a little more plausible. Because when Pete first got here, Vivek let him do what he needed to do. Then he ran things into the ground, and then Vivek started, I want Vlade, or I want this and that, this and that. I think it's his impatience when things don't go right fast enough, or maybe even on the timeline that he was told. That's when he starts to incorporate his thought process into it. And he hasn't really been right himself either. Like he get mad at everybody else for making the wrong decisions and doing this, that. He ain't been right himself. He hasn't hired the right people. He hasn't had the right thought process himself when it comes to players, the way you want to play, all this other stuff. I mean, he's been wrong as much as the people he's trying to get rid of.
Look at this real quick for me. This is the direction the tweets were going. That's it. That's his bag. That is Sham's bag. But what really gets me is Shams tweeted this, and it's the lower third on ESPN as well. Kings finalizing deal to hire Scott Perry's GM, replacing Monte McNair. 40-plus win seasons in 3 straight seasons under McNair. 0 40-win seasons from 2006 to 2022. What do you think that's from?
That's from Monty's people.
Yeah.
Whoever his agency is or whatever. And here's the other thing, man. That
hey, make my guy look good on the way out. I mean, there's already. It sounds like he gets to pick where he wants to go. There's rumors of Houston and joining up with Raphael Stone, who's his homie. And I think Monty is great in the background. And someone said to us yesterday, and this is perfect because it is not Scott Perry. Someone said to you and I yesterday, you cannot hire a first-time general manager to run this franchise.
Facts.
Man, was that on point.
Facts.
God bless it. That was on point.
And here's the issue that I have with all this all the time. Like, it feels like everybody's wrong. It feels like everybody is wrong. Like, it feels like Vivek is wrong for the way that he goes about things and just his process. It just seems like it sucks. But here's the other thing. My man, Sam Amick, and this is Sam Amick is reporting.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking to people. I want to make that clear too, because people be trying to create friction between me and Sam's my man, and his work is pristine. So we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna plant that out there like I'm talking about Sam. I'm not talking about Sam. I'm talking about the way things are told to Sam. And he wrote the article this morning, and lo and behold, you know how the hit piece is always like
Ready.
out there, always
Mhm.
ready to go.
Mhm.
Boy, the I didn't have anything to do with everything that went bad piece is always ready to go.
You saw that.
Everything that went wrong, well, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that.
Yep.
I didn't want to do that.
Yep.
Number one, like you said earlier, grow a pair. Number one, if you didn't want to do it, you're the man in charge of the job.
Yeah.
So if you didn't want to do it, speak up and do what's right or what you feel is right.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's like I said, man, it's always that. We've been telling you that all the time. Everything, Mike Brown does the same thing. Everything, and he might have been right on a few things. We'll talk about that. He might have been right on a few things. But everything that is,
You said Mike Brown, right?
Mike Brown.
Yeah, let me tell you.
He might have been right on a few things.
I'm just going to take a note. Mike Brown was right. And boy, I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to, boy, Domas is the luckiest dude on the planet right now. Oh, because if it wasn't for this, go ahead.
But no, that's all I want to say is everything that is wrong, the people who are leaving, number one, don't take accountability of the things. And I'm gonna say this guy's name, and you were there, Leo was there, talking about Devin Carter. I was like, Devin Carter can play. He ended up being his last game of the season. I was like, you know what? He's a good little player. And
He
he's
did
got
exactly
something.
what I asked him to do last night too.
He's got things to work on, but that's a good ball player. But Monte McNair don't ever talk about how it was his choice to draft him when he couldn't play half the season, when the team was in win now mode, when the trade potentially was on the table and you walked away from it to draft this guy that wasn't ready to start the season. Monte McNair don't take no responsibility for drafting Keegan Murray, who was the number 4 pick in the draft. And I don't know what kind of extension he's going to get.
Okay. Well,
Contract.
Hold that thought. It's clean, man. We're cooking today. Hold that thought. We have to break now.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll reset. No, we won't. We'll just keep talking. We'll probably keep talking during the commercial break. Shout out to those on YouTube. Shout out to those on the Odyssey app. Wherever you are, we appreciate you being with us. The Sacramento Kings season is over. The offseason is underway, and change is already here. Monte McNair is out. Scott Perry is in. We are covering it all. Exit interviews are taking place. We'll bring you some of those videos as well. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Mondo, I'm with you, man. As much as I wanted them to win, and like, no joke, I wanted them to win yesterday, I am not sad this shit is over. I am absolutely not sad this season is over. Loyalty, we straight up trash. Oh, man. Man. Well, Ivan, I understand why you feel that way.
Well, John, well, hey, today ain't the day, John Paul. Today's not the day, but
Oh no, what happened? Wait, the ball player?
Yeah, Mikey Williams was in the building last night.
Oh, was he?
Mikey Williams was in the building.
Not a no. Maybe a no. Yeah.
Huh?
I said not a no. Maybe a no. Yeah. That Mike was there.
Mike who? Mike who?
Can y'all hear me?
No, we got you.
Yeah.
Mike who?
Mikey Williams.
Oh, he was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing. Not a no, because Dame said oh no.
Oh no, yeah, it's
yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was there.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I ain't gonna say nothing yet, but yeah, people. Yeah, that was a damn good thing. That was a damn good thing. Boy, the Sac City parking lot about to be popping, or Sac State parking lot about to be popping.
Oh, Sac City too.
Yeah, that too. Shout out to the Panthers. Yeah, I don't know, but like I said, another day we'll talk about that. But Mikey Williams was in the building last night.
Maybe just a big playing fan.
Maybe
maybe a big Mavericks guy.
Yeah,
4,000 Dallas media there. Couldn't even get Leasy in there. All of the Tim McMahons were there yesterday.
Tim McMahon, never seen him in person before. Taller than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
That was me when I stood next to Mark Spears once.
Oh yeah, Mark Spears is a.
A side note, just funny things just be happening from time to time. I talked to Klay Thompson last night for a quick second.
Well,
did you diss him too?
I didn't.
Hey, get out of here, kid.
I said, we was walking by. I said, Clay, why you do that tonight, bro? He said, man, I had to, man. I had some demons around here. I said, you have to do that, bro. Relax.
Would you like to come play for the Sacramento Kings next year?
He started chuckling. I said, once that little it rattled around once, popped in the air and fell through, I said, I knew it was about to be probably. He said, he said, I needed that. I was like, apparently. He was very nice though. Clay was very, obviously there's nothing to be mean about. They just
Clay seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, no, he was cool. And like I said, he didn't know me from nowhere. He was just talking to me, having a conversation. So
might have been high too.
That too. High on that Kings pack.
Shit. All the Dallas was, AD was. That's for sure.
Yeah, Casey, you left this part out right here. Got a boat invite.
Casey. Yeah. KC probably told Clay, "You want to get on my boat, dog?"
I don't have no boat. I'm rich. You're really rich if you have a boat or a pool. That's what I've learned.
Shut up.
That's what I've learned.
Hey, bad boy.
It's not your fault. It's not his fault. The talker's fault.
I didn't know.
He's got to.
I got to. No, it's what it is. I got my timing is off. Sometimes Jesse just we're back and like we're back like really back. Now we got like guys talking when we come. Oh, now back to D-Lo. No, I know where we are.
Oh yeah, we do that in the beginning now, huh? Or no, we just play the music now, huh?
No, it's fine.
I created it the old way.
No, it's fine to have the little guy there do his thing. I just got to get used to it. That's all.
Don't worry, I'll fix that. Don't worry.
No, it's fine.
It's good. Talent's all pissed off. I got it. It's fine. You brought it up in a great way where it doesn't hurt my feelings, but I got the message. Like, I'll fix it. I'm sorry.
That's whack, dude. You hit him with the gorilla.
Will you stop?
Will you stop?
Ben's always yelling at me, guys. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh man, Jake Gaden's going to join us. I can't wait to hear this story about. I caught it on the insiders. I'm not exactly clear what happened last night.
I feel like this might rival Hey Drake, like James' story. Like we got to ask him later when we have him on tomorrow or something.
So I'll give you a bit of a precursor. I'm gonna let him finish it. And there was part where I wasn't even there. But I'm champagning and campaigning on the court afterwards, and we're just talking, and I'm talking with Jake and talking with my girl Ania, and we just talking, having a little powwow, and Alvin walks by. Say sorry for the radio, but say the tunnel is over here. Alvin walks in this direction, and then Lenny is like, "Hey, what's up, Alvin? How you doing?" or whatever. I was like, "Alvin, what's up, man? Yeah, moves need to be made, huh?" He's like, "Yeah, moves gonna be made." And then he walks to the other tunnel, and Jake
about to go make one right now.
And Jake is there, and we just go back to talking when we're talking. We're talking Kings, and I tell I was like, "Hey, yeah, Jake, yeah, Monty, he gonna be gone, bro. He gonna be gone." And he's like, "You think so?" I was like, "Yeah." I said, "To be honest with you, he might go before you go on the air tonight."
Yeah.
To be honest, it's about 10 o'clock at this point. So I'm like, it might be gone before you get on the air. So I'm like, "Oh, okay." 15 minutes, 20 minutes come by. See Alvin walking back. Alvin's on his phone, and he just kind of walks by and just goes through. And I said, oh, okay. That's when I had the tweet of, yeah, he's going to be fired probably within the next 24 to 48 hours. 10 minutes later.
24 to 48 seconds.
10 minutes later, he was gone. I was trying to be safe, like, I don't know. But the Jake part of it, I'm going to leave that to Jake. Because Jake, we'll talk about when he gets here, but the Jake part is pretty funny.
So Jake will be with us coming up in about 45 minutes or so. I had to cut you off. We were talking a little bit about we had to take that break right there because we had gone long here to start the show. Started to use these stupid radio terms, but
we're back on the other side.
Yeah, do you feel like? Thank you. Do you feel like that's not a radio term? That's just a term someone said one day and it won't go away because people like you keep it alive. Did you finish do we want to reset this? We were talking about, it was a couple of things about Mike Brown, and kind of Monte McNair's role, Vivek's role, Sam's article, how there's a lot of posturing with what went on this season right now. And you know how posturing goes around this organization. The blame is going to wind up on one person. And go ahead, Jesse.
You can finish your point. I guess I got a new one.
Well, it's not really. I just want to make sure Kenny had.
Nah, it's just like, it's one of those things, and I guess you don't have to do it. Like, it's whatever. You don't have to. But nobody takes accountability for their own missteps. I said this a number of different times. It's always somebody else's fault. That somebody else is Vivek, and I'm not saying certain things aren't his fault, for sure. But it's always somebody else's fault. Even down to, like, we'll get into it at some point, but those players were atrocious last night.
Yeah,
and I understand.
Oh, we're gonna get to it.
Someone still needs clarity.
We're gonna get to it. None of them are getting let off the hook.
I understand the notion and the whole. It's everything. That's what everybody. It starts at the top. Everything starts at the top. Hey, man, come on now. It don't start at the top to get in a defensive stance. It don't start at the top to not throw the ball into the third row. Like nobody, and people always talk about it. It's they're accountable with their jobs or whatever. Sure, I understand that. I'm just telling you, I don't feel nobody's ever accountable. There's always finger pointing in this organization. Always finger pointing. Maybe the majority of them go Vivek. Maybe he deserves the majority of them. But like I said, from everything I know, Monty, that was your choice to draft Evan Carter. That was your choice to draft Keegan Murray. That was your choice to add a first rounder to the Kevin Huerter trade. You decided to do that. You executed the trade in that way. Even in this whole situation, like you talk about Zach LaVine, getting Zach LaVine was the primary goal, and I agree with you. That was something that came down from management or from ownership.
Yeah,
get Zach LaVine. He didn't tell you not to go get no draft picks. He didn't tell you not to go get a young player. He didn't tell you not to go get a Tyus Jones or Trey Jones. I can't ever remember who's the point guard in San Antonio. It's they always confuse me. Tyus and Trey always confuse me. But he didn't tell
Roy.
You. Well, must have forgot. But he didn't tell you not to do that. You're the one that executed that trade. But it's always somebody else's issue. Some people say you shouldn't have signed Mike Brown to begin with. Apparently, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, you're the one that wanted to sign him. You're the one that wanted to sign him to the contract when everything else was going wrong. Or at the very least, you decided to sign him and keep the people that weren't in favor of him around instead of moving those people and keeping Mike Brown. We don't talk about that. He won't talk about that. He won't tell Sam Amick that. Mike Brown won't tell Sam Amick or whoever their shortcomings. You're the one that wanted Chris Duarte out there, who's barely in the damn league. But don't nobody ever talk about that. It's always, well, my hands were tied because the ownership is always meddling. And that may be true, but no accountability for your own issues.
So what do you do when the entire organization has that problem?
Well,
I'm not absolving that problem.
No, I'm saying like how do you
it's created by one person. That is created by Vivek.
So how do you I get what Casey's saying. Like, yeah, Monty should take accountability, no doubt. Because like I said, blaming for everyone is just the Kings play to run when you're out of here and stuff like that. But like you also brought up the players. So, like it's an organizational wide thing. Like nobody here shows accountability.
No,
everyone else's fault. They get rid of all these damn people.
Yeah.
Clean house. You've got a bunch of people that there ain't no leaders. There's no leadership and no accountability. Top down. You're talking about starting at the top. We'll go at the top and we'll go all the way up to the bottom.
You want to ask how you institute change? No one says anything. It's all these vague reports that have no one's name on it. I've said for years since this show has started, there is someone who works in this organization that actively works to make Vivek look stupid. That happens today. But you don't have anyone putting their name on anything, whether it's organizational past or present. The only one who says anything is George Karl. And the problem with George Karl is the messenger's wrong. Bro, you hate everybody. Michael Malone is angry at everyone. Fine. Monty didn't want to, Sam Amick says, Monte McNair didn't want to fire Mike Brown. Okay, then don't. You want to, your owner comes to you and says, fire him. And you don't want to. The writing for your future is on the wall in Sharpie, as Seth Davis would say. It's there. You're next. Okay. Vivek, I'm not firing Mike. Fire Mike or you're fired. Cool. Fire me then. And I understand my philosophy on this type of stuff can be different. I recognize that. But go ahead. Because if I do fire him, I see where you're going. I'm fired anyway. Fire me right now. Because the first goddamn thing I will do is make sure I tell everyone how this organization is run. Because I'll be in Houston tomorrow. Your whole ass is going to have to pay me. But I will be in Houston supplementing whatever. I'll be having fun with my boy Raphael Stone. You know what? I might go to Philadelphia. Now, you know what? Second thought, I'm going to go to Houston. I don't want nothing to do with Daryl. I'm going to stay over here with Raphael Stone. I'll be there tomorrow.
Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to be in Houston. I know I got that in my back pocket. I'm going to go take a family trip on your dime because if I get a job, that's when I got, I don't get paid from that no more.
You know,
so I'm gonna take a trip on your dime.
Oh, no. I'll go work for Raphael Stone, and whatever he doesn't, I may ask him to pay me $1.
Yeah, because it can't be more, right?
That's right. And you can pay me the rest.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm gonna do, Vivek? I'm gonna take my dear, close, longtime personal friends with me on this vacation. I'm gonna take Sam Amick. I'm going to take Anthony Slater. I'm going to take Shams Charania with me. And we're going to go on an all-expenses Vivek Ranadive pay trip. And I'm going to tell them how this organization is run. And here's the thing, Vivek. I'm not Michael Malone. I'm not an old bitter man like George Karl. I'm a guy who had his first job here, who won Executive of the Year 2 years ago. I am as calm, cool. I don't talk to nobody. Oh, but they're going to hear me today. They're going to hear me today. Because you know who won't talk, is Vivek. Vivek ain't said a word since this is your team, outside of his speech that we talked about the other day at the Stephon Clark thing. That's it. He ain't spoken about basketball in years. You talk about people that Vivek always has around. Nancy Lieberman. Nancy Lieberman was kept on staff because that was Vivek's homie. And she would take stuff from the coach. Remember how Nancy just disappeared? She was never fired. There was no announcement that she was gone. Just one day, she wasn't there. She was Vivek's right-hand man, woman within the coaching staff, and there was finally a conversation had, this needs to end or I'm done. And they just quietly put an end to it, and she went off home, I think, to be with her mom or be with some family member or something along those lines. Vivek always has those people around. And because no one will say anything with their name attached to it, this is just going to be a cycle of, it's lather, rinse, repeat. We're just starting over again. That's all it is. We just continue. Kings fans, I wish we could come in here and say, man, this time it's going to be different. It's not. It's not. Could the Kings get a year or two of success? Maybe, but at some point, and this is what Beam Team, this is what 2 years ago should have taught us. Unless there is a massive change at the very, very, very tip top of this organization, it's only a matter of time. Hey, something works out this offseason. The Kings are successful. Great. Every offseason, you better hold your breath. Oh, they were successful. 2 playoff years in a row. Great. Don't get comfortable. Because at some point, Scott Perry, in this situation, he's not going to get that free agent that he wanted. He's going to strike out on option 1. He's going to strike out on option 2. And as you pointed out earlier, then he's going to get impatient. And then he's going to tell him what he's told everybody else. Well, now you have to do it my way.
Here's the one caveat I'll have for that. Is Scott Perry worked with a crazy owner before. And
Yes,
he may have the people skills and the I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but the gift of gab, the way to talk to somebody like Vivek to keep him from getting to that point. You know what I mean? He may be able to strike out on 2 guys that he thought he could get. And Vivek is getting, hey, no, don't worry, Vivek. Check this out.
Okay.
Check this out. Check this out. Hey, but I know I missed on those 2. But look, I'm going to tell you my plan. I got this. This is what's cooking up. I've talked to this guy. I've talked to this agent. Don't worry about it. He may be able to hold him down. Now, you may say that can only last for a certain amount of time. But I think Scott Perry is that suave of an executive to be able to hold a James Dolan at bay, to be able to hold a Vivek Ranadive at bay. I also don't think, and especially since he worked with him before, I don't think Scott Perry, and I'm not saying you're saying this or anybody else, Scott Perry ain't no dummy. He knows what he's getting involved in. And he's not a guy that's getting involved in something to fail either. So I think he'll be prepared for all those things. Will Vivek override all that? Quite possibly. And implement himself into stuff that he shouldn't be doing it again? Quite possibly. Matter of fact, the track record says, to your point, he will end up implementing himself into basketball situations and making wrong decisions again. But I think Scott Perry, and I know you know this, Scott Perry's not Monte McNair.
Right.
He's not.
Yeah. Sat King asking if Scott Perry was so good, why didn't you keep him the first time? He wasn't the general manager the first time.
And
he was here for 3 months as like an advisor or assistant or something along those lines. And the Knicks job became available. That was his dream job, and he took it. Simple as that. Yes. That man was here in this organization for like 3 months. It might not even have been that long, but that's how that he was here for a very, very short time.
Scott Perry might not work or whatever. I don't know. But I'll tell you this. I don't know. From everything that I've read about him since that first time he was here. You won't find a more respected executive in this league. Respected by NBA executives, respected by agents. You won't find that. He's got relationships that last decades, that people respect him and look at him in a certain way that they don't look at Monte McNair, definitely don't look at a Wes Wilcox. So will that result in success? I don't know. But I'm just telling you who Scott Perry is in the NBA.
Boy, blew through another commercial break, man.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. You was cooking.
No, it was my bad.
No,
I'm not paying attention to anything.
It's not a breaks type of day.
Yeah. Jake Gadon will be with us coming up in about 1:15 or so. Matt George is going to be with us as well during his normal time. Matt can join us anytime he wants to as well. I know he's got some cooking to do. Exit interviews are taking place as we speak. Speaking of Matt George, we have a lot of these clips. We might save these clips for a little bit because I feel like we've been on the air almost an hour. And man, Scott Perry, Monte McNair, Vivek Ranadive, none of them took the floor last night and gave up a 44-19 second quarter. None of those individuals we just referenced were on the floor last night when the Golden One Center started booing. None of those guys were on the floor last night when we went 4 straight possessions that died with the ball in or attempting to be in Domantas Sabonis' hands. We said yesterday, you said it on the Insiders. We carried that conversation throughout our show. Yesterday needed to be, last night needed to be Domas's night. And Anthony Davis made him his bitch. Live on ESPN, just made a clown out of him. That lineup made a clown out of him. He looked like a G leaguer out there with those dudes. Those 4 possessions I'm talking about, turnover, fumbling the ball around, getting a shot up with like 1 second left on the shot clock. And then, to be clear, I like Domantas Sabonis. I think he's a good basketball player. I'll elaborate on that in a second. Fumbles the ball around, gets a poor shot up relatively near the rim, misses, and what's he do? Throws his hands in the air, look at like it's somebody else's fault. Next possession, wide open 3. Hesitates with it, holds it, repositions the ball, bricks it. Next possession, turnover. 4 that point, game is ending, and everyone knows it.
That's it.
17,000 people who paid money to show up to that game last night knew the groaning turned to booing, turned to it's really over. This is the second time in 3 years, a win or go home game, this team has gotten their ass kicked. The second time in 3 years on your home floor, you've lost a win or go home game. Monte McNair wasn't on the floor for any of them. Vivek Ranadive wasn't on the floor for any of them. 11 points for Domantas Sabonis yesterday. He looked frightened to shoot the ball last night. Keegan Murray hits the first 3 of the game. I don't remember anything else that he did. The box score says he scored 9 points. He scored them when I stopped paying attention.
Remember that air ball he shot.
The one guy who looked like he showed up to play is the one some of y'all seem to hate the most. The kid from Compton was not scared of a play-in game. He was not scared of the moment. Now, I'm not absolving him of this. I saw it all fall apart with him too. But I never saw him fall back. He, for whatever it's worth, he tried.
And to be fair and accurate, he wasn't on the floor when all that was happening. They put the ball in Domantas Sabonis' hand.
That's right.
And the game died. The game died. And much like you, I like Domantas Sabonis.
Absolutely died.
There is context to his game and who he is as a player that we'll talk about.
Yeah, that context is ain't it.
But look, I don't want to hear it. I heard it earlier. I don't want to hear it. Oh, they start playing selfish and all. They were fine.
Bro.
Devin Carter hits a corner three to put him up 2.
And
turns up the
what's
crowd.
the kid doing?
Whatever. Turns up
Oh.
everybody. They were fine. They put the ball in that man's hands and they died.
I looked around the arena like, oh man. All right, Rook.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was going to be the last one we had.
Yeah.
I did not know that was going to be the last one we had.
And like I said, it's not an indictment on him necessarily as a player, but we got to call a spade a spade. We ain't going to do all that. Oh, they turned into a selfish team after that. We're not doing that today. I told you yesterday we weren't doing that, and I'm staying with. We're not doing that today. They put the ball in his hands, and the game died.
Yep.
It died. That's on him.
The game
He's got to wear that.
The season died.
He's got to wear that, man. He does. And we not pointing at DeRozan or Levine. Levine 2 times, McDermott 1 time later in the game. They got a turnover. That was Domas not handling the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Man probably should have had 10 turnovers last night. He was awful. Awful. And that's on him, man. That's on him. And it's clear who he is in this league at this point. We want him to be something else. We thought he was something else. He's not. He's not. He puts up great numbers during the regular season. He does a lot of great things. He is not a top 15, top 20 player in this league. He just simply isn't. We have that answer. Because top 15, top 20 players in this league, when them lights are on like they were in the Warrior series and before, they don't play like that on a routine basis.
Hold that thought, because I know how much you hate Domas, and I know you're going to cook. And Jesse was lighting it up earlier on the Insider, so I'm anxious to hear that. And Domas wants clarity. I just want to know the direction, buddy. He said the word clarity changed to direction this morning. Domas, I have some clarity for you and your agent. And we'll have it next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Fill this up.
Roger B., when your stupid ass learns how to type, then maybe you can talk to me.
Casey's paying himself. It's damn right, Roger B. Sick of it.
When your dumb ass learns how to type the right way, then maybe you can talk to me. Until then, shut up.
That was funny, though. But I just don't know how anything works, I guess.
Stupid ass.
KC is on payroll for the station that isn't the flagship of the team that he's supposedly on payroll for.
Y'all sound hella dumb. Y'all sound stupid as shit. I hate when people say stupid shit. Huh. See you, Kyle. I hate when people say that dumb shit. Not even like about me. Just be spewing any goddamn thing. Like that's what bothers me the most. Just be saying anything and don't be nobody. Like I don't even know where dude is. He a letter out here saying whatever. It's like, bro, shut up. Like you ain't even got the balls to put your face and put your name on what you're saying. Why would anybody give a damn about what you got to say?
Omar, yeah, they are doubling up. They're on Clutch Sports payroll as well.
I walk out the door and all I hear is, well, your stupid ass. Look, Kenny is not here for your shit today.
Nah, today's the day. Today's the day. He's been trying to keep it cool. Today's the day.
I ain't got time for no bullshit. Rush Dog, what's up, man? I saw Rush Dog last night, man, as the game was winding down, man. Shout out to my man, Rush Dog.
That's great.
Big ups to him. We were in misery together.
Well, somewhere on 80. Actually, no, I wasn't. I was home.
Oh, yeah, he was long home. And that fourth quarter took forever.
I
Goodness
thought
gracious.
so. Yeah, I thought so.
That fourth quarter was hella long. Pause.
No, play on context of the fourth quarter. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Most clutch shots in NBA history. Kawhi's number 5.
Oh, Lord. You know what it is. You know what number 1 is.
What's number 1? Because I think it's Kyrie.
I don't. Well, if it ain't number 1, it's number 2.
Dame on Paul George should be in there.
Oh, it's right there. It's number 4.
Dame is 4, yeah. Yeah, that other one's probably 2.
Oh.
This shouldn't be top 5. This should not be top 5. The series was 3-0. Hell no. It's a great shot. That is Ralph Sampson's shot. It was a 3-0 series. What's clutch about that?
No. Did they leave Kyrie off? Because there's no way.
I think Kyrie's won.
There's no way. It's gotta be. Ray Allen.
This is a good one. They did leave Kyrie off.
Well, they left both of them off.
They could have took that stupid Ralph Sampson shot off of there. Who's in control of this list?
What a shot. He was probably fouled too.
That was probably the most clutch. They were down.
Mm-hmm.
Season was over.
Mm-hmm.
That probably was the number 1 clutch shot of all time.
The tape was out.
Yeah.
That Ray Allen shot, the tape was out.
Yeah, that's a good call. That probably is number 1.
Devin Carter hit a clutch shot yesterday in the first quarter, and that was the end of the game for the
Damn,
Kings.
man, that boy Devin had everybody
was
turned
so
up.
excited.
I was like,
Them
let's go,
towels
Dev.
was up.
Yeah, let's go, Dev. And everybody else outside of probably DeRozan just let him down after that.
You see Shot a Man?
No, at the game.
Shot a
Oh,
man.
no, yeah.
Shot a man. I walked over holding a Sacktown sports towel.
Yeah, I said, hold on,
What's
bro.
going on?
I said, hold on, brother. Give him the stiff arm.
Mhm.
Hold on, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, oh, hold on. It's Shot a Man. All right, it's all good. It's
Yeah.
all good.
He came through our minor league system as well.
Man, boy, we churning them out.
Feeder school for them.
We churning them out. Salute. Oh, it was hilarious when we saw our guy WCW yesterday. Oh, you should have seen him. Oh, he was in full boss mode. He couldn't laugh, have fun, or nothing. He was yelling at someone on the phone. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was boss.
Yeah.
He was bossing up yesterday.
He was like John Cena just beating the Nexus all at once. Oh, it was terrific.
Like Shawn Michaels when he was calling shots for the click. Huh?
Oh, it was so good. It was so great. Okay. Well, we've got a few. Jake Gaden's going to join us in 15 minutes. We're going to break before then to make sure Jake has time to cook, because Jake, I guess, has a funny moment from last night. I'm anxious to hear more about it. I heard a little bit about it on the Insiders earlier. But we are now at the portion of the show where the players are going to get eviscerated. Let's let Leezy cook, though, first here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916.
TC, not Leezy.
I said TC. I said Leezy, my bad. TC, 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
Hey, man, what's up with my 2 brothers? Actually, what's up with my 3 brothers? Jesse in the back. What's up, man? We
Ready to
turned
cut
up
again.
today.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Hey, nah, for real. Listen, so before we get started, Scott Perry is solid, right? Let's not forget he was the reason Fox was here. Durant, Aaron Gordon, we can go with his track record, right? He was here for a couple months, but he worked good with Vlade. But Vivek got to respect for this dude to let him work his moves. And if anybody going to run moves and make trades, I trust him with his plugs to make moves. As far as clarity, I don't want to hear about none of that clarity, bro. You on a trading block like everybody else. Just like the flea market, right? Everybody's on the table. But if you ask me today, TC, if you, listen, a gun in your head, bro, you only get a couple players you bring it back, right? I know, listen, my bad, D-Lo. That was a wrong terminology.
Okay.
My bad, bro.
That's okay.
Check it out. I
Keep
told y'all
cooking,
fired
big
up.
dog. Keep cooking.
Listen, it's Keon, Jake, Nasty Boy, and Devin, and Monk. That's it. Other than that, everybody's like the flea market. Scott Perry call all the teams together, and it's like a flea market. Who got the best deal? Who bidding on everybody? I'm selling everybody off at one time. DeMar, Zach, Domas, the whole bench. Everybody's on a sale, bro, at one time, and get me guys in here that want to be here, that's not mentally soft, not physically soft, not none of that, bro. The guys I just said to stay here, I know that. Malik, what did he say? What's the first thing? You ain't got to worry about that. I'm all in. I'm here to stay. I need everybody who want to be here like that, bro. Other than that, get your ass out of here. I know I touched my bad.
Now do what
I'm
you
going.
do. It be like that, TC.
Ass is allowed on this show.
It be like that, TC. Today's the day.
TC selling off humans like I. Oh
well,
what did
they say? Yeah.
Well,
So, hey, put Domantas Sabonis next to the elote at the flea market.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave all. I got a lot of questions.
I like how TC has joined the movement of Jonas Valanciunas' nickname being Nasty Boy.
Yeah, not even a JV. It's just Nasty Boy.
Nasty
just,
Boy. Everybody knew who he was talking about too. Everybody knew who he was talking about.
I'm just trying to figure out. Scott Perry didn't. What does Scott Perry have to do with De'Aaron?
Scott Perry might have drafted De'Aaron. That year was De'Aaron's draft. George Hill, all that. That was De'Aaron's
I think
draft.
Scott Perry got here after. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay.
Well, the
all
free
right.
agency is July 1st, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, Vlade was still the GM though, right? Vlade was the GM.
Yeah, you're right.
And
I mean,
Scott
we can
was-
give Scott Perry the credit for it.
I mean,
it's fine.
well,
it's fine. I'm good with it.
Vlade, he was the GM.
Either way, I give Scott Perry the credit for it.
Yeah.
Take away the one thing Vlade did right. So Domas, there was a report from Sam a few months ago, maybe at this point, maybe around the De'Aaron Fox trade, that Domas wanted clarity on what the Sacramento Kings were doing. I think
To be fair, it was reported that he may want clarity in the offseason.
It was 1,000% Domas's agent.
Yes,
That's fine.
but what I'm
That's fine.
saying, he may want is what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah, and that's fine. He said today he wants to know, like, what are we doing? He wants to meet with the new guys meaning Scott Perry, I assume, in the front office, and perhaps the coaching staff who really knows how that's going to go. But he said he wanted to be in Sacramento. That's great. I want Domas in Sacramento too. Here's the thing, though. Fam, you might not have a choice. Because I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't care how much you hate Zach LaVine. For whatever reason. Whatever your issue is with Zach LaVine, perfectly fine. You can have it. You listen to James Ham and you regurgitate the stuff that he said in this untradeable contract. That's just fine. Tell me how tradable a guy is in the two of the biggest games of his career. He falls as flat as he did. You tell me how a player like Domantas Sabonis, who makes 43, 46, and $49 million
Go ahead and round that up to 50 if you want.
the next 3 years. You tell me. Here, we could do an exercise because we got all damn day. Here, I'll put my feet up. Go ahead, everybody. Go to NBA.com and you tell me what team gets in their little war room and says, gentlemen, you know what we need to win an NBA championship? We need Domantas Sabonis.
Get the best glue guy you could get.
I will hear all arguments. Name one team. Name one team. I could switch it up. Let's switch it up. Who says, no, I want Domantas Sabonis on this team at 43, 46, and $50 million, Jesse said, to round up over the next 3 years.
49.9.
Who? Name one. Not five. I'm going to go reverse the blind. Not five, not four, not three, not two. Name one.
Everybody in here talking about the Warriors. Nobody.
Please,
50 million
please,
bro.
Please, the Warriors. You don't think Steve Kerr will sit his ass on the bench for playing like he did last night? The Warriors.
Why are you gonna pay
No, man.
a $45 to $50 million fourth option?
Nope.
And the other thing that I don't want to hear anymore about Domantas Sabonis is, he's this great basketball player. You just need to put the right team around him. The great basketball players, the top of the top, they're what's there. And you do what you need to do for those guys, but it works because they're there. Right. If you need, you and Kyle laid it out during on the insiders, like, you get Domas and you get a shot blocking 5, you get a point guard, you get another guy that can score so they don't have to score all the time, and then you get another guy, wing. We're putting together a whole damn roster of $30 million guys.
No, let's listen. Let's
paying him $45 million. Like, what if I got to do all that? Why am I paying you $45 million?
Let's vet through these. Our man Will Z says the Timberwolves ? No. Well, wait a minute. It's a good fit. I like it. Why does it work? Well, you got Naz Reid there. You got to move off Rudy Gobert. Let's do that. I'm sorry. Rudy Gobert in Sacramento? Let's make this Hey, I can take Domantas Sabonis, pick him up, and plant him on any team in the league. That's not how the league works.
Right.
We need to. I said, who sits in the war room and says, let's execute a trade to acquire Domantas Sabonis? I guess I should have been clear. That the Kings go, okay, we're going to do that.
Right.
Because that's the flip side of this. Rudy Gobert back in Sacramento. Only way it works. Because they sure as hell ain't trading Naz Reid.
Once again, that's how the NBA works. You've got to get $50 million worth of contracts. So you're going to give up good players. You're going to give up good players.
Or really, really bad contracts. In 2 years, Domas going to be the Kings' best player. Not because of what he's doing on the floor, because he's got $50 million, and there's going to be someone somewhere who's like, I got to get under the cap. You do. I got the perfect guy for you. $50 million off your books, and you got a couple young brothers over there I like. You got a sharpshooter I like. You got something that I like. I can get you that $50 million, though. That apron's beating your ass, ain't it? Yeah, I got you. Oh, you got a disgruntled start? So good. I got you. That's where Scott Perry can navigate. That's where Scott Perry, but clarity, okay, stop. We have to break. I'm sorry. We're back on track. We have to break. The reason we have to break is because Jake Gadon is on with us next. So Jake Gadon will join us. He'll give us a firsthand account of what went on in the locker room last night when Monte McNair was fired. So that's coming up here. When the Kings and Monte McNair parted ways.
Yeah.
CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. We're caught up now, man. Things will be on point. Things will be on point. Let's bring Jake in here. Jake, don't waste any of the good stories. We're not on the radio yet. We're just on the live stream.
Okay, gotcha, my guy. Oh wait,
what's up, buddy?
Y'all, I ain't get sleep. I am dead. I am like on my I'm second coffee right now. I might need a Red Bull. I am dead. D-A-D dead. D-A-D.
So just give me the crack.
Yeah. Man, those press conferences today.
Something else, huh?
Another home run today.
You can't make this up, man. You just can't.
That was you that asked Domas about the clarity. That was you, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I thought so.
Interesting answer. I think that and the point guard one. I would love to go into that. That's the. We need a point guard. Well, no doubt you need a point guard, but. Damn, I wish you were with KC last night with our lawyer friend that sits courtside.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, I'm about to go into the locker room and talk just to the players, and KC turns to me. He's like, "Dude, it's gonna happen tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, Jake. I'm telling you, tomorrow morning."
Now look, remember I told you, I said it might happen before you go on the air.
Yeah,
I didn't think it really would, but I was like, it might happen before you go on the air.
We had breaking news 10:30 last night. First station on TV with that stuff. Wild. Straight.
Yeah, that was a crazy night. Somebody asked in the chat how late I was at the arena. I was probably there till about 11.
That's probably the latest you've been there. Yeah.
What time the game end? Like 9:30 or something like that.
Game ended at like 9:25. Press conferences were done by, or at least the second one with Debo was done by like 10:05. Doug was done by 10:15, and by the time we walked in, man, you guys got to ask me about the locker room, man. I don't know if you heard the story James told this morning at 10 o'clock, but
no, we definitely gonna talk about that. That's what I'm saying. We gonna keep all that on the radio.
Straight up. While we're off air, you guys, can I lock you in for Sunday?
Yeah. You can lock me in. I have nothing.
Probably 6:37 like usual.
Yeah, it should be good. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, I'll hit you back up as long as I got one of you. That's really all I care.
Yeah, I don't have any plans. I actually didn't realize it was Easter till a few days ago. So yeah, I'm good. I got myself.
I'm Jewish. I don't care if it's Easter or not.
Well,
so,
there you go.
Yeah, Passover was last week though, guys. I know everyone cared about that. The Jewish Seder was beautiful at the Gadon household.
Here you go.
Casey, I told you I'm taking vacay. Guess what I booked this morning?
Where we at?
Miami to see my brother for F1 next week.
Oh my goodness.
We're in a jet set over there, baby. And they got a direct flight from Sacramento.
They're gonna be a lot of money in the building.
Yeah.
A lot of money in the building. You know when there's a lot of money in the building. There's a lot of specials in the building as well.
Let's just say the Gadon brothers do well for themselves. Mama raised us right, all right? Take care of your bread.
We're coming back, Jake.
Rocky.
All right, our man Jake Gadon is here. Boy, Jake, we got a lot to talk about. Of course, Jake, fresh off the exit day interviews, press conferences that took place over at the Golden One Center. But let's start with last night. Jake Gadon roaming around. We got the setup earlier. You and KC in the tunnel with Lania, and hey, Jake, I think it's gonna happen, man. I think it's gonna happen tomorrow. And Jake, you think? And then you guys part ways, and Jake, what happens after that?
After that, we go into the locker room to get some post-game interviews. We're getting prepared to talk to Domas and JV, who are getting on their clothes. Same thing with Zach LaVine and Devin Carter. Next thing I know, I turn down, and Sam, our good friend of the program, Sam Amick, tweets out saying that the Kings have mutually parted ways, very important, mutually parted ways with Monte McNair, the general manager. I say that out loud, and I swear to God, I have never it's a moment that I don't think I'll ever forget, where like Zach, Devin, JV, and Domas turn to me like, no, you're joking. Like, no way. Like, nah, no shot. Show them the tweet, and all of them are like in shock. LaVine turns to me and says, dude, he was here 15 minutes ago telling us like congratulations on a great season. And I look forward to, improving the roster and making this thing work this off.
Lying to them. He was in there 15 minutes just lying to them.
Yeah, basically.
Look forward to improving the roster. Okay.
Well, look here. I told Jake too. This is why they got their ass beat yesterday. Their awareness is on zero. How are you so shocked by that?
Yeah, right.
Well, the best part of that is when JV and Domas start talking Lithuanian, you're like, okay, some stuff's going down. All right, you're trying to figure it all out. Then Kings coach comes down and says, hey, DC's having a team meeting up at Kings HQ upstairs, and at the Golden One Center, everyone needs to just throw something on, some clothes, and JV and Domas are just throwing stuff on. They haven't even dried off from their shower yet. Man, they closed the locker room, and the end of the Monte McNair era ended abruptly. And, the roller coaster ride for this season it's so on par for everything that the Kings have done this year. And it's even more on par that we already have a GM already in place less than 12 hours after the news and less than 3 hours after they officially send the thing.
12 hours, my ass. They had this GM in place 12 minutes before the firing.
Well, we talked about this, though. We talked about this yesterday with Joe
did.
Dumars.
Yep.
We talk about this all the time. We joke about it with NBA signing.
Yep.
And that's where that's where people, I will push back just a little bit when people are like, wow, do this without a search. No, they've been looking for a GM for months.
Yeah, and I laid that out on the insiders. They knew what they wanted to do. This has been the plan, as you just said, for months.
To a certain degree, I'm not gonna say I respect, because it's not in the respect, but I'd much rather not go through the charade of acting like you're looking for somebody when you already know Scott Perry's getting it. Give him the job. Let's get to work. Figure out what you want to do.
Yeah.
So, Jake, seemed like you were a little surprised that they did it last night.
I don't like the timing. Okay, I think there's ways of going about parting ways or firing people, right? And again, this is the NBA. It's volatile. This is part of the business. But the way they did Mike dirty in terms of, had a practice, had a press conference, driving to the airport, fired him on the way to the airport. Same thing with Monty. He makes his rounds pregame, talking to everybody. The game ends. 20 minutes after the game ends, you fire him. I understand you had a plan, but there's a classier way of going about it, if you ask me, and waiting till this morning would probably have been the more accurate way of going about it. But this is what, I guess what the news cycle is like now, where you get it out as quickly as you possibly can, and you make the announcement as quickly as you possibly can. I'm just not, I just don't like how they do their business sometimes. I just don't. I'm not saying that they're bad businessmen or women, but I just don't it rubs me the wrong way, the way they go about it. Yes, firings are never going to be good, but let's do it in a way that is maybe a little more conscientious and I don't know, more businesslike. Is that make any sense? I don't know. I'm not perplexed by the move. I'm just perplexed about how they went about it.
That's completely understand. I would just real quick want to ask both of you guys, if they would have lost by 5 last night, do you think the announcement is this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was if you're being in that building,
yeah.
That was
the firing was happening.
Right.
Yes.
The nature in which Jake just laid out probably had a lot to do with what we saw on the floor.
And you should have seen Vivek and Anjali sitting courtside after the game. Don't get me wrong, Vivek does this his hands crossed on his arms for the majority of the game, especially if they're losing. And that's not a crazy thing to see, but to see him and Angelique just sitting there blank faces of what just happened, what's going on, you felt a certain way, he was hot, you could tell that he was just a different feeling that with the performance that they had last night.
I'm going to say something to the both of them, and I like Anjali a lot, and I think we consider her a friend. You two need to be more self-aware. Be more aware of stuff like that. You two need to be more aware of a lot of things. Right. Be more aware of that.
They always worried about, or Vivek is always worried about having somebody next to him, in basketball wise, to bounce ideas off of or double check how he feels. They need to hire a PR firm.
Right.
That's what they need.
They need Olivia Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they need.
That's what I need to look into. Should we do this right now? Don't make any moves until you talk to your PR manager and say, should we do this right now? Is this a good look?
Well, but don't sit on the floor. Don't sit on the floor like that, knowing Jake, you were there. You were in the same circles vicinity. We're putting the simplest puzzle together ever. I don't know if these two, like, to me, Monty addressing the team doesn't fit the mutually agreed to part ways narrative. That's not like you would have went in there, yo, I'm proud of you fellas. You did a great job. My time is done. It's nope, nothing ill. It's just, it's not really working. They have a plan. They're going to move forward. They're going to tell you all about it. But, or you just don't go in there. You don't have to address them at all. You just don't go in there. So he was fired. And he knew he was being fired. Jake, you knew. We all knew. It felt like we were hearing like rumblings, and it's like, oh, that's just chatter. And then now you realize it wasn't chatter. It was like, this is what's happening. Monty's getting fired. If things go ill tonight, Monty's getting fired, and they already have their if they don't have their hire, they're very close to having their number one target in place.
No, you're absolutely right. But it's not surprising, though, because everything that this ownership group has done is reactionary. It's not based off of calculated moves. It's very much reactionary. Oh, this doesn't work, get him out of here. Oh, this isn't working, get him out of here. Oh, this is working, let's keep this. Like, it is a very reactionary group in terms of not of taking putting their feelings into those moves. You know, sometimes in business, you know, if you're having a bad day, at least the way I learned how to deal with business, and I learned this from my father, which I'll give him full credit for this. When you get bad news, especially at work or in a business setting, you take that news, you internalize it for 24 hours so you don't make a poor decision and a poor reactionary decision, and then you reestablish it or re-talk about it the 24 hours afterwards so you can feel like you fully digested it and actually have an appropriate reaction to it. I don't think that the ownership group knows how to do that right now. I think they're purely reactionary, and you know, credit Vivek, he wants to win. Like, it's not like they don't want to win and make this work, but the way he goes about it, I don't know if he knows what he's doing.
You don't get credit for wanting to win. Like, that needs to end.
You think so?
No, you don't get credit for wanting to win. No one goes, you know what? You know what I want to do today, Jake? When I appear on Sports Sunday, I want to suck. That's what I want to do. I want to be awful. I want to be incoherent and make no point. When you ask me about the Kings firing Monte McNair for no reason whatsoever, I'm going to talk about Fruit Loops. Yeah, nobody does that. Like, yo, you buy a sports team, you take KC takes the floor at a basketball game. You take the anchor desk at CBS 13. I said, we're going to win. Most people, especially successful people, approach with the idea of, I want to win. You do not get credit for that. Agreed. You do not get credit for just wanting to win. And I'm not giving Vivek credit for that. I'm not giving anybody for credit for that. As Casey said, that's the bare minimum.
You're not
wrong. Tying your shoes each morning. That's all it is. That is all it is.
That's facts. And on top of that, and I know, look, I understand what people talk about, the process, all this other stuff. I'm not giving nobody no credit for processes either. You only get credit for W's and not L's. That's it. Because we could have the perfect progress or process in the world and everything. Oh, they did it right. They hired this person. They went through a search. They did it exactly how you want to. And Vivek moved out of the way, and this person was running things and everything. And if that person has a winning percentage of 353, he's not getting a contract extension. He's getting fired. And Vivek's getting blamed for hiring the wrong person. Just like, to be honest with you, if he went about it the wrong way and they get to an NBA Finals, I'm not going to, I don't like this NBA Finals because they did it the wrong way. To hell with that. At this point in this city, it's about wins and losses. Who's getting the wins? Who's getting the losses? Right now, Vivek and whoever he hires is getting loss after loss after loss after loss after loss. So they're doing a terrible job. Talking about Vivek, ownership, all this other stuff.
Do you think he's aware of that, though? Like, or do you think he consistently thinks it's someone else's issue?
Well, Kenny laid it out earlier. I think everyone in the organization thinks it's someone else's issue.
Agreed.
I think everyone else in the organization believes that someone else failed them, and that's why they couldn't be good. And I think that goes for Vivek. I think it goes for the front office. I think it goes for Mike Brown and the coaching staff, and I think it goes for a lot of the players. Everybody it went for De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox publicly blamed his teammates, or publicly said that they need something else on the podium of at a press conference once. Like, everybody there was in KC has done a great job of laying this out multiple times this year. No one in this organization is taking accountability. Absolutely no one. And it continues today. No one's being held accountable for what happened last night. No one's being held accountable for the fact that this team had 48 wins a few years ago and looked to have a future ahead of them. Now they have 40 wins, and they look like the disaster that we are all so very, very familiar with. This right here, this moment that every Kings fan is experiencing, watching this show, listening on the radio, this is the most familiar feeling in the world. No matter your age, if you're a Kings fan, what you're experiencing today is the feeling you are most familiar with. When we said 2 years ago, enjoy this Beam Team year, it's never gonna feel like this again. We didn't realize it was never gonna happen again. We just thought it was never gonna be like this again.
Right.
Lo and behold,
here we are.
Here we are. Jake, you're kind of an outsider. Like, how are, I mean, you're with us now for sure, but you are from the Northeast, and you've made your way around the world, and you've kind of you've settled here in Sacramento as a part of this team. Like, what is your perception of this as as someone who's been around other places before?
Straight dysfunction from the top down. And I think what you hit perfectly is accountability. And I don't see any accountability with anywhere within that organization. I think from an outside perspective, seeing how good organizations are run and being able to be around organizations like that. For example, I was there with the Denver Nuggets before everything kind of toppled over this past year of having a GM head coach relationship before Calvin Booth was the GM, and seeing how they build a roster and how you build a culture and how you put that whole thing together. Man, that is a well-run organization. And then on top of that, you have a competent owner or managing partner in Josh Kroenke that will come out and take ownership for when things are not doing well or not working out correctly, and going about it in the right way. Seeing a team like honestly, like the New York Yankees, for example, the highest class organization in baseball with the Dodgers, and how they go about their business. It's not even comparable to what's happening here in Sacramento. It's like, now I understand why, the phrase, the Kangs, and the laughing stock of what Sacramento has been through for the past 2 decades. Like, it all makes sense now. Like, you see it firsthand, and you ask yourself, like, how the hell have you not learned anything from your past mistakes? You make the same mistake again, after again, after again. And I know this is being critical, but at the same point, you have paying customers that are coming to see your product on a consistent basis, and you're raising ticket prices for them to come see them, and you still make the same mistakes and don't learn from anything. So if from my outside perspective, to say that there's a massive amount of dysfunction, no accountability, no credibility, and there is truly no future right now, it's the same thing that you guys were talking about a decade ago. Nothing's changed.
Here's the problem that I have, Jake, in that everything you said is correct. But here's the problem that I have. We laid it out earlier today. Damian laid it out earlier when he was breaking things down. Vivek Ranadive was not on the floor as Domas fumbled the ball around for damn near the entire second quarter. You know what I mean? Fourth. He wasn't out there. But here's the problem. This is what I'm talking about when you talk about like true accountability. Nobody takes accountability anywhere in this organization, because if things go wrong, you can always point back to Vivek. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve whatever, but Monte McNair, when you drafted Devin Carter, who can't play for the majority of the season, for a team that lacks depth, or you don't go out and get a Jake LaRavia type player in the offseason so we don't have to have a 6-man rotate. There's no accountability for that from him. Because when things go wrong, they'll be like, well, look, I didn't have no control. He was telling me what to do the whole time. No, bro, you didn't go do this. And that's the issue. Everybody that comes through here, comes through this city, comes through this organization, always has, in their back pocket, they got, I'm going to blame Vivek and everything will be all right. Instead of being good at your job. Mike Brown, the whole thing with Mike Brown. Mike Brown, a good coach. He had his hands tied on a couple things. He was right on a couple things. He was dead wrong when he brought Chris Duarte in here to challenge Kevin Huerter for some reason. But no, we don't never hear about that, right? We just hear about how he didn't have the ability to do things he wanted to do.
But Mike did bring accountability. Mike did bring accountability. At least
not for himself. Why don't we ever talk about Chris Duarte? Why doesn't he ever mention, and he doesn't have to, but why doesn't he ever mention, damn, it looks like Keon probably should have played some more? He don't ever say that. Not wrong. It's, well, I can't ever get anything done right here in this organization. And it's a micro. Vivek does the same thing. Vivek are probably sitting there saying, it's not my fault. It's these guys that I hired. No, all you guys are wrong to some degree. But there's just a bunch of people pointing fingers at each other. And that's why nothing ever gets done. Nobody's sitting up there from the players, from the front office, from the ownership saying, man, I got to be better. It's always somebody else's fault.
I wonder how many people, I wonder, like, Vivek is the only one who doesn't have to wonder what his next job is. I feel like there's a certain point, Jake, when you get here and you start wondering, well, what is my next job? Because this is going a direction, or it's going to inevitably go in a direction, and I got to start thinking about what that's going to be. Mm-hmm. And that could, maybe that's Mike, maybe it's Monty. I feel like I don't know, man. What you got? What stood out to you at exit interviews today, media sessions today? Anything? I know you asked Domas about, clarity and all of that. Anything really stand out to you talking to these guys today?
There's two things. So four things. We'll go with four. First, we'll start with Domas. The biggest thing that they needed to add is a point guard. And I wanted to laugh at that because it's like, Domas, you had a point guard in De'Aaron and they traded him away. So and I don't know how much you were involved with that and that decision making and wanting to work with Malik Monk. But the fact that Domas literally said, we need to bring in a point guard and that needs to happen this offseason is very poignant, and it's nothing new. We all know that. But the fact that he actually said it and made it crystal clear that he wants a point guard and he wants to be part of the decision making moving forward if he is going to stay here in Sacramento is very telling. I think it's something that Domas has gotten right now in terms of getting his head coach in Doug Christie, a guy that he likes working with. But at the same time, he did get what he wanted this year, and it still didn't work. So how much does Domas's voice really affect what this organization does moving forward? The clarity part of it for him is very interesting. When you look at Debo,
can I just real quick, my brother in Christ, you will not be a part of the decision making. When you can put the ball in the basket, not fumble it 4 straight times down the floor, hit an open 3, score more than 13 points in a game at home that we lose and we go home, then you could be a part of this decision-making process. My brother, you have not earned that.
And on top of that, he doesn't show up on the biggest games. That's the second year in a row we're doing that. But, that's Domas right now. Great regular season player, postseason, almost invisible. And we've seen that for the past 3 years. Second thing is Debo with DeMar DeRozan. He keeps on saying how this is the most volatile season that he has experienced in his 16-year career, and heading into 17 years, he's not going to hit year 17 next year. He's not going to be playing that much more. And if I had to guess, he probably has 2 or 3 more years or seasons left. If I had to read the tea leaves, and I think this is pretty accurate to say without a substantial reporting on it or anything on the record, I have a feeling that DeMar DeRozan will be moved this offseason, and not just because of the contract, but because Debo wants to win and he wants to win now. I would expect him to go to a organization or a team that isn't a win now mode and is missing one more piece of a veteran player. And I think DeMar is that guy. I just, as much as he is a great organizational piece and a great veteran in that locker room, I just don't see him staying here much longer. I don't see him staying here past this offseason just because of he's not a project. He's a veteran that has only a couple more years to play, and he wants to be able to compete in the playoffs and compete for a championship. And the fact that they didn't even do that in the 1 year that he was here, I think really does frustrate him. He said it, he has no regrets. It's a learning experience. And for what he's learned this year and how the Kings organization works, I think as a 17-year or 16-year veteran heading into the Hall of Fame one day, I don't think he wants anything to be a part of that. And that's just me reading the tea leaves right there. Another one, Keegan Murray. We asked him about, hey, you have an option to do a rookie extension this offseason. Have you thought about it? He's like, no, let my agent take care of it. I'll be honest with you. I'm working on my wedding plans for the summer. I said, okay, Keegan, go do you. I think Keegan also was very, very adamant saying like, hey, I don't want to play the 5 anymore. If I could, I'd love to play the 3, maybe stretch 4 when needed with a smaller lineup. But Keegan, I think, is much more comfortable in a wing position, especially in that small forward position. I think that's something that we have to look at heading into the offseason of getting a little more length and maybe pushing Keegan to that number 3 position. And the final one was just Zach LaVine and his future here. I asked him, hey, you have a player option for next season. Like, where do you stand about your future here in Sacramento? He's like, hey, I like Sacramento. I like being a place where I'm wanted. And the fact that they want me here is something that I really hold in high regard. But said, he's not talking about an extension. He's not thinking about his player option. Right now, he's going to go home to his wife and kids who he hasn't seen in 5 months in Newport, California, and then think about it from there. And the reason I bring up those 4 guys are those are the 4 main guys. Of course, Malik, as you guys have already talked about, has said, like, I ride and die with the city. I'm here. I'm all in. And I don't expect anything different from Malik. But I'm also intrigued to see what his role turns into this offseason. He had 4 different roles this year, guys. And, like, I think that messed up his game a little bit. I think if you take a blank slate and look at what Malik did, I know he's going to want to be the starting 2 guard next season. But I think he's the guy that comes off the bench, and he needs to embrace, and someone needs to have a very tough conversation with him of like, you need to be the Lou Williams of the league. Be okay being a ridiculously good 6-man, and at the end of the day, it's more important if you close the game than start it. But those are my big takeaways from media day to day or exit interviews today. It was just the 2 words that kept on coming to me or kept on being repeated is clarity and consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Clarity of where the hell this season, where the hell is this organization going, and consistency of, can we keep the same people here for the whole stinking season? Because the amount of times people rattled off losing Mike, losing Luke Laux, losing Wes Wilcox, now losing Monte McNair, and all the volatility that happened, like, people can't believe that this has been only 1 season. It's been 5 seasons in 1.
Jake, we got to let you go. We'll see you Sunday. Before we do, your gut on Doug Christie.
He's the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Okay. All right. We appreciate you, Jake. Great stuff. Breaking news to players. That's what he does. Jake Gadon, we'll see you Sunday night on Sports Sunday, my man.
Good night, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jake.
Jake Gadon. He's so used to saying good night. It's 1:43. Like, my man hasn't slept in God knows how many days. He's overworked. He's still just trying to wean off the March Madness stuff. Like, poor Jake. No clue what time it is. We'll come back. We've got much more to talk about. I still have my Mike Brown was right notes. Phone lines as well. Elk Grove Kid Talk line 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC. I do want to bring some sound to you. Brian Windhurst has weighed in.
Oh, okay, Wendy.
See what he has to say. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So Wizzo, technically, I think his interim title runs for a few more months. If I got what James said earlier, I didn't think he'd have to be like fired. I just thought we don't really have to say anything. We don't really have to. He's not the coach. We have to address the head coaching position, whether they do a coaching search or whatever it is. But I'm sure that'll be. I think Sam said he's in a good position to keep that job, and there's no question that'll be Scott Perry's first order of business. Oh, Roger B. That's why you got cussed out.
Roger B.
That's why you got cussed out.
He's actually irrelevant.
He's a what?
He's irrelevant.
Oh, I thought you said he's a relative. I was like, oh
no,
man.
He ain't no kin of mine. He don't know what he's talking about half the time.
Shame on Kenny. Shame.
Roger, you're nothing but a desperate fan. You're nothing but a desperate fan at this point.
Man, Michael, I hear you. I hear you. Are you sure that's on Doug though? I hear you. Two things. Are you sure that's on Doug? And you really boiling it all down to one game? Hey, I'll do it. Raj, man, that was close. Drew down. That was close. Raj, fuck off, bro. Like, bro.
It's like I said, he's just a desperate fan.
Out of here, man.
He's just a desperate fan.
Goofy ass.
You know.
I'm about bootlicking. Fuck out of here.
I think Scott Perry got brought in with the idea like Doug's going to be the coach.
You think he did?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe.
See if I can get to it in time.
Maybe.
I don't know how they do this stupid little thing no more. I don't think it's going to happen for my guy.
Sending the insiders out to Cash Creek, huh?
Oh, here you go. This for you, Raj. Hold on, let me get my man. I got you, Raj. I got you, big dog.
It's so desperate. He's just a desperate fan. I barely know who the fuck you are. It's so desperate. He's just a desperate fan. I barely know who the fuck you are.
Ain't no barely about it. We knew someone was getting blocked today. We knew it. And it was Roger. Threw his ass out. Like it was the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
And then as Drew Down said, danced on his grave too. One
thing I'm just trying to like you're just trying to figure out what's what sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And I think Vivek just does unnecessary, ridiculous stuff, meddling, all this other stuff. We talked about that earlier. But Jake had talked about how, like, good organizations and good people who run businesses, they like they don't react off emotion, and they take time to think about it. And I was trying to think, didn't they do that with the Mike Brown thing? Not saying it's right. I'm just trying to rehash. It wasn't the story, and I thought it was in. Yeah, it was in. I thought it was in Amick and Slater's piece, but I can't find it. Maybe it was somewhere else. But it was like, hey, they decided to fire him that night. Vivek said, hey, let's sleep on it, and they, for whatever reason, they didn't have an 8 a.m. press conference. It happened in the afternoon,
right? Yeah.
And that's where the firing went. But at the time, I'm sorry, my bad. But at the time, at least what was written, what was told to Sam, whatever sources that he had told him, everybody was in agreement that that's what needed to happen. But now today,
well,
Malone wasn't in agreement with it.
Monty,
excuse me.
Yeah.
Monte McNair.
Michael probably wasn't either.
No, he
but
definitely wasn't.
but Monty wasn't.
But Monte McNair wasn't in favor of it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like so I'm just trying to decipher.
Well, you can't, because the story on Mike Brown's firing keeps changing.
That's
like the discussion on that story has not, the reporting on that story, it has not been consistent. And I don't know. I don't know what to make of Mike Brown's firing. Here it fits the Vivek Ranadive profile of, as Jake was talking about a minute ago, impatience. And it reminds me of, I just can't place where where his fault lies. Like, is it being too impulsive? Is it not being impulsive enough? Like, I think back to our conversation when the market died a couple days ago. And it's like, our financial person always said, you haven't lost anything until you sell. That's when you've lost. And I think, God, does Sacramento just keep losing? Because he keeps selling. Mike can't play through problem. And he you scored. I'm sorry. I'm taking a hard right here. You scored 11 points for your coach. You wanted the other one out of here. You scored 11 points for your coach. Bro, look, if y'all don't want to stand up for Doug, and people say, we were having a conversation during the commercial before we threw Roger's sorry ass out of here. We was having a commercial with the intelligent people in the chatty house about, like, hey, because someone, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, so my apologies for not giving them credit, but they said, I don't know if you can keep Doug after what happened last night. And I asked the question, like, you sure you want to blame Doug for what happened last night? But just like every player, general manager, owner, daughter, shadowy figure, everybody gets held to the fire today. So if you want to blame Doug, you absolutely can blame Doug. They made that lineup that Dallas marched out there, that big lineup, that beat Sacramento's ass. And Doug attempted to adjust by putting Valanciunas with Domantas Sabonis in there. And what did Domas do?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Well, like what? Unless you wanted Doug to throw a magic spell out there, what could he have done? Domas, and here's the tough part. You can judge if you want to. Again, everything is fair today. If you want to judge Doug on last night's performance, perfectly fine. As long as you're willing to judge Domas on these 3 postseason performances, as long as you're willing to recognize we literally begged this man to shoot the ball 2 more times a game. Not shooting 28 like DeMar did last night. Not shooting 20 plus like Zach LaVine regularly does. Fam, could you get to 16 to 18 field goal attempts a night? Domas said, F off. Here's 13 shot attempts. And Brody had to work to get to those shot attempts. One of them was the one he got pissed off at everybody else about because he held the ball too damn long. Gaffer was playing defense on him, and he flung it up with a second left on the shot clock. But as been customary with Domantas Sabonis at times, accountability. That, again, is everybody else's fault. I don't know what Keegan Murray's job is out on the floor in that situation, or Zach LaVine's, or DeMar DeRozan's, or Keon Ellis's, or Malik Monk's. I don't know none of their jobs, and I don't pretend to. I know one guy reacts. And I know when DeMarcus reacted away, some of y'all had something to say about it. I know when DeMarcus reacted away, there was a dude on the radio who called that man out his name over and over and over and over again. But Domas, he just wants to win. Again, it's everybody else's fault. 4 other guys on the floor. It's their fault, not the guy who had the ball in his hands. Go back, watch games this year. I swear to God, if you bring that stupid top 10 games of the Kings season list back this summer,
It was 20.
we will. Oh, Jesus Christ! I will literally talk about anything you want. If you want to talk about boxing,
we will then
every day. I won't offer much, but I'd rather
You're doing
do
a lot
that.
right now.
Huh?
So you're doing a lot right now.
But you lock it in. Clip it. Lock it in.
Again, it's not going to be a lot of conversation.
Canelo Squirrel this week.
I don't want to relive. I don't want to relive anything from this season. Absolutely nothing. But if you want to, go back. Go back and watch how many times something happens with the big fella on the offensive end. Feel the need to do this. I think Domantas Sabonis is a very good player. I think he's a quality person too. Just feel the need to point that out. As I ask you to go back and watch these games and tell me how many times you see apologies to 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Hands up in the air. We're customary to think that's officials. There's a play. I swear to you, this happened a week or two ago. It was during Zach LaVine's little slump, whatever it was. Zach LaVine hits a back cut. Domas finds him and dunks it. I swear Domas said something to him in that play. And it might have been, that's what you do. It might have been, and that's what I'm talking. It could have been anything like that. All I know is it was demonstrative and it was aggressive and it was in plain sight. There's one guy on the team that does that right now, and it's him. You can do that, in my opinion, if you are an unquestionable 20-plus, 13-plus foot. If I know what I can get from you on a night-to-night basis, you could do that. I'm this close to calling your boy's stats empty calories. Oh, God damn it. I think Bonte Hill once said that. Didn't he?
Yeah.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. Absolutely.
What would you call it if he was doing this on the Hawks?
Well, it'd be empty calories. Oh, all right. There it is. Domas is a goddamn Snickers bar. Who's that, Jamil?
Yes.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up, Jamil?
I'll feel you. Hey, D-Lo, I'm on your same page, baby. I'm there with you. You know what yesterday proved to me, man? And I hear segments. I hear in the morning radios. I was listening to a segment of Carmichael Dave, and I just kind of put all my segments together and give my own little, recipe of this. Everybody tucked tail yesterday. Doug Christie couldn't play. He gets excused. Everybody tucked tail yesterday. And with, Uncle Vivek firing Monty right afterwards was about the only thing he could do for me to even watch this team at the beginning of the year next year, because he should have did that a long time ago. You know what I mean? This is everybody tucked tail from all the way up to the ownership. I think the team should get sold to someone who knows how to run a freaking basketball team, man. I'm livid with it. I'm livid. It's embarrassing nationally. It's just an embarrassment.
I hear you,
Tell the team
Jamil.
is someone who knows what's doing. Thank you, boys. I love y'all.
No, love
Appreciate
you back,
you,
bro.
Jamil.
I don't. That's not how it works. It's not happening.
I need more. I guess I need more patience and understanding in these situations.
Well, let me ask
It's
you.
something that just makes me roll my eyes more when they say somebody should sell.
No, I hear you.
Or going to sell it.
And I genuinely don't know. You do this more than I do. I don't do this at all. Do Cowboys, Drew Down, do Cowboys fans want Jerry Jones to sell the team?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Okay, well, that's too goddamn bad. That's never happened.
It happens with Mark Davis, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
it happens all the time.
Mark's a little different, but I get it.
Mark is
Well,
built
Mark
a
is
situation
no.
where he's making money hand over fist. Why would he sell the team?
Well, I think some I think I can speak for Roddy. The frustration is the Oakland situation in the movie. I get it. Your point's valid. It's fine.
I might even want Vivek
to
sell the team. The thought process of even uttering that, no, these people aren't selling the team, at least not for these reasons, right?
Yeah.
Like if it became a situation where they start making money or, it was a good time to get out, all this other stuff, then maybe. But I understand Jamil, my dude. A lot of people say it, like these guys, and I know there's like a contract or something that's going on. I would say Vivek and any other owner would move the team before they sold the team.
You mean a petition?
Well,
a contract?
No, I think there's like Carmichael Redacted has mentioned, like, I don't think they can move the team for 20 years or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But he'll wait 20 years.
Is that his name?
And then move. That's what they said in the chat.
Oh, okay.
That's
you guys will never guess who we're referring to.
Redacted Dave is pretty funny too.
Redacted Dave is funny. That's a good one.
Yeah, like these guys, this team would be in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Vivek as the owner before he sold the team.
Yeah.
So I understand it. It's just, I should say, man, I need more money. I need to win the lottery. All right, yeah, that would be great. It's not happening.
Man, you need more money. What a slap in the face to us working people. I mentioned Brian Windhurst had something to say about the Sacramento Kings. I don't imagine it's good, but they talked about, this is the only time we get talked about on ESPN. It's usually never good. Let's see what Windhurst, who's at the table here. That's Windhurst, that's Malika, that's Sham Sharania, and that's Udonis Haslam. Shout out to Udonis, who is sitting with absolutely
great
phenomenal posture.
Great posture.
His suit is incredible.
work on my posture.
He's got his suits cut like Udonis right now, A+. A+ in the TV game.
Facts.
Windhurst, not so much.
Nah, he's got to get better posture.
He's got it. His posture's bad. The suits aren't cut well. And I have a feeling he's going to say some bad things about Sacramento.
What does all this change say to you, Brian, about the state of the franchise?
That it's not a good organization. I mean, I wish Scott Perry the best. He's our former colleague, very strong executive. Domantas Sabonis gave his exit interview today.
Yes.
And they said, what do you need to do in the offseason? He said, we need to get a point guard. They just had a franchise point guard.
That Scott Perry was there in the lead up to drafting.
That they let the relationship go south on. I'm sure everybody's got their story, but the relationship went south. They had the executive of the year. The relationship went south. He knew he was getting fired because they already had Scott Perry hired. He knew for weeks he was getting fired. His assistant, Wes Wilcox, left weeks ago to take another job when he was a big part of their rebuild. How many coaches did they go through in Sacramento over the last 17 years? They finally found a coach who put them on the right path, and Mike Brown. They liked him so much, they gave him a contract extension last summer, and they fired him 2 months into the season. This is the definition of why they have been a bagged organization for decades. And maybe this new alignment will work. Maybe Doug Christie will work. Maybe they will get another point guard. Just look what they did. Like, I like Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan as people. I like them as players. They can be successful. They were very clearly a poor pairing in Chicago. It did not work. Not for 5 minutes over the course of years. The Bulls moved on from both. The Kings brought them in. They had an alignment that worked, and they imported a pairing that didn't work and is very expensive. They had it in front office that was working. They disenfranchised them and drove them out of town. What are we doing here? Like, okay, maybe it will work going forward, but why would you have faith in it? Why would you have faith in the decision-making from the top? This is not an opinion. This is a reaction to the results that we can actually see.
Yeah, I don't have a single issue with anything he just said.
Fair.
Yeah, he said a lot of what we did, just much quicker. I don't have no problem with any of that.
Everything is fair. Everything.
Brian Windhurst, MVP of the day.
Everything
nothing wrong with that.
Anybody has to say about this franchise is 100% fair today and moving forward. Like, it's fair until they show differently. Until Vivek as an owner shows differently with wins and losses, or not losses, I guess, but just more wins. Everything that everybody says is fair about him. Everything. There, for me personally, Yeah, there's context to stuff like he talks about. They had a point guard and they got rid of him. Yeah, there's context to the fact that Fox said he didn't want to be here. So, like, yes, but who cares? Did you win or lose? You lost. So, you bad organization. If that's how they want to describe you. You don't have enough wins for anybody to say anything differently. You don't move in a fashion for anybody to say anything differently.
No.
And this is what I was talking about with Jake and everything. They could do everything right procedure-wise. Vivek can get out the way and let basketball people do basketball things and just go on the beach and run routes and stay away. He can do all that. They can go through the right search that they need to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got that. They can go through the right search. They can let Scott Perry hire his coach and have the GM and coach in sync and all this other stuff. They can do all that. And if they're 40-42, it's a loss. That's why I always say none of that, to me, I'm at the point, none of that matters. I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
None of it matters because you can do everything right. And if you lose, it's not going to make me feel any better. They are at the point where the only thing that matters is winning. That's it. You can, everything that I just laid out, you can do it the exact wrong way. But if that's a 55-win team, I'll be happy. That's where I'm at with these dudes. And until we get to the point where they're winning, Vivek is looked at as a loser when it comes to the NBA.
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Yep. Let's get Steven in here on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Steven, what's happening, brother?
How you doing, babies? How you guys doing, man?
We good, big dog. How you doing, man?
Man, just working, man. Essentially, man, I just have a question. Maybe you guys can fill me in on it and maybe fill the rest of the listeners on it, because I'm under the impression that, I've never seen Vivek in front of cameras taking questions. The only time I've ever seen him in front of cameras taking questions is when he was sitting there with his boyfriend, John Fisher. Okay. Like during the whole thing. I know. I'm being a little extra.
I got you. It's all right.
You get what I'm trying to say, man. I have never seen him take questions. He didn't do any press conferences when he let Mike Brown go. Monty wasn't out there, probably because, he was being puppeted by Vivek. Okay. And I just don't know. Maybe I haven't watched enough of the press conferences, but I know you guys are like super plugged in. So has he ever taken accountability and taken responsibility and like owned up to his actions and his decisions as a business owner?
He hasn't, but let me ask you something, Steven.
That's awesome. That's where it gets tricky. That as a business owner, he's successful. Just from the dollars and cents standpoint. Even with the Sacramento Kings, he's successful.
From the dollars and cents standpoint,
so
you're
as
absolutely
an
right.
NBA owner, like wins and losses, he's a failure.
Right. Let me ask you something, Steven. Now I know what you'd want to hear. You'd want someone to ask James Ham, hey, explain to us, was it your decision to fire Mike Brown? There's all these sort of things that you could ask, right? I get that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think he would actually say, though?
He'd probably skirt around it and, use a bunch of jargon that, a lot of people would understand. People like me who are not as plugged in. I'm not a fairway fan or anything like that, but I'm not an X's and O's guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I would just like to see him in front of a camera.
I hear you.
Take responsibility and maybe answer. Maybe take a couple of questions, even if just one, just one. I've never seen him in front of a camera during this entire tenure, except for when he saved the Kings and the whole RV situation, whatever. You know what I mean?
As we know, Dave saved the Kings. Not Vivek. Dave, redacted Dave saved the Kings. We appreciate you, Steven. And I understand that. I think a lot of people want that. Yeah. I would love that. I think we need to put there's a caveat on this though. You want Vivek to sit down with either in a press conference form or whatever and answer questions honestly. Otherwise, what will wind up happening is exactly what Steven expects would happen. Is you ask 20 questions. You're going to get a bunch of words and a bunch of jargons. But he's not dumb. He'll answer one of them honestly. He'll answer one of them that will get the Sports Center tweet or the NBA on ESPN tweet. That James will get it, Jake will get it. They'll and that one will go out, and then the rest will be marshmallows and mush and filler. Domas's stats. It'll just be nothing, and that's what that's what a Vivek press conference. Vivek isn't he's not a strong speaker. He doesn't have a powerful voice. Vivek is a guy you kind of have to like lean in to listen to. Like, he's not an authoritative guy. It will, truth be told, it might just infuriate people more.
Well, here's the thing. Two things. Number one, I believe, I could be wrong because I think I was gone at this point. So I can't remember exactly what happened. But it wasn't in front of a camera. But didn't he do an interview, talk to somebody? I want to say it was Marcos Bertone or somebody else.
Jesus
and they
Christ.
and they did the interview, and they end up ripping them to shreds and start getting. That's when they got like Jeff Petrie, and then Jeff Petrie say he's a little mini idiot or something like that. And I feel like that was the last time.
A mini idiot, not even a full size idiot.
He said it went all bad, and I feel like that's the last time. It feels like maybe internally, at that point, I'm not talking to nobody no more.
Well, I can't believe you made me do this, but I searched. I might not be able to access this.
I can't remember who
I
it was.
searched Marcos Bertone and Vivek Ranadive and came up with an article called "What's Wrong with the Kings?" Start at the top. It's dated February 10th, 2016. And I'm looking to see. It does not
He had a think piece that went in on Vivek. I remember that.
Well,
that
that clearly
was
is this one.
I think that was right before he signed. What's the Euro guy that came in here and couldn't shoot? One of them.
Bellinelli.
Because I remember after he's like, nobody wants to play. In that article I think you're talking about, nobody wants to play for this guy. And then like a week later, Bellinelli signs with the Kings.
So I don't see any quotes from Vivek in this article.
Yeah.
So it must have
And
been
I think it was an
one.
ESPN article, to be honest with you. But it just went all bad.
Well, God damn it! Now I already searched Marcos Bertone. Now my whole Google thing has gone to hell. Damn it, Kenny!
But I feel like that was the moment. It just because he was really out there before that, and I remember it went all bad, and it feels like we haven't heard from him since, as far as interviews, giving interviews or anything. Like I said, I think James might know. Matt might even know too. But I think
this man said Marcos Bertone.
I think Jeff Petrie went in on him in the interview. It was something, but we haven't heard from him. The other thing about that,
there's an ESPN article that calls his daughter's old basketball team a minimally talented group of wealthy Silicon Valley girls. Maybe it's that one.
Might be that.
It feels like a shot.
Okay, that's. Wait, what? That's terrible.
Hey, we gotta look through that.
I looked up for mini idiot. That's what I found.
Hold on, we'll come back.
No, wait a
and
second.
On the other side, we'll talk about what we saw on that one, because that might. That's ridiculous.
I don't think this is a nice article, by the way. This is on ESPN.
Wait, okay.
That's what they call Petrie hit Vivek with the dismissive little chap.
Man.
You said USA Today?
No, he said ESPN.
Oh, ESPN.
Well, okay.
We'll figure it out. And I got another point.
Sam Amick, USA Today in 2016. God, how many of these articles are there? And how the hell did you land on Marcos Bertone?
Because he always saying something stupid.
Well, boy, truer words.
And I got my other point too when we come back.
Oh, great. Kenny's got another point. Marcos Bertone can't wait. It's ESPN 1320.
Yeah, we're not talking about shoes today. Okay. Oh, this guy didn't found it. He said this story's hilarious. Was it from 16 that you found, Jesse?
This one might have been 15. Hold on. Yeah, February 18th, 2015.
Oh man, let me see if I can find a little something here. Oh, brother. But it feels so, yeah, it feels like. It feels like this is probably when he stopped talking. Oh. Oh, well. Sorry, guys. I'm reading this here real quick. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on here. Okay, let me see. It might be on. Twitter. I'm assuming. Visa. I'm assuming. I don't know. If you sent it in the chat, I don't think we can get to it. Well, okay. Well, where did you send it? If it's in the chat, where'd you send it to me? I don't know where you sent it. It said check the video link. Are you on Twitter? If you're on Twitter, you can send it however you need to, either DM or just at me.
Figure it out, or we're gonna send you on a lap. Figure it out.
He said,
Man's trying to help, and y'all just
get it done.
Just beating
Get the
his
job
ass.
done.
He's
Or
trying
you're
to
gonna take a
help.
lap.
Man, a tough crowd. Kenny and Jesse just yelling at people.
Excellence on this team.
Man.
So we might have found
tough scene.
The origins are around the time when he stopped talking.
Okay. Vivek, he being Vivek.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I'm trying to chase all this down. It got to a point where he issued an apology to Jeff Petrie.
I see this. Yep.
He issued an
Vivek
apology.
Ranadive apologizes for criticism of ex-GM Jeff Petrie.
He said he didn't mean any disrespect. He takes accountability. He says all the mistakes were my mistakes. I love Jeff. Whatever he said, whatever. And I think he said something in the USA Today.
So that's
article.
that's okay. So now we might be headed to something.
Yeah, he said something in the USA Today article about. He might have said some other stuff, but like he talked about the draft specifically. He's like, nobody wanted to be here. I had to handle it on my own or whatever. And then Jeff Petrie said it was a sophomoric attempt at revisionist history from Vivek. And then I got to another part where it was a Sacramento Bee article. It was Elaine who wrote something kind of breaking down everything. And basically it was like, yeah, it was just another attempt for Vivek to remind everyone how he saved the Kings. And we're all tired of hearing that. And
He didn't save the Kings.
He's he came in on a white horse, and that's the word she's saying, that he just saved everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what specific article it was, but around that time, it feels like that's when he stopped talking to people.
That could be right. So I'm gonna. There's no rule that I can't text him.
Oh, be careful.
I know. I was gonna ask.
You're gonna say, did you save the Kings?
Did you? No, not Vivek.
Oh no,
Sam.
Oh yeah, I thought you were texting Vivek right now too.
No,
well, no, I thought he was texting redacted and asking him, did he save the Kings?
Oh no, Dave definitely
Redacted
saved.
Dave?
Redacted Dave definitely saved the Kings. I can text him that if you want.
I thought you were texting Vivek.
No, Dave.
You got it like that.
Did you save the Kings?
Don't do that.
What I asked him.
Don't do that.
What I meant was, I'm gonna ask Sam Amick. Okay. This is a weird question. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm texting some. I don't want to say Sam Amick because we could get in trouble because he gets.
While you're texting,
did you conduct Vivek's last interview ever?
Vivek, there's two other times. Vivek sat down with ESPN and they ran a video when the Beam got notoriety. And he explained what it meant, where it came from, all this other stuff. He talked then. He did a podcast with, I think, Andre Iguodala and Evan Turner about 2 years ago. And I think I remember that. It wasn't super in-depth. They're kind of like on a business, maybe even a little bit of a tech side with that podcast that they had. And he talked there. And I remember, because we talked about it on the air, I remember he said like one or two things that were of note. But it was not like a deep dive type interview. Those are the only two times I remember him in the last at least 5 years sitting down and talking to somebody.
Time is so funny. Like I have this article pulled up, the Vivek apologizes to Jeff Petrie article. It shows him courtside. One, he's in a suit, purple tie. He looks so young.
Yeah, he looks really young.
He looks so young.
He looks hella young.
Like
What's
this
that?
team,
What's
you
that,
think
10
this
years?
team is aged you? No, yeah,
2016?
16. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks really young.
This team is even aging Vivek. Man, poor guy.
So yeah, I mean that's there. So to who was that said they wanted to see him talk?
That was
Steven.
Yeah,
so Steven, I get it. I understand it. And I get it. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong, I'm right, or whatever. I'm not saying that.
But I'm right.
No.
Oh.
For me, I don't need to hear him say a word anymore. He could get up there and he could say all the right things. You laid out like a scenario. He you know what, guys? This is all on me. This is my fault. This is my fault. I have not been a good NBA owner as far as product on the floor. I just haven't been good. And I'm going to try to be better moving forward. I'm going to try to be a different type of owner, a better type of owner. And I'm going to do things differently. And I'm going to let the basketball people do basketball things. He could say all of that. And if they win 33 games the next 2 years, I won't care. I won't care that he told me, hey, this is my fault. I don't care. I'm not saying I'm right and everybody's wrong and vice versa. The only thing that matters is wins. I'm not going to feel better if you get up there and you talk and have an interview and you pour your heart out. I'm not going to feel better if you don't. If you don't ever say another word again, but this team goes on a run where they make the postseason and for 10 straight years, and that's all I need. That's all I need. I don't need your words, because right now your words don't mean nothing. Your words don't result in the action, or your lack of words don't result in action. They don't bring results. So yeah, earlier on, yeah, I want to feel good. I want to feel a little better about what's going on. Now I'm just in a point where I don't care. It reminds me of a time, and I hope it works out this way. I remember in 2019, and I've talked about this before, the Niners were building this defensive line, right? And they had Armstead, they had gotten Buckner. So for about 3 years, they may have had one or two other people. They were like, oh man, John Lynch, he's working them trenches. That defensive line is going to be a monster. It's going to be a monster. Then they draft Nick Bosa. And they're like, oh my goodness, this defensive line is going to be a monster. And I said, I don't care. Y'all done told me that for 3 years. It's resulted in nothing. The only thing that's going to make me appreciate or care about this defensive line is if they win football games. That's it. I don't even care about the sack total. Sack total is high, and we got 7 wins again. I'm going to be pissed. And they end up having a great season. So I was happy, right? That's where I am with Vivek, this ownership, the process, all this other stuff. I don't care about none of it. I just don't want this season to end
it's
in
over,
the middle. Well, I'm saying I don't want it to end damn near at the beginning of April anymore.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that matters for me. And that's just me.
Redacted Amick responded. Sam Redacted. I don't know. I certainly don't remember anything of substance that was written. Not sure about it. I really think that ended. I think that's the one.
Yeah.
I think that's the last interview that he did. Yeah. That was 9 years ago.
And like I said,
like basketball related of substance, like that was 9 years ago with Sam Amick.
And the way that's kind of played out a little bit, as far as like he said something, it rubbed Jeff Petrie the wrong way. That probably pissed a lot of people off around here. Like his name became mud, and the fact that he came back and said, "Hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect." I could imagine him saying, "I'll never talk again. I won't say nothing again because I tried to speak open and honestly, and it went all bad. Let me just shut up." And he's maintained that silence for 10 years on that level.
Yeah.
The whole jazz band thing, he don't live that down. He don't live 4-on-5 down. He don't live down Stouts.
I don't think he actually even said the 4-on-5.
You're right, but it don't even matter, right? Because people attribute that to him. He don't live none of it down. So he said, you know what? You know how you can never confuse me with a 4-on-5 again is if I never talk.
Isn't that something? Was it George? Who said that? Was it George Karl or was it Michael Malone? It was. I know Michael Malone has repeated. Michael Malone repeated it like 2 years ago.
That guy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But and like I said, I'm not even saying it's right. I'm just trying to give insight. It seems like that's when he's like, I'm not ever talking again.
There was a series on Westbrook, and it got to, I think it was the finals, the Heat finals.
Okay.
And but Russ had a bad outing, and the media, they just like, it was Russ's fault. Go ahead.
The 4-on-5 thing was a source thing. Sources said that Vivek said in a meeting to Brain Trust that they play 4-on-5 and had someone sit back. So like it came out from, it was a report, I guess.
So yeah, but the way it's always okay, good. So it wasn't even in it, but the way
Zach Lowe reported it, by the way.
The way it always was, the way it's positioned by guys like Michael Malone is, well, I once had an owner tell me to play 4-on-5. Like, no, you didn't. Don't do that. No, you didn't. Like, he may have said it. Hey, what if we play 4-on-5? Like, what if we just had a cherry picker, as they call it? What if we had that? Oh, you won't believe this idiot. What? Okay.
And not to stall this guy out either, but that's almost like Republicans buy shoes too, right? Like if you
you could stall Mike out. Like there was context behind that.
But that the context is never spoken of, right? And it's just that's what he said.
Even the guy, was it Sam Smith?
Yeah, he was like, I wish that never would have.
Well, Sam was like, never thought that would be a thing. Like Mike said it in a way, like I didn't realize that was going to become what it became. Russ did there was a documentary on Russ. I think it got to the finals and the media turns on him. He's like, wow, they really did me like that after one game. And it was like a switch flip for Russ. Like, well, okay, if that's how this game works, I'll just play my own. And that's where he became. And I think Russ is starting to soften up a lot. I think he softened up a lot with the Clippers and with Denver as well. And, I still think he's pretty guarded with the media, but not nearly as guarded as he was when he was like the 1A on a team. When you're more of a role player, the smoke level is different. Even though people still find a way to blame Russell Westbrook for what's wrong in Denver. But that approach, that idea of, oh, this is how it works. Okay, F off. I don't have to, in Vivek's case, I don't have to talk to you, and I won't again. In Russ's case, I do have to talk to you, but you will never get anything from me again. Russ, can I ask you a question? No. Bad reporters lead with, talk about no. Don't open the window for an answer like that with someone who's already short with you. KC, talk about what it was like being at the game last night.
What?
Right.
Bro, y'all tripping.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
I'm out of here.
I mean, there were people who would do that. Hey, talk about no. Ask me a question. Yeah, and I don't really fault anybody for responding like that. Whether it's a player, an owner, a coach, a general manager. Name of the game is content. Especially today.
And what comes to that sometimes though is if you never gonna stand up for yourself and defend yourself, then people just gonna say what they say. And
right.
You gotta live with that too. If Vivek is making that decision to never, talk like that again, all right, well, they just gonna like there is a certain degree that if Vivek was I shouldn't say nice because it doesn't seem like I don't know if he's mean, but like this open and friendly, like owner, he may get grace from people in the media. You know what I mean? He may they may do more highlighting of the good things he does in this community if he was a more open type of owner. But he's not, so they light his ass up and every opportunity they get. And that's the decision that you make, Vivek, when you choose to go about it that way.
You think there's any aspect to him running the team the way he does because he listens to the headlines a little too much, maybe? Like he keeps Vlade Divac around because he hears that he doesn't know what he's doing and blah, 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 this and this and that?
Vivek doesn't strike me as a guy who pays attention to us.
Yeah, just asking.
I feel like there are people around Vivek. There were people around the front office. They paid attention, and they told him. That's how I feel it goes.
Vivek is running routes.
Right, Vivek. Yeah, Vivek is not.
Vivek is on the beach running routes. So yeah, I agree with you, but I do think the people around him alert him. Like if it's something like really major, like a I don't even know what to compare it. I'll just say like Scott Perry and Calvin Booth. Like Calvin Booth was mentioned outside of Scott Perry yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And they was saying Calvin Booth seems like a front runner for the job. I think he might see that and be like, what? Maybe give a phone call. I'm like, this is crazy. Can you believe this? And that. But like D'Lo and KC at 2:34 on a Thursday, like I don't think he's listening and paying attention to what's being said. Or I just don't. I don't think so. So
someone is.
but that's what gets to him, though. That's what you just laid out. Like he may not be listening, but I think this stuff gets to him. Like somebody relays the information. It happens to all these guys, players too.
It happens from strange sources too. I gotta, yeah. Is there
new news?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is new news from an old person? Like, why are you still here? Get your ass out of our lives. I'll tell you. I'll tell you during the next break. I got the most out of the blue message. I can't even remember. Just having a great night one night. Just got the most out of the blue message. Like, what is this? Got into an exchange like, oh, I'll tell you.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, don't we have to break now? No.
Yeah.
You know, another thing that
Jesse's like, I want to know too. Go to break.
You know, one of the other things that I thought you talked about earlier about the aspect of there are still people around Vivek that look to make his life a living hell at every opportunity. And that doesn't absolve him of his wrong decisions and his wrong process. He has to wear that. But you say that, you know what I always think about is there something, how do I explain it? If you're an owner and you've got a problem with Vivek, or in the moment, say Monte McNair gets fired, and I'm a minority owner of the Kings. What, since they know every damn thing, since they got all the damn answers, what keeps them from having their own podcast or going on a buddy show weekly and saying, this is what I would do. And this is how I would handle it before everything goes bad? Because when it goes bad, then you can obviously say, I would have done the opposite.
Right.
But in the moment, why don't you have, you can't, hey, people be asking to hear from Vivek. I'm sure you got somebody that will come on all the time and discuss everything Kings. Why don't they do it? Is there like, would they lose their stake if they spoke out against the majority owner or something? Like, why? They got so many damn opinions. Why don't they let their voices be heard on a weekly basis?
Because it's easier to not have your name behind anything. Because you can say anything you want to. It's like Roger B with the R as his avatar. It's the random person who's not standing in front of you talking. Like it's easier. It's easy on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, whatever your favorite app is. You can create accounts without your names on them. That's why. That's what sources said are. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Let's get Lewis in here, man. 916. By the way, Grant Napier was not texting me. Will y'all stop it? Goodness gracious. 916.
Crossed my mind.
Mine too.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Y'all are ridiculous. 91690. Lewis, what's going on, brother?
Oh man, not much, man. Let me help y'all off of this cliff. Y'all sound really, you're taking the whole thing pretty tough.
Yeah.
I'm the guy here to just sort of remember, to try to remind everybody. I'm looking at the standings in the league. There's 30 teams, right? 10 in each conference made the playoffs or play-ins or whatever it is. But, Toronto, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Charlotte, Washington.
Lewis,
I
love you. Lewis, I know you're going to get mad at me. I love you, brother. You have got to get to the point.
Let us know, big dog.
My point is there's we're crying like the world has ended here and so forth. And the truth of the matter is the NBA is full of very, very talented people, and everybody can't win. So
okay.
I'm okay with where we are. Would have, I do some things differently, certainly.
Oh, he's gonna be pissed off.
He's gonna
be so.
He's
mad.
gonna call you back and cuss you out so bad. I wish.
Hey, you want to know the cool thing about that? I never answer.
He gonna be so
Louis,
upset,
you can't. Like, what do you want? Like,
Louis,
come on.
Louis. Yes, the NBA is full of talented teams. You were ready to list off every team that did. You telling me? I maintain this. I think Dallas played terrific yesterday. They played terrific. It wasn't just the way Sacramento played yesterday. It was the way Dallas played. They played well. That basketball team, that roster, the guy for guy, Sacramento's better. That's why it's 3-1. Sacramento was better. If they played again, this isn't how it works, so it doesn't matter. They play again tomorrow. They play again Sunday. I think Sacramento could win both of those. Dallas was terrific last night. Our frustration, Louis, is that this team underperformed. Now, we can debate how much they underperformed, and that probably just centers on how much you hate DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. I don't hate either one of those individuals. I think they're both solid players. I think whether De'Aaron Fox is here in place of Zach LaVine or Zach LaVine is here, I think we're still dealing with what we're dealing with right now. Everyone says point guard, point guard, point guard, point guard. Okay, you look at me. I asked the Chatty House. Y'all think it would be different? Tell me that you think this season would be different if De'Aaron Fox was still here.
I don't
remember. De'Aaron had the finger that pointed west when it wasn't supposed to, or east. I don't remember, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Tell me you think it would be the same, or excuse me, tell me you think it would be different.
I don't know.
I think it would be I think it would be exactly the same.
Well, keeping De'Aaron and Brown is still gone.
Yeah.
Yes, would have been a little worse.
If Brown is still here, is it worse? Because you have angry Domas, you have angry DeMar, and I think you have one other frustrated guy who we've left out of all of this. But is it different if Mike is here?
I don't think so.
It's only if you have the faith that they would have gotten through that little rut.
I think it might be worse if Mike is here. Like how you navigate all those frustrated players.
Those two scenarios, Mike here, and the season just keeps going, and Mike gets fired, De'Aaron stays. Those both result in, I believe, in what we saw last night at best. They might have been 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Because it was bad. It was all bad. It was all bad. I think people forget that, or they just assume, they would have figured it out. Maybe. I don't know. But it was all bad. Both of those situations.
Dear God, did Mavs Kings lead PTI or did they lead the second block?
No, they led PTI.
Yeah. Kings probably weren't even referenced in the fact they lost on their home floor. It was probably about Nico defense wins championships and the fact that the big
Did
man
you see
lineup
Nico
worked.
last night? I saw him.
I didn't
Yeah,
actually.
I saw him on the way out.
Only person I saw that I was happy to see was Jackie. I saw Jackie. That was it. All right, we'll come back. Matt George going to join us here coming up in a little bit.
He don't like the Kings.
Yeah, this is going to be ugly.
Don't like them boys.
It's going to be we just going we might just take ourselves off the screen and let Matt go. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta. That's a funny Matt George thing yesterday. Video of Cameron Boozer at the top of my timeline. The only time I have Twitter open is during the show. That's why I never know anything else that's going on. I haven't even kept up with.
The app is pretty bad now, but I have nowhere else to go. Once I'm done with Twitter, I'm just retiring off social.
Oh man. What's the pre-workout, Michigan, that you and John Poles are taking? Yeah, well, it's still good for sports. It's still good for news too. And toxic, you're right, man.
But damn it, is it tough to avoid all that other stuff he's talking about on
boy,
there?
you ain't lying. You are not lying. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Good callback right there. Oh, I've never heard of that, Michigan. I'm going to search that right now. Okay, there it is. Huh. Okay. So y'all, I don't, tell me about these flavors, Michigan. I don't know, man. These look like Starburst flavors, bro.
What are we working with?
It's Casey, it's called Reese, right? I don't know if I'm saying that right. R-Y-S-E. Rice?
Rise.
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 Oh, Rise. Okay. Oh, I got it. Right. Oh, it's Rise. Okay. Idiot. Have you had it?
No, that's why I'm asking.
What is it?
You said
It's
like
an
Starburst, so I'm
energy
curious.
drink.
I think I've heard of it too.
But they're like what's making me nervous is cherry lemonade, sour punch, cotton candy, sour punch, apple. Like, oh man, I don't know about this.
Cherry lemonade sounds fire.
Cherry, I've had the cherry lemonade. They got Kool-Aid flavors. This looks like an energy drink for children. They got a. Oh my gosh, the Chatty House is trying to kill us. This has got 200 milligrams of caffeine in it.
Is it worse than those Hulk Hogan pills that you took back then?
Did I take Hulk Hogan pills?
You said you took something.
Didn't he have vitamins?
Yeah, you took some vitamins or whatever, and it's like your chest was just boom, 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 boom.
No.
boom.
Okay, first of all, Hulk Hogan did used to have vitamins, by the way, and I'm positive I had them because I had the Hulk Hogan workout set as well. 2, those weren't Hulk Hogan pills. Those were fat burners. That's when you used to be able to put actual speed inside of a fat burner. And yes, it nearly killed me because I did not take it as directed. I took, so what was it was the WW, it wasn't, it was a W, I think it was called Stacker 2.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember those commercials.
And so what I didn't, suggested dose is, don't exceed 90 milligrams a day. Me, but I'm 20 at the time, 21 maybe. I'm thinking, shoot, I'm a pro. I got this. I didn't realize that dosage was the dosage they tell you not to take, like if you don't want to die.
Oh, man.
And you used to just be able to buy that stuff at GNC. You go to Walmart.
GNC was crazy.
Get some Stacker too. You could get some fat burners with some speed in it and grab some testosterone off the shelf.
Dave said double it.
Bro, I didn't double it. I took the recommended dosage. What I didn't do was ramp up to it. I opened the bottle. 3 pills? 3 pills. It specifically says take 1 for a week,
Man.
2 for a week, and then get to 3. Not me. Craig opened the bottle, 3 pills. 3 days later, I'm at Kaiser. They're like, hey, this is a weird question. Did you run here? I said, no, I drove. Oh, why don't you lay down? Your heart's beating 165 times per minute, and you appear to be in a completely relaxed state. We're going to give you something that's going to slow your heart rate down. We're going to need you to take this every single day. Do you have any idea what might have caused this? I said, no. I go, do you take any fat burners? Yes. Great. Throw them in the garbage.
It means all. Do you watch the WWE?
Yes. Did you see that Raw was brought to you by Stacker 2?
Raw was brought to you.
How familiar are you with the Ultimate Warrior? He takes this as well.
And I think one of the craziest things I experienced from that is, so like, it's not like you take these pills and your heart rate just goes down. It took several days, right? Like your heart, it starts to regulate a little bit, but your metabolism is still going crazy.
Yeah.
I lost like 9 pounds in 3 days. I was at the lowest weight I probably ever was, because I was a fat ass little kid. So I was at the lowest weight like I ever was because of those pills.
And real talk, that's probably what them wrestlers be taking or were taking.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why they're.
Oh, they were taking something way better than those.
Those
How good could it be?
alcohol,
Because
recreational, like they was think about it, they were drinking alcohol, they were doing regular drugs, and then they were doing like energy stuff so they could lift weights.
Right.
And supplements.
Right.
damn near why none of them are here now, right?
Yeah.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that is overload on the body.
So yeah, thanks for listening to the time about when D'Lo took crack.
They advertised it on Raw. What'd you want me to do? Man.
A couple of things.
Stacker 2.
Real quick. So there was a moment last night after the game, because one of the things I like to do, I just like to do it. I like to people watch. I like to be around and, say what's up to my people.
Said you was in the GM perch.
We saw that actually. We got the picture.
Yeah.
You were like Sting.
It's on the internet.
You were like
you
Sting
can
if he was courtside.
you can choose to lie if you want to, but it is on the internet. So
did not look happy, by the way.
Be careful.
I wasn't happy. The entire time I was not happy. But after the games, I like to be down on the court, take a little lap, see my people or whatever.
Obviously.
And at one point, I was taking a lap, and there's I don't want to exaggerate. A lot of people have talked about the agents that were in the building.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
including the one we're on the payroll for.
Well, yeah.
Did you hear that Kenny's on the payroll for the Kings as well?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Vivek, not the Kings, but just Vivek.
Yeah, Vivek.
And also KC
Bootlicker.
KC is on KC's payroll.
I saw that too. That's terrific.
He's getting paid from everybody.
You big.
Well, that explains everything.
You big dummy. But I was like probably about 7 feet away from this mega powers conversation that was going on.
Okay.
I don't know anything that was talked, like I couldn't hear,
Mhm.
but it was like, oh, So it's going down. They having a conversation. There was nothing demonstrative. People were laughing or whatever, but you knew it was Rich Paul. It was Aaron Goodwin. And
Aaron Goodwin. Oh, that's I didn't know he was there last night.
And there was somebody else there, and they were all excuse me, talking to Sam Redacted. Actually,
don't die. Well,
I mean, can't even talk about it.
I mean, yeah, Kenny getting choked up here. He's so emotional about Sam Amick.
The Sam Redacted, and I was just like, oh, all three of them guys are in the building, and they're all having conversations.
That's one of those things.
Business is brewing right now.
Next time you need to stand about 4.5 feet away, enough to where they don't notice you, but you can hear them. Go on your phone for a bit and just listen.
I probably should have. And
you do all of this stuff wrong.
It's true, yeah.
Like literally all of it.
Why do I gotta coach you up?
And Sam was probably like, "Hey, KC, come hang out with us."
Hey.
Nah, it's cool, man.
This is Aaron right here.
I gotta go see Linnea. Like it's fine. Oh, okay.
Look, she might need to be on the show because she does it right. I was talking to her and she's like, "Oh, hold on, let me go talk to Rich real quick."
Yeah, you do. That's what I'm saying. You do it all wrong.
They can all talk to each other because like the same income class or whatever. Like Rich is gonna be mad or bothered if I say what's up to him. He's like, "What are you doing,
You're
little
gonna
guy?"
look at me crazy if I.
Nah, you're just supposed to be there.
You're in
No,
the.
Like, oh yeah, I saw you standing in Monte McNair's spot. What's up?
You were in the GM purge.
Yeah.
Monte McNair's spot is on the other side of the court.
Securing the Bagley. KC dropped the ball again.
Could have got all the info. Well, but yeah, it's just I bring that up to say it's still kind of all new to me, right? Like seeing all those guys there at that game,
you know what they were
with that
saying.
result.
You know what they were saying. Sam was telling him, "Yeah, Monty's fired," and the rest of these guys were like, "Yeah, no kidding. This organization sucks. I'm gonna see if I can get him to give Trey Lyles $10 million next year."
Well, no, like some of the conversations we have. Yeah, no.
Well,
what's going on?
It's yeah. Yeah.
They're like, well, what you think? Like, is there a shot?
No.
What? No, he's gone.
No. There's no shot.
That was
no shot.
So who do we think sends like Shams? Like Shams did the Kings have won 40 or more games, 3 straight seasons under McNair's leadership. Blah blah blah. Haven't done that since 2005, 2006.
Probably Monty's agent.
Yeah, like the Kings had a .48 winning percentage under McNair. None of this stuff is good, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't imagine like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send this to Shams so we can tweet out like.
Well, Shams' point of contact, I think, is gone. He went to Utah. University or whatever it was. University of Utah. Yeah, I think that was Shams' point of contact. So now it's who represents Monty. Hey, let's get ahead of this.
Well, yeah.
Let's get ahead of this. As in Monty, as in Shams had that report ready a month ago.
You're right.
He was just ready to plug in the final numbers. Hey, man, it'll really help if you guys get to 40 wins. I could this tweet will go so hard if you get to 40 wins.
Well, Shams, I think I have this right. He's still connected.
Sure.
He's still connected. I'm trying to think if I got this right. I think so, because Woj was a team guy. Is that how we always thought about it?
Woj was a team, like a front office guy. Yeah.
And Shams,
a little bit more player centric, a little more agent centric.
He's still connected. He's good.
I don't know, but I've never seen Vivek Ranadive blush like he did when.
Well, that's the other thing. So I'm not even talking about that, but yeah,
I can't picture that. Like I can't picture, Vivek on the phone going, "Hey, Shams, okay, you ready? I'm gonna break it down for you." Like I can't picture that.
I can't. But what I was, there are people who are still clutch people in the organization.
Correct. Yep.
So
including one at the helm of the team. I asked Jake. I'll ask you. Del Christie, you think he's back?
I do think he's back. Man, you mentioned it earlier. A lot of criticism for Doug, and it's all fair because everybody's got to wear that last night. And I think Doug was doing what he could with what he had. Dylan, when you talk about the players and you talk about the circumstances, I think Doug. I'll put it to you like Doug. He was trying to will some of these guys to being where they needed to be last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he was confident that those guys were there.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about mentality. I'm talking about just how they approach the game.
Yeah.
Being a dog, things like that. He was trying to get those guys there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he was confident he always had those guys in that headspace.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, yeah, some of those guys weren't in that headspace. And they got beat up. So I say all that to say, yes, he deserves the criticism though, because nobody escapes it from what we saw last night. That was one of the worst. That was one of the worst moments in this city's history last night. I don't think I'm speaking in hyperbole when I say that. That was an ass whooping on your home court while the nation watches and with so much on the line for this group. That was one of the worst. And unfortunately for
embarrassed us in front of Dave Pash.
Right.
And Tim Legler.
Yeah, nice guys. I saw them too last night. Nice guys. Just a quick hey.
Legs is great. He was really close with Mike Tebow.
Okay.
Yeah, so Legs, I've had a couple of really good interactions with Legs.
Yeah.
Met Dave Pash a long time ago when he was calling women's basketball.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he's back, but that was a rough look last night. That was a rough look last night. And I don't know. I tweeted out last night, they let the city down. This is an unforgivable offense from this group. And I kind of feel that way. You're going to have to do it because you just can't get rid of everybody, players and stuff like that. But I thought about like, how are they going opening night at the Golden One Center last night? Give it up for Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine. Like the last memory we have of you guys just
stunk.
How we?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's tough. And like I said, they're gonna have to do it with some guys because I think people are gonna be here. But that was a stink that they're gonna have to work extremely hard to get off of him in this city. They let us down last night.
You're only partially correct. They did let the city down. But they're not going to have to work that hard to get the stink off because there's nothing in front of us. We're in April. What are we talking about? The draft in June? In all likelihood, Kings won't even have a first round pick. Now we could get lucky. Kings probably don't even have a first round pick. I'm so sorry. We can bring Jill on every week if you want. I'm not spending the month of June evaluating pick 40. I'm not. Like I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going through that. Then we're going to get to free agency. And because of the draft situation, man, are all eyes going to be on Scott Perry and how this new league year goes. Not just because of free agency, but because of, okay, Scott, what are you going to do with DeMar DeRozan? Forget it. I'm not going to. Scott, what are you going to do with this roster? Because everybody can say rebuild. You'll know by then the direction of this team. Because if there is any idea of, the sentiment, I tweeted one thing last night. The sentiment was blow it up. Shoot, that was the sentiment in the arena last night. I heard that 3 times as Kyle and I made our way to the exits. Just blow this thing up. Who cares? Okay. You'll know by the start of free agency if that's happened, because this draft has to be a part of it. And so you'll know pre-draft the direction of the Sacramento Kings. I know a lot of Kings fans hate this. I don't see that happening. I think they're going to do everything they can to use, maybe it's DeMar, maybe it's Domas, maybe it's cap space. Like Bobby Marks does a great job after every team is eliminated, is tweeting out everything that team has to offer. The 6 tradable first-round picks, all of that different stuff. You have all of that out there. They're going to utilize that to make this as close to a team that can contend for the playoffs next year as they can get. You're not getting, like, if you have your heart built, just tear it down and start over. You're not going to get it. I don't think, at least. I don't think you're going to get it.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. I look at a situation where I think DeMar DeRozan is gone. I don't know what you get from him. If DeMar DeRozan was in a Kings uniform next season, that might be the most shocked I've ever been in sports. I think he's gone. And I don't know what you get in return for him, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that point guard that you're talking about? Is it?
It's just a generic question. Who is the point guard y'all are talking about?
I like that.
Like, is it literally just a point guard? Like, that's all we're talking about is a point guard?
I wish they could find somebody like old boy Williams from Dallas last night. I like him. He came out of nowhere for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Brandon Williams or something like that. That boy can play.
It's great. What Sacramento needs is another Brandon Williams.
That boy can play. And if Scott Perry can, like, you don't have to even trade for the guy. If you can find that guy, second round or free agency or something like that, hell, trade for him if you're with Dallas. That's the guy you need right there. That guy can play. So you can find, when they talk about point guard, I feel like you can find that type of guy in a number of different places. But they got to find him, though.
Did we have Do-Rag Trey today?
Did we?
Oh, no, it's Beanie Trey. Sorry.
Oh,
the beanie blended in with the hoodie. I thought we had Do-Rag Trey. But no. I'm looking for clips. I'm looking for clips of exit interviews. And most guys, including our man Hammer, posted the entire interview, which is great. Like, that's terrific. It's over there on James's page. I know Matt has it on his as well, if you want to check that out. I was looking for clips of these exit interviews. I really don't have any desire in listening to, these guys talk. And it looks like all of them talked, because DeMar's was 10 minutes. Meaning if we played our if we played our more or less game, there'd be a lot of mores in this. But yeah, like, it's over, and you were saying it's going to take a while to wash the stink off of all of this. So much time is going to pass. I just think people are going to be like, all right, let's just be better. And the California Classic will be here in July, and people will be excited for it, just because it's basketball, and then hope. And you know how how it is to have hope, and that's what Kings fans will have.
I wasn't watching the game. I was actually watching the baseball game. Well, they're on my tablet here, but I wanted to see, because I'll never watch this game again in life, but I did want to see the Devin Carter moment. And I just said that place erupted.
Yeah.
And then Devin, and that was, man, what a wasted moment. That was a great moment. Devin's hyped up. I ain't never seen him react to the crowd. He had everybody going. They got the big shot of the entire arena, and it's everybody was turned up. And from that moment forward, it was a calamity. Wow. Just an abomination yesterday.
You are just throwing words around. Calamity, an event causing great and often sudden damage or distress. Also, a disaster.
It was a calamity.
It was.
Oh man.
I talked to Cody Starks this morning on Good Day Sacramento. Our brother was going through it, first of all.
Oh, shout out Cody, man.
But they had the nerve to air that highlight.
Which highlight?
The Devin Carter highlight.
Oh man.
I was like, Cody, you see that clip right there? That was the only highlight of the night. Besides Keon's 3 that opened the game.
That's what Jake said. Jake said that was the only highlight he had too, was Devin Carter. I guess I'm assuming only King's highlight, because you couldn't just run.
Oh, no, there were plenty of Anthony Davis highlights in
I was
there.
about to
Yeah.
say, you couldn't just run that one highlight for a minute. And
Anthony Davis jump shot. Anthony Davis dunking.
Oh, man, he went to work. He went to work on Domas. And
27?
everybody.
Yeah, I mean, all the.
Jeez. That was awful, man. That was awful. And we got some answers last night as to who is who and who is what in this league and on this team. And to be honest with you, you look at Domas and the way he played and the way he performed. That's why I kind of pushed back on the whole, oh man, Beam team, you had, 2 franchise guys. You had guys, you didn't have nobody. Not like what we thought we had. We had no franchise guys, bro. I don't believe Fox was that, and it is clear as day. Clear as day. Domas isn't that guy. You had some good talent. You still needed probably 2 better players than those 2. Hell, look at San Antonio. I think they're looking for 2 better players than De'Aaron. Wemby, and they're still like, hey, we still need to get somebody else. So it was all fun. And I'm
why we're not trading the rookie.
right. And I'm not selling nobody out, but the whole thought that like we were right there and we were on the brink of, man, you had a lot of work to do. We had a lot of work to do. We didn't realize it.
Well, no, I think we realized it. Or I think we did realize it. I'm gonna be honest, and this is me. I didn't think we needed it last night. I thought you could get through Dallas last night. Dallas is literally played inspired.
Yeah, they played a heck of a game.
They did.
Played their A game.
They did.
Kings
and credit
did not.
And credit to a guy we once laughed at because he was a fan.
Yeah.
He's actually a pretty damn good coach.
We talked about it though since Monday though. He's like, Jason Kidd gonna have these guys ready to play.
Oh yeah, I mean Jason Kidd turned our opinion last year when when they did the trade.
Yep.
Where they turned into like a really good defensive team. It's like, yeah, that's nice. You didn't just acquire PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford, these guys, and look, all of a sudden you can play defense. No, Jason Kidd was a big part of that. And he said some pretty goofy stuff before then, but he did remind us, like, nah, he can coach.
Yep.
And man, he did a hell of a job, and you were right. He had those guys ready. And it's Toxic 916 says, credit to Nico. Defense wins championships.
Defense wins playing games.
Yes, it does. We will come back. Matt George joins us. This will be fun. Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. He's with us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Tamor, even though we don't see any of this, I will put, that's what you're supposed to do with the super chats. You put them on the screen and you answer their question or say their comment. Why is Vivek so hard to get behind the mic? We kind of talked about it earlier. I don't know if you're just joining the show, but I don't think he probably views it. It seems like he views it as a no-win situation. So he just stays away from it. That would be my guess. And just a hypothesis. I do not know, but he's had some bad experiences and he seems to view it as a no-win situation.
Throw in the extra penny next time. Make that $2.
Yeah, cheapskate.
Round up.
We appreciate you, even though we don't see any.
Yeah, shout out. Don't do that again. Just ask the questions.
Yeah. Bro, dude.
I'm not. Can we throw a flag on your dad?
Hey.
Is that a flaggable offense?
Yeah, man, hold on.
Oh,
let their dad out.
Oh, Mr. Tapia. Oh, this is tough, Mr. Tapia. Just
Let me get the
no,
man.
Whose dad is that?
Dom throws the flag on Ray.
Better yay. Let's take a lap, big guy.
Dom throws the flag on Ray.
Eddie
How could
Guerrero
you
is my
do
real
it?
father.
How could you do it? Oh man. Oh. Hey, all right, man. Hey, man. Hey. Hold on now. Hey, man. Hey. Hold on, man. I'm about to send you something. You might have already seen it, but boy, better not piss me off. One thing's for sure, two things for sure. Or how's it go? One thing's for sure, two things for certain. I don't know. But hey. Hey, motherfuckers. There better be
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. Oh, believe me, I saw that. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk. There better not be any more miscommunications. Yeah, I saw that.
No, Miss Mac 10, what bag you got today? She kind of sneaky with it, What bag you got today? I saw Miss P in the chat. Where are you at? You know what I'm saying? Like, what continent? Where you at? We got some high rollers in here.
Let's go, Gilbert. Welcome to the club. We're gonna take down the Magic and the Pistons. We'll get the Cavs after that, and probably the Thunder.
Maybe the Clippers. Lance, what's up, man? Yeah, shout out to some people at that place. Not everybody. Are you guys on Richards Boulevard? Did you guys move? And how did you find out? Who knows I was over there?
What was you doing on Richards Boulevard, dog?
Well, that's where the new state buildings are.
Shawn Michaels, super kick Ric Flair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know how you get down. Okay. I see you. Leezy, we'll probably talk about this tomorrow because we don't have no Kings game to talk about. So
Tune into the NBA hour tomorrow.
Leezy is Leezy Friday, ain't it?
It is Leezy Friday. You better come with the pizza. Real quick. Oh, my bad. Aldrin. If they go independent, they're not staying with the Big Sky. I think the Big Sky
Boy, Matt
requires
looks
you
pissed.
I think Big Sky requires you to be part of have your football team as part of the conference. So I think they'd have to leave the Big Sky. Big West would be perfect. It'd be great.
What's up, Matthew?
Hey guys, I'm on phone. Is this okay? Does it sound okay? All right, cool. How are you guys today? Everybody in a good mood?
No. Hold on.
We're coming back, man. All right, man. Let's get in here. Matt George with us. They've been waiting all day for you to join us, Matt.
We just gonna let Matt cook. Matt about to fire this organization up. Boy, oh boy.
Let's start with the changes, Matt, before we get to the game. Monte McNair out as the general manager, Scott Perry in. It took minutes for this to happen, which has led everybody to believe, including us, from our time together last night, roaming around the court before the game started, that this plan has been in place for a long time. And that's where we are now. Matt, we have a new general manager in Scott Perry.
And that almost concerns me more this morning than I even was last night, I think, with this organization, because clearly this has been the works. This is not a decision that they just made in the 10 hours since Monte McNair lost his job, right? Like, this has been a conversation for a while, meaning you had essentially a lame duck general manager sitting there in a cold seat, taking the blame or just sitting there twiddling his thumbs while his organization and the team that he built crumbled around him. And then you have his replacement already in place. And here you are starting a extremely volatile offseason, already doing things by your book and not the textbook. And that's what scares the crap out of me. I think Sacramento Kings fans should be terrified today, not by the Scott Perry hiring. I think Scott Perry is great, but by the manner in which the man is being hired. The fact that there was no national search, there was no steps process. This was done, right? Like, the decision had been made. Hey, forget even trying for Bob Myers. Maybe it was a pipe dream. I don't know, but at least try and have a conversation with the dude, or any other executives that are potentially out there that you could find that maybe are willing to attack this organization's issues with a different kind of angle or a different kind of mindset than the mindsets that already are here in this organization that, quite frankly, haven't worked. Now, Scott Perry was here for 3 months? So we don't know too much of what Scott Perry would have been and who he is in Sacramento. We do know he was an assistant to Vlade Divac. We do know he has a pretty good understanding, at least in a short period of time, of how this organization works. But there is nothing that this organization has done over the last 13 years that Vivek Ranadive has owned the team. There's nothing that they've done to earn the faith and confidence that they're going to handle this correctly. Sometimes the way that everybody else does it is probably the way that you should do it, especially when you've tried it your way over and over and over again. And with the exception of 1 year and kind of a second year, it hasn't worked. And that's what scares me today, is not if Scott Perry's going to be the general manager, not if Doug Christie's going to be the head coach. But did you already make this move because that's the guy that you wanted without going through the proper process? And are you making this hiring of Scott Perry because you know he's familiar with you and he will do what you want in making Doug Christie your full-time head coach? If this is the case, then we're running into the same issues. The same people are calling the shots. It's going to be, it feels like the cycle is just going to continue. And if I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, which of course I am, that freaks me out. There's no reason to believe it's going to be different. And if it is, then Scott Perry and Doug Christie figured it out and they deserve all the credit. But at that point, this just feels like blind faith, right? So this firing Monte McNair needed to happen. I've been calling for it on my podcast. I've been calling for it on this show for months. It needed to happen. I believe last night's blowout loss needed to happen because this organization needed to look hard in the mirror at what they've built, how big of a short-sighted failure it was, and address and react accordingly. And I feel like they've reacted, certainly, but they've reacted in a way that they're falling back on old tendencies that don't exactly give me the biggest level of confidence or excitement that anything's going to change or anything's going to be different. If you were to ask me right now, Matt, do you think Scott Perry is coming into Sacramento with full basketball decision-making power, 100%, and that if Doug Christie is the head coach, it's going to be 100% his decision? If you were to ask me that right now, I would tell you absolutely not. There's no reason to believe that. Now, owners are owners. Their voices are heard. This is nothing specific to Sacramento. But Sacramento has been doing this over and over again and failing over and over again. So that's why they're under the spotlight, and ownership here is under the spotlight for doing things that maybe other ownership teams and other groups around professional sports have done, except they've managed to figure it out for more than a year or two. This organization has not. And here they are back in a worse position than when Vlade relinquished the job or was fired or stepped away or whatever the hell happened, and Monte McNair took over. This organization's in a worse spot because at least then you had a young piece in De'Aaron Fox and some sort of twinkle in your eye, hope and optimism for the future. Now you have like Keon Ellis, which I'm thrilled about, but he's not a star. You have three guys, one 36, 130, and the other one 28, all making a combined $115 million a year. Excuse me, $115 million next year. That's eating up a boatload of your cap space. And we don't know if any of the three of them really truly want to be here or if you can be successful and win with any of the three of them. The Kings did this to themselves. And this offseason is their opportunity to take the necessary and maybe even painfully slow steps to fix it and get out of it. And it already feels like they're going back to same old, which doesn't speak well for how this is going to turn out, in my opinion.
Couple things, we're just talking because I don't disagree with the things that you say at all. But I just would point out, number one, Scott Perry's not Monte McNair. Like, he ain't no puppet. From everything that I've seen of him and known of him from his time in the league, he's a respected executive. He's not a first-time guy. He's got relationships that run 2-3 decades deep. He's not Monte McNair. Now, who knows what he's going to do here? He might be a complete failure, but that's not who this guy is. The other thing is, going about it the same old way, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but what happened last night and the way it goes about it, that is kind of par for the course for the league, to be honest with you, more times than not. We see it with coaches. We see it with general managers. How do all these all the players get signed 2 minutes after the start of the free agency period? Because they've been talking for months. So
no evidence on this show to ever prove that that's true.
No evidence.
None.
No. But that happens all the time. And I can't remember if it was the coaching search or the GM search. Didn't they hire a firm? Didn't they go through the process the way everybody wants them to? And here we are today.
Yeah. Was that the Monty hire?
Yeah, that was the Monty hire. But they also royally screwed that up in their own way by their own Wes Wilcox involvement. Yep. So, they can't just do something by the book. That's the point. And again, it's not the Scott Perry hiring that I have a problem with. I'm thrilled with the dude. I have a problem with how quickly it was done, how there wasn't even any other thoughts, anything else. What you said, Kenny, is absolutely right. But we're talking about free agency signings of players. We're not talking about hiring a general manager while there's someone still in that seat and you're having conversations like that for months. And also, look, not to open the door to a can of worms, but everything is on the freaking table. Scott Perry was an assistant to Vlade Divac. Vlade Divac is hanging around more. It was mentioned in a couple of athletic articles, or at least one, about Vlade Divac hanging around more. I don't think Scott Perry is Vlade Divac. I don't think Scott Perry is going to come in here and make the same mistakes, or we should just write him off because he's part of the past of the Sacramento Kings. But I'm saying, it just all of this just feels like the continuation of a pattern, which is ultimately what I feel this organization has to separate themselves from, doing the same thing over and over again. It feels like we're jumping right back on the carousel.
Here's my opinion. I actually think Matt is right, but I also think you are too, Casey. And that
I'll pick a side.
Well, I don't, but I think Matt's right that I was using the phrase earlier. It's the process of the process. Watch how this is unfolding. Mm-hmm. You talk about Scott Perry. You mentioned Vlade Divac there a second ago. He was referenced in Sam Amick's article. I believe Vlade was a part of the Scott Perry hiring. Why? Because Vlade knows Scott Perry. He's one of the few guys in the league that he knows. Did they come together? Did they come up with an idea like, hey, maybe this could be our next general manager? You start having conversations. Maybe you get his thoughts on how he feels about Doug Christie as a potential head coach, and you start putting that in place. Doesn't mean it's the wrong hire, though. That's the other part of this. Matt, you might be 100% right, and the process in this is wrong. Maybe the process in this is unfair, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the hire was wrong. And so it's a tough thing to rationalize if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, because you might want to like the hire of Scott Perry, because we were told this last night, and I'll repeat it because we said it earlier in the show. This organization can't handle a first-time general manager. Absolutely cannot. And while, the Monte McNair hire or the combination of hires showed to be successful in the short term, it was not successful in the long term. You need a person with established footing in this league, which Scott Perry has. Again, you might not like the process. You might not even like the hire, but you can separate the two if you do like the hire. Matt George doesn't like the process. Perfectly fine. But do you like Scott Perry as a general manager?
Yes, I do.
So
I think it's.
And you could absolutely be right with your frustration with the process, and I interrupted you, but you like Scott Perry as the hire.
Yes, I think his track record speaks for itself. I think his reputation around the league is extremely important. The process is just hard to look past for me. Like it comes from I think, well-earned and deserved distrust in this organization to handle themselves correctly and to do this right. Like I would have loved to see this organization do it completely by the book. Like that's what I think you wanted to see. KC, yeah, they brought out a firm and did this wide search. Good. They should do it again. And what did it result in? The best general manager they've had in this entire tenure. Now, it hasn't worked out through other decisions that they made, but at least it got them short-term results. It got them something. So I would have liked to see them do it. Even if Scott Perry ends up being the guy, it's the same way I talk about like Doug Christie. If Doug Christie is the hire, great. Talk to 7 to 10 other coaches. Do an interview process and make sure that if Doug Christie is the hire, it's not the decision of Vivek Ranadive or Anjali or Matina or all these people that really like Doug Christie because of how great of a motivator he is or because he was on the team in 2002. Take all those factors off the freaking table. Stop. There's so many freaking voices and branches to this tree when the reality should just be bring in the basketball decision maker. Okay, it's Scott Perry. Now let Scott Perry have 100% autonomy in the decisions that he makes. And unfortunately, the reality of the situation is if Scott Perry decides that Doug Christie is his head coach, that's going to be, or if the Kings proceed with Doug Christie as the head coach, that's going to be met with a level of skepticism. That's going to be met with a level of whose hire was this? Whose choice was this? Was this imposed on Scott Perry? And we can roll our eyes at that and get annoyed by that, but that's a position that this organization, this ownership group has put themselves in through their own freaking actions over 13 years. So they can't be upset about it when they have the track record. So many coaches, so many players, so many front office executives have come and gone. The constant is this ownership group. And while I think it is a cop-out to constantly blame ownership, and that everybody from the front office all the way through that locker room needs to take ownership and initiative of the things that they did wrong and their failures, starting with last night and going through this entire season, going through the last 2 years. Everybody has to look in a mirror. But you look at what the constant is, and you look at patterns and cycles, and it looks like the way this entire the last 24 hours has been handled, in my opinion, fits into the pattern, fits into the cycle. And the Kings have to prove to myself, themselves, the national media, their fan base, everybody, that this time it's going to be different. And there's just no reason to believe it's going to be. I'm sorry, it's a very pessimistic viewpoint of this organization and the place that they're at, but it's the position that they put themselves in. And I don't think hiring Perry less than 12 hours after firing Monte McNair does you any kind of favors. It doesn't look good for you because you
What if it was
have
12
time.
minutes.
Even worse.
Oh, okay.
Scott Perry could have come in and hit Monty with a chair in the back like Roman Reigns, and
So
it could have been that.
It's not that different. In I brought it up yesterday. That's why the way this went down is funny, because I brought it up yesterday with New Orleans. I had like feelings about Joe Dumars, like, Joe was kind of here in the shadows. He had an official position actually in Sacramento. He wasn't really in the shadows. And then he goes to the league office. He takes the, job pretty quickly. What happened in New Orleans is pretty much identical to what happened here in Sacramento. And, Casey was quick to point it out, like, yeah, you might feel this, but that's the game. Like, you've got to move quickly with your front office. If you want to take time, if you're searching for a head coach, that's fine. But you've got to move quick with your front office, because you can't really do anything until you have that front office in place. And I think the tough part is, Matt, and this is obviously where your frustration lies, is the decision to fire Monte McNair and the decision to hire Scott Perry wasn't made 12 hours apart, and they weren't made yesterday.
Right. And to me, it just speaks to the writing has been on the wall for a while, which is, it's like the most depressing, worst I told you so, but everything that I said I was concerned about happening and how it would play out, literally everything to a T from the day that Mike Brown was fired to today has played out. Like, and again, it's not a look how right I am. This is the position that this organization put themselves in. To me, the writing has been on the wall. And yet, over the course of that path, they've continued to make wrong decision after wrong decision after wrong decision. Look, if the writing was on the wall for Monte McNair, and so much so that you're already having conversations with Scott Perry and you're having Vlade Divac sitting courtside with you again, why the hell are you letting the man trade your franchise freaking player? And if the response to that is, well, Monte didn't trade him. Vivek traded for the guy that he wanted to try and save his season. To me, that's even worse. If that's the explanation, that is worse. If ownership stepped past the GM to go and get the player that they wanted, that is worse.
But
we don't know if that happened.
GM, but what if they stepped past the GM because they knew they were firing the GM?
Then it's still complete malpractice, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't make you look any better. Again, to me, it makes you look completely worse, because this was all done in a foolish attempt to meet this playoff mandate that ultimately didn't mean anything. Like, you just hamstrung yourself all for the possibility of selling tickets to 2 playoff games. Well, congratulations. You got a sold-out play-in game and embarrass the hell out of your fan base on national television for it. But maybe you get that extra little check. Congratulations. Like, I don't know why the playoff mandate was so important. I want to make the playoffs. I want playoff basketball here in Sacramento too. I don't know why it was so important to risk everything and mortgage potentially the future of this organization, or at least put a halt to the future of this organization, in order to go for that by doing something that we have track record in this league that doesn't work. Pairing LaVine and DeRozan together. No matter which way you turn it, whether it was Monty's decision or not, he deserved to be fired. If it's ownership's decision, they should not be making basketball decisions. And that's been the problem. They've consistently been making basketball decisions over the course of their ownership tenure. And again, that's not abnormal in sports. This happens amongst owners. But you have the track record of being terrible. The organization went from a bright, pun intended, light with the Beam Team 1 and look at this bright future, and they're figuring something out, to 2 years falling right back into the same low-hanging fruit laughing stock that they've been around, not just the NBA, but around all of professional sports. I heard Brian Windhorst's comments on ESPN today. They're 100% right.
That's right.
So we can get mad at it. Oh, they're making fun of the Kings on national television. Yeah, because the Kings kind of walk into it. Kings are walking into the locker room.
Television last night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the faith and confidence in this organization is low. And it should be low for everybody. I'm not saying you can't have what I used to have, which is the blind optimism and just a belief that it'll all work out. And I'm rooting for the Kings no matter what. If that's you, God bless you. Go for it. And I hope you're right. And I hope you win, and hope like sour losers like myself get shut the hell up. I genuinely do. But this organization has done nothing. This ownership group has done nothing outside of a lightning in a bottle year to build that kind of confidence and trust that they're going to handle this correctly. Hopefully Scott Perry and maybe Doug Christie can save it. But I don't know if that's just flip a coin.
Yeah, man. And I hear everything you say. Me personally, we talked about it earlier. I'll reiterate it again. I'm not at this point. I'm not that worried about the process, because the process at the end of the day for me doesn't matter. You can handle everything right. And if you win 31 games, I'm not going to be happy because you handled everything right. You can handle everything wrong. And if you win 55 games, I'm not going to be looking at that with a side eye because you didn't handle it right. They've got to find a way, come hell or high water, to turn anything that they do right way of going about it, wrong way, whatever. It has to turn into wins. Like I said, we talked about Vivek talking. We talked about the process of it. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong for caring about the process, but I just know me, Kenny Caraway, I don't care about the process no more. I'm sick of the season ending the second week of April. That's the only thing that I want to change, is that the season don't end then. That's it. I don't care how you get there. Pay people under the table. Break rules. I don't care. I'm sick of seeing that. And that's kind of my aspect of it.
So I actually agree with you 100%. So again, why would we expect a different result if the process is continuing to be the same? That's my whole thing, is I think the Kings are just setting themselves up to going around again. Let's try it this time. Maybe this time it'll be different. Like that, it's just, that's where I feel that we're at with this group.
I think it's perfectly fair to feel that way. As we outlined at the beginning of the show, however you feel today, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what it is. Like it's perfectly okay.
And whoever's fault you think it is, you're right.
Yep, 100%. That's 100. If you think it's Matt George's fault.
Well, no, now you've gone too far.
Okay.
No, that's fair.
Matt and Kevin looking like $1 million doing their television hit yesterday. By
nice
the way,
watch.
Thanks. I got it at a Walmart. It was like a costume jewelry piece, but it's one of those things that it catches the light. It looks really nice.
Well, that's what Sean says. You get it at Claire's. You get it at Claire's. We have spent a lot of time, Matthew, talking about Scott Perry, Monte McNair, Vivek Ranadive. None of those guys were on the court last night. None of those guys gave up a 44-19 second quarter. Fun fact, Kings won the other three quarters. 44-19 on their home floor in the second quarter ended the game. None of those people we just mentioned were on the floor for that one. And there's one particular individual that's drew the ire of us for sure, and a lot of different other people. When you talk about your peak level of frustration last night on the floor, Matthew, who does it start with?
Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
My boy.
Yeah.
The guy that I spent hours, there's probably hours of recorded video or audio out on the internet of me saying that just wait till Domas gets back there. He's going to shut all you up. Just wait. You want to talk about the Golden State Warriors series every time you need to come up with an argument against Domantas Sabonis when he's putting up triple doubles on your team, or monster double doubles, or is winning all NBA honors. Like, you want to keep bringing that stuff up, or all you have to lean on, the only ace in the hole that you have is that Golden State Warriors series. But just wait. And then Sabonis did that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I have not completely there are a lot of people for some reason that think that my opinion changes with the wind. It doesn't. I react to things as they come. There's consistencies with what I believe in, like this team is not good, this organization is not in a good spot. That doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the 2 wins over the Cleveland Cavaliers or the win in Boston, or wasn't rooting for Doug Christie's success or anything like that. It's the same thing with Domantas Sabonis. One game has not changed my opinion of Domantas Sabonis, and the fact that I think you can absolutely win with Domantas Sabonis, a top 3 center in the league, on your roster. That hasn't changed. But I thought Domas's performance was pathetic. I thought Domas's performance for his guy and Doug Christie was pathetic. I thought Domas's opportunity to shut these people up, he just doesn't, and I know it gets to him. I know it bothers him. But we've heard about it. He's talked about it. Like, that was your opportunity. And that's what you provided, that's what you came up with. Like, there's no way to defend it. There's no way to sugarcoat it, right? It doesn't matter what I say on the podcast or what we say on this radio show or what he said on his Netflix documentary show or whatever. It doesn't matter. At this point, it's, are you going to play well on the big stage in big games, or are you not going to? Another opportunity passed him by last night where he played worse than at any point in the entire Golden State Warriors series. Domantas Sabonis played worse last night than at any point versus Golden State. He was completely outclassed by arguably all 3 big men in Dallas. Gafford outmuscled him. Anthony Davis showed why he's a better player. And then Derek Lively out-hustled you. It's just, it can't happen. And all of the low-hanging fruit and takes about Sabonis and not being able to win with Sabonis, there's nothing you can say to him today. Because there's nothing to say. It's all actions at this point. And Sabonis doesn't have the action, or hasn't put up the action to shut them up. He's got to wear that.
And I like Domantas Sabonis too, just like everybody else. I like his game. I think he's talented, but I think when they talk about not being able to win with him as a top guy, I'm convinced they're right. If you're gonna win, and I'm not even talking about like 48 wins or winning in the play-in. Like, if you're trying to be a 4 seed or higher, you got to be like your 4th best player. Like, when it gets down to the playoff time and people can really lock in on your deficiencies and ways to make you uncomfortable, he's got too many holes in his game, or even more so, he doesn't have enough answers in his game to be able to lead a team, to be able to take a team and elevate a team and elevate his game. You're gonna need some safety nets. You're gonna need about 3-4 guys where if Domas has 11 points in a game, you still got a shot. And he's a really good ball player, really, really good ball player. But the thought of, like you say, a top 3 center in this league, or top 15, top 20 player in the league, like, he can't be that. He puts up great stats, but he can't be that, because when you really need him, he can be stifled easily. And I hate to say that, because I was with you, fighting Warriors fans and everybody else too. Like, nah, it was just a bad series, or it was, it wasn't even that bad. But we got too much of a sample size at this point where he's just not one of those guys.
Again, there's nothing more that can be said. It's now he has to wear that all of next season, whether it's here in Sacramento or somewhere else. With the money that he's making, he has to wear that until he gets another opportunity to do it again. And whether it's in the play-in or playoffs, he better take it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, 82 regular season games do not matter for Domantas Sabonis anymore. Like, they matter for him personally trying to win, but there's nothing that he can do outside of suddenly averaging MVP caliber numbers on a winning basketball team as a number 1 guy. There's nothing Domantas Sabonis can do to rid himself of that narrative until he actually takes this opportunity that's in front of him. And if he never does, then that's who he is. And those people are right. And I hate it, because those people don't deserve to be right. But you got to prove it, and he hasn't proved it.
By the way, I gotta ask Matt a difficult question. I finally got a follow up. It took an hour and a half, but we text redacted Dave.
Oh no,
Dave, did you save the Kings? And Dave responded, "No way. This is such a trap." Smart man who knows me well. Matt, I have to ask you a more difficult question than did you save the Kings? Because it's about your boy.
Which
Tell
one?
me, well, this is going to hit close to home. Tell me what you think Keegan Murray's place in this league is.
I think Keegan Murray can be to a title team what Michael Porter Jr. was in Denver, which is at the absolute best a really, really, really good third or fourth option that can knock down a few big shots and then just rebounds and plays defense. That's his ceiling to me at this point. Gone, or I just like the Kings thought he could be an all-star when they took him with the 4th overall pick. Like, I think that ship has sailed. Like, I think Keegan Murray can be a 16-plus point per game scorer that shoots 38 to 40% from three-point range every single season and plays damn good defense and can rebound the basketball really, really well. The only thing, and 3 out of those 4 things that I just said, he showed us this season pretty consistently. He rebounded the ball really, really well this season. He did. Significant improvement as a rebounder. Defensively, I mean, he gets the top assignment every single night. There's no denying that Keegan Murray is probably, I mean, if you can make the argument for top 2 with Keon Ellis, but he is the most reliable defender on this roster because he has to be, because he's forced to guard whoever the best player is 1 through 5 on a nightly basis. So defense, rebounding, already there. As that has gotten better, the 3-point shot has gotten worse. I've been impressed actually with Keegan's ability to kind of use his strength a little bit more when attacking the basket and finishing through traffic and being a little more aggressive attacking the rim. So I think that's part of his game that can still improve slightly, not to a level that makes him a multi-layered scorer. He has to be, I think he can be an elite or very high level 3-and-D threat in the NBA that'll have a long and very successful career that will always have interest from teams around the league because those guys are coveted. That's what I think Keegan Murray can be.
Well, let's tap into what that interest is. I'm willing. I'm not only is everybody on the table this offseason, I'm shopping everybody. I'm saying, hey, what can I get for this guy, this person? Because you talked about it earlier, Matt, needing a future, needing draft capital, needing, maybe a young player. And I like all these guys, in a vacuum. Like, I like their talent. I like them. You're in a tough situation if you're the Kings. And I think Scott Perry is going to have to make calls around the league about every player on that roster and gauge what their trade market is, and if what that is can help the roster and help the organization. And I hate that we're at this point, but that's where we're at with everybody on that roster.
The thought that I had last night, Casey, because you're 100% right. I would be very, very sad personally to see Keegan Murray go. Be very sad to see Keon Ellis go if that's the direction they go in. I don't think they're going to do that, but who knows? Like, everything's on the table, right? If you have more, or if you have 2/3 or more of this roster come back next season, I think it's very bad. Like, I'm taking my favorite third of this roster, or trying to take a third to maybe half of this roster, and that's the most that I'm willing to keep. And maybe that's 5 guys: LaVine, Sabonis, Keegan, Keon, Valanciunas, or LaRavia, or whoever. Pick 5 guys that you're okay bringing back, and you shop everybody. Maybe these are just the 5 guys that you couldn't get the value that you wanted for. Everything else, new, different, fresh. Like, I do not want to see the majority of this roster get run back next season. I don't want to see it. I want Scott Perry to come in and put his stamp on this team. And if he makes the team worse, so be it. I don't care. Like if he makes the roster worse short term in order to start to build in a new direction, and for the love of God, build a roster with an identity that fits your coach and fits the way that you want to play and be consistent with that and not try and change that every single season. And that's a shot at Mike Brown too, because you had the best offense in the NBA, best offense in history. We haven't seen that since. Trey Lyles even said in his exit interview, I feel like we got away from that 2 years ago. I asked him and I asked Malik, what if you could take anything from Beam Team 1 and bring that back to the organization, what would you, for this upcoming season, like what is the most important thing that you would bring back? And Trey Lyles brought up the offense. So, like, bring a fresh roster with an identity that fits your head coach, whoever that coach may be. Start there. And then you can see about layering on all the fits and holes and things of this nature that you want to do to round out your roster. You can't round out this roster. There's no rounding out. You have to completely reshape it from the ground up.
Yeah. All right.
What an awful day.
Well, Jesse's making us end the show. And the truth is, we're probably going to do this all again tomorrow. More from Redacted Dave, who just would not acknowledge that he saved the Kings. I said it's show content, nothing crazy. He said, last time you pulled this stuff, I ended up seeing myself holding Kenny's baby in L.A. I said, that's fair enough. Then his old producer, Jay Mars, just texted me and said, I can confirm Dave saved the Kings. So there we have it. Matt, great job, as always. Locked On Kings.
Redacted Dave, what up?
ABC 10. We might just do this all again tomorrow. We hope you'll tune in beginning at 10 o'clock with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nothing.
Let's go, nothing. Jeez.
Giants already played and lost.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's won.
Hey,
Tyler
there you go.
Soderstrom, his 9th bomb.
Why was the second baseman courtside last night?
Because his hand is broken.
Oh, okay.
Be with the team.
Well, I don't know that you really want to be. I don't know that was the move. What'd they say? Hey, man, stay back and go to the playing game.
Oh, gee, I'm sure he was like, yeah, I would love to go to the Chicago White Sox game and sit in the dugout.
Wow.
That's a good point.
He might have doubled the attendance alone.
Might have. Great stuff, Matt. We are going to say goodbye. Like I said, we'll probably do it again tomorrow. Kyle will be with us. We've given James Fridays up. We might make James join us tomorrow too. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us. We appreciate you guys, man. We'll see you tomorrow.